Chapter 437. Following Yu Xianzi's arrival, all the cultivators in the market began to talk about her. Everyone had a fanatical look on their faces. If Fairy could bring me back, I'd be happy even if I could be a guard. Pfft, you want to be a guard with your looks? You're not even fit to be a servant. I'd rather be a servant for Fairy. Being the Fairy's servant? You're dreaming. Which of the Fairy's servants isn't someone with outstanding talent? You should just forget about it. Hearing the discussions, Zichen finally understood the fanatical expressions of the cultivators in the air. In the end, it was still about resources. Following Yu Xianzi was equivalent to following a superpower. They would have endless resources in the future, and would naturally be able to soar. Are you all mistaken? How could Yu Xianzi be a member of a superpower? Zichen asked doubtfully. The Yu Xianzi in his memory was very different from the one now. It can't be wrong. 2 years ago, a superpower came personally and took Yu Xianzi away. I saw it with my own eyes. That's right, I saw it too. That's a real superpower. Many experts came. One cultivator after another swore that they had seen it with their own eyes. 2 years ago, Yu Xianzi had appeared out of nowhere in the market with 2 genius bodyguards. Her exceptional beauty had immediately caused a commotion, and everyone had taken her to be a celestial being. At that time, Fairy was injured, and the 2 genius guards were also heavily injured. Everyone mistook it for a training exercise. In the end, the 3 of them were too heavily injured. Helpless, they could only end the training early and expose their identities. After that, people from a superpower came and took Yu Xianzi and the 2 injured guards away. You don't know how big of a commotion it caused. The superpower brought more than 10 experts, all of whom were at the Origin Core realm. No, there were more than 20 of them. I saw it with my own eyes. The aura they emitted at that time made many people tremble. After that, Zichen heard all kinds of versions. What was even more ridiculous was that someone said that they had seen more than 100 Origin Core realm old monsters appear. But no matter which version it was, there was no lack of envy towards the 2 guards. Clearly, they had gotten lucky and followed the right master. Since then, they had soared into the sky. 2 genius bodyguards. How talented are they? Are they very strong? A cultivator asked curiously. Of course they're strong. In fact, they're terrifyingly strong. At that time, both of them were only in the early phase of the Zephyr Plane, but they were able to fight against the late phase of the Zephyr Plane and remain undefeated. Their combat power is so strong that it's a mess. That's right. The 2 of them have the combat strength of geniuses and are able to fight above their level. Back then, they had a huge battle outside the city square. The 2 guards each have their own strengths. One is good at the Tao of assassination, while the other is good at the Tao of formations. Hearing this, Zichen's expression changed instantly. Then, he asked anxiously, Then do you know the names of these 2 people? I seem to remember this before, but it's been a long time, so I can't remember. One of them said. If you think about it carefully, you might be able to recall it. Zichen took out 100 source stones. This was the publicly recognized price of information in the market. Let me think about it. The other party was clearly stunned when he saw the primordial stones. Zichen waved his hand and a pile of primordial stones appeared. There were at least 1,000 of them. He said, Seeing them might make you feel better, and you might be able to recall it. Seeing the primordial stones in front of him, the other party's eyes flashed. He was shocked by Zichen's generosity. He looked at Zichen carefully and said hesitantly, You're that rich fat sheep. Rich fat sheep. This was Zichen's new nickname. In just one day, there was news about a rich fat sheep in the early stage of the Origin Core realm in the market. He was the Black Tiger Peak Master who repelled the 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool and scolded Wu Lu Feng. At the same time, he threw out tens of millions of gold. He was a real fat sheep, but he liked others to call him rich. Thus, there was a rich fat sheep. What? You're that rich fat sheep? The others were also shocked and looked at Zichen in surprise. Rich fat sheep. Zichen was stunned. Then he smiled. That's a strange nickname, but I like it. Oh my God, you really are that rich fat sheep. Hearing Zechen admit it, everyone was stunned. They couldn't connect this handsome and gentle young man in front of them with the famous rich fat sheep who repelled many fierce and famous people. Rich fat sheep, let's be friends. The others quickly reacted. Zechen smiled. Then, he treated them to a roadside stall and ate a lot of barbecued chicken wings and barbecued meat. He ate until his mouth was full and he burped. Rich fat sheep, seeing that you're so generous, I'll tell you this secret. This is a secret that I've buried for 2 years. I've never told anyone before. When Yu Xianzi first came to the market, I was the first to see her. I was stunned at that time. She's so beautiful and… Zechen interrupted him with a smile. You can tell me the rest. At that time, I heard Fairy call out the names of the other 2 guards. I remember them very clearly. However, because I was too excited, I forgot them after remembering them. Now, my memory is even more blurry. You can think about it carefully. The other party burped. His mouth was filled with the taste of barbecued meat. He said, When I was eating, I was thinking about it. I thought I had some ideas. There were some vague signs. I think one of them was called something like Peng, and the other was called something like Hao. I don't know whether it was Peng Hao, Hao Peng, or Tian. LV Peng, Zhang Hao Tian. Zechen said. Yes, that's the name. How did you know? The other party was stunned. He was clearly shocked. The others beside him also looked at Zechen in surprise. Zechen had already guessed it before. Now, he was even more certain. He asked, You said that they were injured at that time? That's right. Their injuries were very serious. They were on the verge of death. Otherwise, Fairy Yu wouldn't have ended her training prematurely. Zechen nodded. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, Thank you for telling me about today's matter. We'll meet again someday. After that, Zechen left a sum of source stones for the others. Then, he turned around and left. Clearly, if he wanted to know more about the 2 of them, he would have to ask Fairy Yu. Tycoon Fat Antelope, where are you going? The others asked. I'm going to find Fairy Yu. Zechen replied. What? You're going to find Fairy Yu? Don't tell me you want to be her guard too? No, I want to talk to her about life's ideals. I want to admire the moon and the flowers, and spend a beautiful night with her. Zechen had already left. Only his voice echoed in the air. What? Hearing Zechen's words, everyone was stunned. Then, they looked at each other. One of them whispered, Did he suddenly go crazy? Or was he provoked by something? He actually said such disgraceful words. I think Tycoon Fat Antelope must have been provoked by something. Then, he went crazy. Could those 2 guards be the source of his madness? Could they be friends of Tycoon Fat Antelope? Since he was able to call out their names, they must be friends. Tycoon Fat Antelope left in such a hurry to find Fairy Yu. He must be using his friends' names to ask for a guard position. That's right, that's right. Isn't it just LV Peng and Zhang Haotian? We'll remember them. They're also friends. We'll also go be guards for Fairy Yu. The others nodded in agreement. Are you all idiots? Didn't you hear what Tycoon Fat Antelope said? He's going to look for Fairy Yu to admire the moon and the flowers, and spend a beautiful night with her. He's courting death. What kind of guard is that? Indeed, he's courting death. Then let's go see if Tycoon Fat Antelope will die. I keep feeling that he's not ordinary. Night fell. The sky gradually darkened. By the time Zechen returned to the inn, it was already packed with people. Moreover, they were all gathered around the counter, holding bags of vitality stones in their hands. Beside the counter, Butterball's boss was covered in cold sweat. He explained over and over again that there were no more rooms. However, no one was willing to listen. Some people even began to raise the price. Thus, all kinds of bidding and arguments were heard. It was chaotic until Fairy Yu's appearance that everyone quieted down. At this moment, there was only a handsome young man following Fairy Yu. The others were nowhere to be seen. The young man had a faint smile on his face. He wore a spotless white robe and looked extremely scholarly. Walking side by side with Fairy Yu, the two did not look like a match at all. The two walked side by side. The crowd automatically parted as the two walked toward the counter. Young master. Butterball's boss bowed to the young man. This caused many people's expressions to change. Clearly, this young man was a direct descendant of a major power and had an extraordinary status. You've already reserved 2 luxurious rooms, right? The young man smiled elegantly. However, Zichin could clearly see a trace of arrogance in his eyes. He had seen this kind of arrogance in the eyes of many other freaks in the past. Butterball's boss hesitated. What is it? Young master, there's only 1 luxurious room left. The others are occupied by several special guests, said Butterball. He emphasized the word special. Oh, then that's fine. Fairy, you can stay in the luxurious room. I'll just stay in the normal room. The young man smiled. How can that be? Young Master Feng should stay in the luxurious room, said Fairy Yu. I'm really sorry. There's only 1 luxurious room left. The normal rooms are all gone. Butterball's boss was already covered in cold sweat. What's going on? Even the normal rooms are gone. The young man frowned. They were all gone yesterday. Moreover, these people are all waiting. Even the normal rooms have been increased to 30,000. The young man frowned. Displeasure appeared on his face. If it were anyone else staying in their own inn, they wouldn't be happy if they didn't have a room. Moreover, it was in front of a fairy. This kind of loss of face was even more displeasing. Butterball's boss's forehead was already covered in sweat. He looked at Fairy Yu with pleading eyes and said softly, Actually, the luxurious rooms are very big. There are also several rooms inside. If it's just for 2 people, bastard, you're insulting Fairy Yu. Before the boss could finish speaking, the young man interrupted him and shouted, Fairy Yu is of high status. How can you speak nonsense here? Fairy Yu will stay in the luxurious room alone. I'll go find another room. But young master, the inn outside is already full because of Fairy Yu's arrival. Even if you go there, you won't have a place to stay. Butterball's boss was in a difficult position. He turned to Fairy Yu and said, Fairy Yu, there were 2 luxurious rooms before, but that guest. Butterball's boss was in a difficult position. We really don't have a choice. I hope Fairy Yu can forgive us. However, there are many individual rooms in our luxurious rooms. It's enough. Enough. Old servant, you're not doing your job well. How dare you beg Fairy Yu? The young man was furious. Beside them, the crowd quietly watched this scene. Both sides had very special statuses. They couldn't afford to offend them. They had only come here for the position of a guard or servant. Therefore, even if they felt that something was wrong, they kept their mouths shut. Only Zichin looked at them coldly. When he saw that Fairy Yu was about to agree to the old servant's request, he sneered. Chapter 438. As soon as Zichin spoke, the surroundings fell silent. It was so quiet that it was scary. Even the sound of breathing had stopped. Everyone turned their heads to look for the source of the voice. Then, they saw Zichin standing at the back of the crowd. After a short moment of silence, a small commotion broke out. Damn it, he's just at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. How dare he blaspheme the fairy? It's him, that rich fat sheep. Rich fat sheep, it's really him. He's the one who scolded Black Tiger today. They all say that rich fat sheep are bold. Seeing him today, he really has the guts to let the fairy stay in an ordinary room and shamelessly ask the fairy to spend the night with him. Everyone's eyes flashed as they discussed. They all looked at Zichin in shock, but they were tactful enough not to condemn Zichin. To be able to cultivate to this level, he was naturally not a fool. No one dared to steal the limelight of the young man in front of the fairy. Even if they were to ask Zichin a question, no one dared to be the first to speak. Oh my God, that rich fat sheep really came to die. He's crazy. How dare he talk to the fairy like that and spend the night with her? Fortunately, we came in time to see whether this bold fat sheep is alive or dead. The others had just walked into the inn when they heard Zichen's words. They were all stunned. Who are you? How dare you talk to the fairy like that? The young man turned his head and glanced at Zichen with a cold gaze. Humph, listen up. My name is... Zichen held his head high and put on a pose that he thought was the most handsome. But before he could finish, someone beside him spoke first. Sir, this person just arrived here yesterday. He's generous and has a bad temper. Everyone calls him Fat Sheep, but he likes to be called Rich. His name is Rich Fat Sheep. Today, he spent millions of gold coins at the 10,000 treasure pavilion. He doesn't repeat himself when he curses. Before Zichen could finish his sentence, almost everything about him had been snatched away by others. So much so that his most handsome pose became very awkward. Hee hee. The fairy chuckled. The young man's originally gloomy expression became even gloomier because of the fairy's chuckle. Brat, who do you think this fairy is? Do you think you're so great just because you have some primary stones? The young man's eyes flickered coldly. This child is insulting the fairy. This is blasphemy to the fairy. It is truly disgraceful. He has ulterior motives. A toad wants to eat swan meat. I hope that Milord can make a move and drive this toad away. Tycoon Fat Antelope harbored evil intentions and was abnormally vicious. He actually wanted to blaspheme the fairy. I implore Milord to take action and punish the evil in the world. Lord, please act on behalf of justice and punish the evil in the world so that we can have a better future. Everyone spoke one after another. Their words were righteous and their voices were sincere. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of hatred and anger, but when they looked at the young man, their faces were full of fanaticism and worship. Behind the crowd, Zichen was completely dumbfounded when he saw this. Heavens, this group of people is really too eloquent. I only said one sentence, and now I'm being labeled as evil in the world, and the young man is representing justice. Talents, this is really a group of King talents. This Tycoon Fat Antelope is really too evil. He actually attacked us humans. Yes, he is the evil in the world. We want Milord to punish the evil. Even the few people who came with Zichen became indignant when they heard all kinds of voices. When they saw Zichen, it was as if they saw a great enemy of the alien race. Idiots, what evil in the world! You must have been possessed by the devil. Fortunately, there was a late-stage Zephyr Realm cultivator among them. He had eaten enough barbecued meat and was not confused. Good. This child has ulterior motives and is vicious. I suspect that he is from the alien race. Today, we will clean up the alien race. The young man's eyes flashed with cold light, but he was extremely satisfied, thinking that they were a group of talents. Around him, the aura of the late-stage Zephyr Realm surged, and an invisible killing intent locked on Zichen. He shouted, "Tell me, are you sent by the alien race?" Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Hey, I say, what is the point of you doing this? I just saw that you couldn't stay in the room, so I invited the fairy to stay with me. Do you have to do this? You call me evil in the world, and in the blink of an eye, I'm from the alien race. How dare you blaspheme the fairy? You are courting death. The young man's killing intent surged, and he was about to attack immediately. Tycoon Fat Antelope, you are courting death. How dare you blaspheme the fairy? Let's attack together and eradicate the evil in the world. Yes, kill this alien. The others also shouted, and the rolling sound spread far and wide. Hey, have you had enough? The fairy hasn't said anything, but you have spoken first. Don't you want to ask the fairy's opinion? Zichen curled his lips. Humph, do you still need to ask? Blaspheme the fairy, you are courting death. That's right, Tycoon Fat Antelope, today is the day you die. Everyone was furious with the young man, and their eyes were cold. How do you know if you don't ask? Maybe the fairy is really willing to admire the flowers and the moon with me. Zichen spoke again, but soon, his voice was drowned out by the crowd. The scene was chaotic. All kinds of killing intent surged, and it was as if they were about to attack. At this moment, the fairy's voice rang out. Do you really want to invite me to admire the flowers and the moon with you? The fairy's beautiful eyes were hazy, and there was a smile on her lips as she looked at Zichen. When the fairy opened her mouth, everyone was stunned. What was going on? The young man's face was extremely ugly, and he said, Fairy, don't be fooled by this alien. He knows the art of bewitchment. That's right, Fairy, you have to be careful. The alien race is very scary, and they know all kinds of bewitchment arts. The others also spoke. The fairy smiled. I know best whether or not I know the art. Then, she looked at Zichen again. Are you really willing to spend the night with me? This time, it was Zichen's turn to be dumbfounded. Furthermore, he could clearly see a trace of craftiness in the fairy's eyes. Of course, I'm willing to admire the flowers and the moon with you. Zichen smiled. Then what about spending the night with me? Asked the fairy. Zichen was startled and hesitated. What's going on? What's going on? Have my eyes gone blind? What did I hear? The fairy is inviting the tycoon Fat Antelope to spend the night with her, but he's hesitating. Illusion, it must be an illusion. The tycoon Fat Antelope is using some kind of evil art. Hearing the two's questions and answers, the crowd was completely thrown into chaos. They all shook their heads, and some even directly smashed their heads with their fists, trying to wake up from the illusion. Is this real? When did the tycoon Fat Antelope become so charming? The fairy is inviting him to spend the night with her, but this guy is actually hesitating. What's going on? The people who came with Zichen were also in chaos. When they looked at the young man, they also had a confused expression. Even though he had known the fairy for 2 years, he didn't understand why the usually kind and quiet fairy was acting so strangely today. What, you're not willing? The fairy's slightly resentful voice rang out, causing the crowd to be even more confused. Well, if the fairy is willing, I can only risk my life to accompany you. At this moment, the crowd had the urge to slap Zichen to death. What's with the act? Spending the night with the fairy is actually considered risking your life to accompany her? Mother Cur, if you're not willing, then scram. I'll do it. This was the voice in everyone's heart, but no one dared to say it out loud. At the counter, Butterball was so anxious that he was sweating. This scene was clearly something that wasn't part of the script. However, in order to deal with this sudden change, they had prepared a plan beforehand. That's great, that's really great. Butterball suddenly spoke with a face full of surprise. He didn't deliberately suppress his voice and successfully attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the fairy is here and has no place to stay. A previous guest was willing to give up the luxury room. I just got the service staff to send the news that he has already left. Butterball said happily. In this case, the fairy will stay in the luxury room. As for this room, we will quickly clean it up for the young master to stay. All right then. The young man nodded. A hint of frustration flashed in his eyes. He failed. Soon, a cold light flashed in his eyes. It's all because of this damn tycoon Fat Antelope. The matter of accommodation was settled. Everyone had a luxury room to stay in. Everyone was happy. Everyone was about to leave, but it wasn't over yet. You're called the tycoon Fat Antelope, right? What a strange name. Can I invite you to enjoy the flowers and moon with me and spend the night with me? The fairy spoke. She took the initiative to speak, causing the crowd to be completely stunned. What's going on now? Everyone was speechless. Why was it like this? They looked at the tycoon Fat Antelope's hesitant face, as if he was in a difficult position. Everyone wanted to slap him to death. Just as everyone was gnashing their teeth and wanting to beat him up, the other party finally spoke. Since the fairy has sincerely invited me so many times, then I'll respectfully accept your invitation. Hearing his words, it seemed that he was quite unwilling. This made everyone so angry that they wanted to kill him. If they weren't in the market, they would have already killed this pretentious tycoon Fat Antelope. Fairy you! The young man's face was ashen. It was almost distorted. It's fine. We're just chatting. Chatting? Was there a need to chat in a room? Moreover, it was with a stranger. After that, everyone watched as the tycoon Fat Antelope and the fairy went to the luxury room together. When the two of them walked together, they were unexpectedly incompatible. Everyone dispersed. Today's matter was destined to be an unsolved mystery. In the inn, the young man's roars could be heard from time to time. He couldn't wait to tear the other party apart. Damn it! How long have I planned for this day? To think that I'll let you get away with it! The young man was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. But soon, a service staff came. Young master, that tycoon Fat Antelope said that he won't be staying in the ordinary room tonight. He wants us to refund him 5,000 essence stones. Ugh! Finally, the young man could not hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. In the luxury room. Zichin, I didn't expect to see you again. Back then I thought you were dead. Chapter 439. The spiritual energy in the luxurious room was extremely dense. It transformed into a hazy white mist that emitted a dazzling luster under the light of the night illumination pearls. The furniture and ornaments in the room were all refined from unique materials that had been meticulously sculpted. They were beautiful and comfortable, and some special materials were added that could calm one's heart and allow one to quickly enter a state of cultivation. Yu Xianzi was Yue from the Moonlight Pavilion. Zichin had recognized her at first glance. But compared to 2 years ago, Yue was even more beautiful. Zichin, are you really all right? Yue was very happy to see Zichin again. She asked him many questions about what had happened back then. Although I didn't die under the pill weapon, it was a narrow escape. I only managed to escape 2 years later with nothing to show for it. Zichin told her about what had happened back then. Are you from the Moonlight Pavilion or the Bedlam Lands? The two chatted for a long time before Zichin asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Take a guess. Yu looked at Zichin with her big eyes and smiled slyly. I believe you're from the Moonlight Pavilion. But you seem to have an unusual relationship with the major powers of the Bedlam Lands. Zichin said truthfully. Correct. Yu winked and said, I am from the Moonlight Pavilion. As for my relationship with the Shangguan family, I can't say for sure, but it is indeed very complicated. Before I came here, Master gave me a medallion that could save my life in times of danger. But I didn't expect that I would encounter danger the moment I arrived and almost die. So I took out the medallion. But I didn't expect that the medallion would belong to the Shangguan family. When it appeared, it caused a huge commotion. I heard that there were 2 other people with you. Were they Zhang Haotian and Lu Peng? Where are they? Asked Zichin. Yu bitterly glanced at Zichin and said, After beating around the bush for such a long time, I'm afraid that this is your true motive. You're only concerned about the 2 of them. The reason you've appeared today is also because of them. If you hadn't heard that they were with me, you wouldn't have shown yourself. Zichin smiled awkwardly and made the best choice: silence. I found the 2 of them in the outer area. At that time, the 2 of them were like me, being hunted down. We were in the same boat, and we came from the same place. So, we joined forces for a short while to resist the pursuit. Finally, we came to the city square. A temporary alliance. Zichin looked at Yu in confusion. That's right. After I took out the command medallion, people from the Shangguan family came and took the 3 of us away. However, the 2 of them left halfway and did not tell me where they went. You should stop them, Zichin said. I tried to stop and persuade them, but it was no use. They insisted on leaving. Later on, I sent people to look for them, but they couldn't find any clues. However, I am certain that they are in this area, not far from the fringe. Zichin had originally come for the 2 of them. Now that he heard that they had left, and their whereabouts were unknown, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although I didn't find them, I inadvertently found a clue about another group of people. Do you want to hear about it? Yu smiled mysteriously. They are very important to you. Important to me? Who? Chen's expression changed. The Wang family and the Qin family. This time, before Chen could ask, you were answered. They have formed a small force in the depths of this area. However, they can barely protect themselves. Barely protect themselves? Then they didn't suffer any casualties, right? Chen frowned, his face full of worry. Chen, I think what you really want to ask is whether anything happened to your little lover, Wang Xianer. Yu snorted coldly and raised her voice. Then how is Xianer? Is she all right? Chen didn't deny and asked anxiously. Yu glared fiercely at Chen and said, Your little lover is fine. She's doing well for the time being. Her life isn't in danger. However, changing the topic, Yu looked at Chen and said, But don't be happy too early. Although your little lover is fine, her brother has died in battle. Wang Qiong is dead. Chen was startled. Although he hadn't fought with Wang Qiong, he could feel that Wang Qiong was extraordinary. When he had displayed his unparalleled strength, Wang Qiong wasn't afraid of him and wanted to fight him. It's not him. It's another brother, Wang Shi. He was killed by a blade when he arrived in the Bedlam lands. How is that possible? Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wang Shi's strength was definitely not weak. He was definitely comparable to a monstrous genius. How could he be killed by a single blade? Was it old monster Dan Yuan who did it? Asked Chen. No, it was a Zephyr. Furthermore, it was an early Zephyr. That's impossible! Who could kill Wang Shi in one strike at the early Zephyr? Cried Chen in disbelief. This is the land of chaos. There are countless experts and all sorts of monstrous geniuses. Nothing is impossible. Before coming here, who would have thought that there would be so many deaths in this place? Moreover, the insufferably arrogant major powers in our eyes are actually referred to as barbarians in this place. Yu said softly. Chen didn't say anything else. What Yu said was the truth. Everything here was far beyond what he had imagined. But Wang Shi had been killed in one strike. That was something he couldn't accept. Apart from Wang Shi, there are several other monstrous geniuses who died. However, they were all monstrous geniuses who had enmity with you. The region we're in is called barbarians. No one cares about us. Most of the monstrous geniuses who came out to adventure have died. It's not easy for Wang Qiong and the others to establish a faction. The two of them chatted for a long time that night. Yu told him everything she knew. After that, she started talking about herself. However, when she talked about herself, Yu's expression became unnatural. My family is called Shangguan. In the Bedlam lands, it's a super faction. However, it's not the only one. In the depths of the Bedlam lands, in Chaos City, apart from the Shangguan family, there are 4 other families. They're called Zhou, Wei, Wu and Xin. These 5 families had almost monopolized all the markets in the Bedlam lands. They had countless resources in their hands and experts were as common as clouds. Apart from these 5 families, there were also some smaller families. However, these families were weaker than the 5 families. They were much stronger than the 7 major cities and the 3 major sects in the Bedlam lands. There were many smaller families, but they were all attached to these big families. That young man who came with you, which family does he belong to? Asked Chen. He's from the Jing family. They're just a small family. They can't be considered a big family. He's one of your admirers, right? He can be considered a rather scheming person. Why? Could it be that you're jealous? Hearing this, Yu's depressed mood improved a little, and she asked with a smile. It seems you've changed a lot in the past 2 years. Back then, you would blush when you talked to others. Chen didn't answer her question. That's because you don't know what I've been through. If I let you interact with those plebeians all day long, you'll change too. However, I always thought this change was a good thing. Now that you mention it, I'm starting to regret it. Yu looked at Chen and suddenly became affectionate. She said in a low voice, I can change back to how I was before, but will you still like me like before? Stop completely. You were just a little girl back then. When did you become so flirtatious? Chen was almost speechless. He couldn't stand being teased by such a beauty, and his self-control was about to collapse. Hee. Yu finally smiled. She felt very relaxed when she was with Zichin. Moreover, the two of them came from the same place and knew each other, so they felt very close to each other. Even if they didn't talk about it normally, they didn't have to worry about it today. If I didn't say anything back then, from the looks of it, you would have agreed to that, Zhengfeng. Could it be that you really want to live in the same room as her? How is that possible? Don't I have you? Yue looked at Zichin with a smile on her face, causing Zichin to feel uncertain. I mean, I won't say anything. How could you not say anything? It's been 2 years. I've changed, but you haven't. There are only some people in your eyes, but you can't tolerate us. Yue became resentful again. What do you mean? Could it be that you saw me before? Zichin was surprised. You're so different, it's impossible for others not to notice you. Yue said coquettishly. Everyone is looking at the ferry and running towards the ferry. Everyone wants to attract the ferry's attention, but you just turned around and left, and in the opposite direction. You're so special, it's impossible for others not to see you. Zichin laughed involuntarily. So this was the problem. Tell me, are you doing this to deliberately attract my attention? Zichin. The two of them talked like this for the whole night. Yue teased him several times, causing Zichin to be seriously deranged. He almost couldn't control himself and forced himself on her. But every time at the critical moment, Yue would ask Zichin about Wang Xian or Lin Shui. The fire in his heart was immediately extinguished by cold water. This extreme contrast made Zichin want to vomit blood. When the sky brightened, he left in a sorry state. In the room, Yue was giggling. This was the happiest night in 2 years. As she laughed, Yue cried. At the same time, her pleasant voice sounded. There's something I want to ask you for help with. I hope you can agree to it. Zichin had already left, as if he didn't hear her. That night, the news of Yu Xianzi inviting the nouveau riche to spend the night spread in the market. When the sky brightened, the news spread throughout the market, causing an uproar. The fairy invited the nouveau riche to spend the night. This was simply unbelievable. The sky had just brightened when many cultivators gathered at the entrance of the inn. They all wanted to see if this matter was true. At the same time, they also wanted to see who exactly was the local tyrant who had gained a bit of fame in the market in just 2 days and was favored by the fairy. Because he had checked out of his room, Zichin had nowhere to go. He could only walk out in a panic. But when he opened the door of the inn, he was completely dumbfounded. There were already many cultivators gathered around him. At this moment, he was still wiping his sweat with a stunned expression. In an instant, many people's imaginations ran wild. Look, he's the nouveau riche. Last night, the fairy invited him to spend the night with her. Nouveau riche, the nouveau riche doesn't look that good. Everyone started to talk about it without any scruples. But at this moment, Zichin saw a familiar face in the market. Chapter 440. Around them, the crowd began to talk about Zichin without restraint. Words such as SOSO and SOSO were being used frequently. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart, as if there was a sharp blade at his back. Zichin turned around and saw a pair of cold eyes filled with hostility. Zhengfeng had appeared, bringing with him a chill. The discussions around them stopped abruptly. Clearly, they had also found out about the youth's identity through some means. I don't know what your relationship with the fairy is, but I'm warning you. You'd better stay away from her. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial ground. Zhengfeng looked coldly at Zichin and emphasized. Even in the market, no one can protect you. The chill made people's hearts tremble. Daring to kill in the market, this was an existence that had surpassed the rules of the market. Everyone began to speculate about Zhengfeng's identity. Only the owner of the market could kill as he pleased without any restrictions. Then I'll tell you that no one has ever taken away a woman that I, a tycoon, want, Zichin replied coldly. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Was this the rhythm of a battle in the market? Moreover, Why did the tycoon's words sound so strange? The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the temperature was not high to begin with. At this moment, as the two stared at each other, the air became even colder. Killing you is like killing an ant. You'd better think it through, Jingfeng said, killing intent already in his eyes. Killing you is like killing a bug? You'd better think it through, Zichen replied, not to be outdone. You're courting death. Around Jingfeng, a surging aura swept out. The crazy killing intent made people feel suffocated. You've successfully angered me. Today you'll die without a doubt, Jingfeng shouted and was about to attack. Enough. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Yu Xianzi appeared, her body emitting a hazy light. She looked like a person from a painting. Xingfeng's aura instantly retracted, and his expression was very gloomy. Zhengfeng, Zichen is my friend. You'd better show him some respect. Yu Xianzi's voice was cold. Fairy, he's from another race. I'm afraid you'll be at a disadvantage, Zhengfeng said. A foreign race? The fairy chuckled and said. We've already known each other for several years. How come I didn't know that he was a foreign race? What? Zhengfeng was stunned. The crowd was in an uproar. So you've known him for a long time. They are friends, no wonder. After the uproar, everyone was relieved. It turned out that the two of them had been talking all night, and nothing else had happened. As for why the fairy had acted out of character and tried so hard to invite him, it turned out that he was just a friend. Jingfeng's expression kept changing. In the end, she said, So that's how it is. Fairy, you already know him. It seems that when you were in the barbarian land, this nouveau riche brother Fat Sheep must be a barbarian. Barbarians represented the land of barbarians. 10,000 years ago, the Boundless sect was the core of the entire southern region. Everyone knew that the Boundless sect was the overlord of the entire southern region. 10,000 years ago, when the Boundless sect attacked and destroyed the Lightning Divine Palace, other powers took the opportunity to seize and destroy the Boundless sect. Many great powers rose in the southern region. And 10,000 years later, the southern region that once ruled over the southern region, a place that made people tremble, became the famous land of barbarians. Similarly, everyone knew about it. However, the meaning was that the barbarians were uncivilized, and it represented a derogatory meaning of extreme humiliation. Barbarians. Fairy has been to the land of barbarians before. This nouveau riche Fat Sheep is actually a barbarian. How is that possible? Isn't the land of barbarians known to be lacking in resources and abnormally barren? Everyone was stunned, especially Zichen's origin. He was actually a barbarian, but when he came here, he became a nouveau riche Fat Sheep. Barbarian. So the nouveau riche Fat Sheep is a barbarian. Now there's a good show to watch. That's right. He should be a prodigal son of some barbarian. He took all the origin stones in his family, and came here to be a fat sheep. I dare to guarantee that once he leaves the market, this nouveau riche barbarian will definitely die. Their gazes once again turned to Zichen, and the crowd laughed mockingly. Previously, many people were still doubting his identity. Now that Yu Xianzi and Jingfeng had pointed it out, everyone was relieved. He was just a nouveau riche barbarian. Presumably, there would be many people who had their eyes on him. Nouveau riche brother Fat Sheep. Oh no, I should call you nouveau riche brother barbarian now. I didn't expect you to be old friends with Fairy. But even so, you should pay attention to your own identity. Pay attention to the difference between you and Fairy. Especially someone who's about to die. It's best that you don't bring bad luck to others. Jingfeng laughed coldly, then turned around and left. How arrogant. Is this what a profligate son of the Bedlam lands is like? Zichen was expressionless. At this moment, the sky was already bright, and the crowd quickly dispersed. They were going to spread the news of this latest news. For a time, apart from Zichen, Fairy, and a figure in the distance, there was no one else in the surroundings. And that figure was also approaching. Eh? Grand Master. Suddenly Yu Xianzi cried out in surprise. The person who had come was none other than evil good monk. Greetings, Yu Xianzi. This humble monk greets you. He put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. Grandmaster, there's no need to be so courteous. Just call me Yuer. Damn bald donkey, why did you only come now? Zichen glared at evil good monk. This humble monk saw that you were in a bit of trouble, so I quietly observed from afar for a while. Bullshit. You were clearly afraid of causing trouble, so you hid from afar. Zichen said angrily. This is called clearly distinguishing between light and dark. Evil good monk explained. Yu Xianzi giggled as she listened to the two bicker. It had to be said that if the matters of the past were to be disregarded, Zichen and evil good monk's relationship was still pretty good. And as Zichen's strength increased, evil good monk knew that he could no longer suppress Zichen. So, he decided not to mention the matters of the past. After the two finished bickering, evil good monk extended his hand to Zichen. What are you doing? Begging for alms? Zichen laughed mockingly. Same old rules. 30, 70. I'll take 30, and you take 70. Evil good monk extended his hand again, almost poking Zichen's nose. What's 70, 70? Zichen was puzzled. Stop pretending. You know best what you've done along the way. I'm the one who guided you on this path. I'm also the one who contributed to your gains. This time, I'll take a bit of a loss. 30, 70, not 40, 60. Ah! Zichen was so angry that he screamed thrice. His hands were clutching evil good monk's neck tightly. His eyes were glowing red. You bald donkey, I've been through countless battles, big and small. I've been on the brink of death several times, and that's all I've gained. I've exchanged my life for this. How dare you ask me for it when you haven't done anything? Evil good monk's face was red from being choked by Lin Fan's neck. However, he still refused to let go. Instead, he spoke from his throat. You call that a little gain? That's something worth hundreds of millions. If you don't want 70, 70, we can give 80, 70. *CK your head. I'm going to strangle you to death. Beside them, Yu Xianzi stared at the two dumbfounded. In front of Zichen, evil good monk would never act like a monk. On the other hand, Zichen would always lose his composure in an exaggerated manner. Tycoon barbarians are indeed despicable. They won't even let off a monk. Fighting is not allowed in the city square, but he actually tried to strangle a monk to death. Some people saw this scene from afar and whispered softly. Soon, the news of the tycoon barbarian abusing a monk spread. 1090. Evil good monk said weakly. He was about to be strangled to death, but he was still greedy. Not even 10%. Zichen roared. In the end, evil good monk didn't even get 10%. Zichen wouldn't give him a share. It's fine if you don't want to give it to me. Come, follow me back to Wild Wolf's stronghold. Something big is going to happen there. With that, evil good monk pulled Zichen away. Damn bald monk, are you crazy? It wasn't easy for me to come here. Why should I go back? Zichen flipped and almost flung evil good monk away. Do you still remember the mine I told you about? Back then, I felt that there was a problem. When I went back to take a look, there was indeed a problem. There will be a big commotion soon. I came here to look for you. If I don't go back now, all the benefits will be taken away by others. What commotion? Come, let's talk inside. Zichen's expression changed. Yu Xianzi originally wanted to ask Zichen to go to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion. However, after seeing the current situation, it was obvious that it wasn't realistic. Hence, she bade farewell to the two and went to the 1,000 Treasure Pavilion alone. A beauty was ignored just like that. Zichen brought evil good monk to a luxurious room. The density of the spiritual energy here surprised evil good monk. As he breathed in, evil good monk said, There's the scent of a woman here. Yu Xianzi also lives here. Then, he looked at Zichen strangely. You really have the life of a peach blossom. Are you a monk or a dog? Your nose is so sharp. Hurry up and get to the point. What's going on? Next, Evil Good Monk told him what happened in Wild Wolf's stronghold in the past few months. That day, the third boss was severely injured and returned to recuperate. However, not long after, Black Wind's stronghold led people to attack the mine. In the end, a fierce battle broke out. In the end, the third boss died and the mine was lost. Zichen asked? No. In the end, the first boss and second boss of Wild Wolf's stronghold appeared and repelled the people of Black Wind's stronghold. However, the mine suffered from the energy impact and was severely damaged. What does this have to do with us going back? Zichen asked, puzzled. At that time, the people guarding the mine, including the miners, died mysteriously after the battle. Even the ninth boss disappeared. How could this be? I suspect that the secret of the mine has been discovered by the third master. He was the one who killed those people. What's the secret of the mine? Liquefied essence. What's that? Zichen asked. Liquefied essence is a product of the mine. It can also be called essence. Before the formation of essence stones, this kind of essence will appear. It's something purer than essence stones and contains unimaginable energy. Seeing Zichen's slightly confused expression, Evil Good Monk said, Let me tell you. If the Wild Wolf stronghold mine has essence liquefied essence, then it's of the lowest grade. Once you refine it, it can help you break through to the Middle Zephyr realm, or even the Late Zephyr realm. What? This time, Zichen's eyes widened. He had a new evaluation of the value of essence liquefied essence. I saw some records in ancient books. Some powerful cultivators need to find essence liquefied essence to break through. This is a really rare thing in the world. If I'm not wrong, there should be essence liquefied essence in the Wild Wolf stronghold. Since there's essence liquefied essence, we must get it, Zichen said in a deep voice. Well, let's go now. Chapter 441. On the same day, news spread from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion that there would be an auction in 10 days, and there would be pill weapons for sale. Pill weapons were weapons that only inner core old monsters could refine. With them, an inner core old monster would be able to unleash power several times greater than their own. Once the news came out, it caused a stir in the market square. The value of a pill weapon far exceeded that of an ordinary inner core old monster. Even in the chaotic lands, where resources were abundant, it was impossible to guarantee that everyone would have a pill weapon. There were many inner core old monsters who didn't have a pill weapon. On the same day, the news spread out at the fastest speed. After that, even more experts poured into the market. In just one day, the market was already packed with people. Many inner core old monsters had come. On this day, there was quite a commotion at the entrance of the market. The 10 inner core old monsters of the barbarian bull village had arrived, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. They didn't suppress their auras in the slightest as they walked into the market. A surging aura soared into the sky. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the clouds moved. Behind old monster Danyuan, there were more than a dozen Imperial Sky leaders. After they entered the market, they took out portraits and pasted them to every corner of the market. The rumors are true. The virtuous unfettered made the barbarian bull village suffer a great loss. Heavens, they actually chased him from the barbarian bull village to here. They're determined to kill the virtuous unfettered. On the portrait was the virtuous unfettered's name, appearance, and strength. There was a detailed introduction, but when everyone saw the reward, they all sucked in a cold breath. Those who provide clues will be rewarded with 1,000,000 yuan stones. Those who provide accurate information and successfully capture the virtuous unfettered will be rewarded with 10,000,000 yuan stones. This was a huge reward, and it caused quite a commotion. Everyone was guessing who the virtuous unfettered was. But it wasn't over yet. After the barbarian bull village, the experts of the setting sun mountain also appeared. This was a great power that wasn't any weaker than the barbarian bull village. The number of inner core old monsters that came was no less than the barbarian bull villages. The experts of the two great powers came one after another. As soon as they met, a thick smell of gunpowder permeated the air. The two forces confronted each other, and a chill surged. But in the end, they didn't fight. Even they didn't dare to be impudent in the market. Very quickly, the Zephyr experts of the Sunset Mountain also took out portraits and posted them everywhere. They were all portraits of the virtuous loose cultivator. As for the reward, it was actually 15 million primal stones. Both sides wanted to find the virtuous itinerant. The reward was as high as 25 million. This was a shocking number. Everyone in the market was talking about the virtuous itinerant. The virtuous loose cultivator is only at the early stage of the flying realm, yet he claims to be invincible in the flying realm. He even made 2 major powers suffer a great loss. Could he be a monster nurtured by one of those superpowers? All sorts of guesses were heard. Zichun, there are portraits of you everywhere. Are you sure you still want to participate in the auction? Monk asked when he saw the portraits on the street. Of course. I'm determined to get the elixir weapon, Zichun said. That's not necessarily true. There are so many core realm old monsters here. Even if you get it, you might not be able to take it out smoothly. After the Barbarian Bull Stockade and the Sunset Mountain, the experts of the Black Dragon Pool and Wu Feng also arrived. These were the 4 largest forces in the Central Region. They were known as the 4 overlords of the Central Region. Among the 2 forces, the Black Tiger Peak Master and the 4 Cave Masters appeared as leaders. Tyrant Barbarian. The 2 groups of people appeared together. They saw Zichun from afar and shouted. Obviously, they already knew Zichun's new name. Then, their figures flickered and rushed toward Zichun. Monk saw this and turned into a passerby, leaving far away. Dozens of experts at the late stage of the flying realm surrounded Zichun, their eyes flashing with cold light. Tyrant Barbarian, you still dare to appear in front of me? Black Tiger Peak Master asked coldly, the heavy hammer in his hand trembling. What's wrong, you big fool? Didn't you get scolded enough yesterday? You're here to block my way again. Zichun's mouth had a hint of sarcasm. You're courting death. Black Tiger was furious. The heavy hammer in his hand danced and instantly smashed down. Zichun didn't move. With a sneer on his face, he let the heavy hammer smash down. The heavy hammer smashed down, but Zichun didn't move. In the end, the heavy hammer stopped an inch in front of Zichun. The wind whistled, blowing Zichun's long hair. What's wrong? Smash it. Zichun sneered. Black Tiger's eyes surged with killing intent, but he held it back in the end. A strange smile flashed in the corner of his mouth. You've got guts. We'll deal with you later. Black Tiger led his men and left dejectedly. Zichun's back was already wet with cold sweat. However, his expression didn't change. He glanced at the other force and said to the 4 cave masters, Why aren't you guys getting lost? The 4's expressions kept changing, but they finally held back their anger. They looked to the side and saw that each of them had a cold expression. They looked at Zichun as if they were looking at a dead man. After that, the force left. At the same time, the old monster of primordial core from the 2 forces also glanced over and then walked towards the treasure pavilion. Zichun's body was already wet with cold sweat. Even his forehead was wet. When the cold wind blew, he felt a chill. The look of the old monster of primordial core made him have an impulse to leave immediately. He was actually afraid. Rich barbarians are really strong. They don't even put the people of Black Dragon Pool and Wu Feng in their eyes. The discussion woke Zichun from his fear. I'm not that timid. He shook his head and smiled gently. He went straight to the treasure pavilion. The monk behind him also quickly followed. Scram, you ungrateful bald donkey! Zichun was furious when he saw the monk. Surprisingly, the monk did not refute Zichun's scolding. While Zichun had nowhere to vent his anger, he also felt that something was amiss. The various forces once again met in the treasure pavilion. Many people looked at the barbarians. Although they didn't have good intentions, they didn't do anything too extreme. As for Zichun and Tyrant, they headed straight for the top floor where they could exchange primordial stones. The old man from before still had his eyes closed. It was as if he didn't notice them coming. Isn't this too much of a scam? When the monk saw the exchange numbers, his expression changed several times as he subconsciously spoke. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. Senior, can we still discuss the price of these yuan stones? Don't you think this exchange method is too much? Zichen felt extremely uncomfortable being stared at by the old man. He braced himself and said, Senior, can we still discuss the price of these yuan stones? Isn't this exchange method too much? Too much? The old man smiled faintly. The two of them were silent. Clearly, they agreed. If you think it's too much, go elsewhere, the old man said again, then closed his eyes. The two of them were speechless, but they were furious. They wanted nothing more than to beat the old man up. Within a radius of several million miles, there was only one market, and there was only one place that could exchange for keystones. This was a monopoly, and there was no other place that could do it, unless they went to Chaos City. However, with their strength, it was almost impossible for them to get there safely. Forget it. Let's go buy some vital energy pills. It's more worth it. Zichen couldn't help but urge the monk to leave. For some reason, the old man's eyes were closed, but Zichen felt like he was being spied on. The monk seemed to feel the same. He turned and left. Wait! Suddenly, the old man's voice sounded. The two of them stopped and turned to look at the old man in confusion. Are you friends of the young mistress? The old man suddenly asked. The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand. If you want to exchange vital stones, we can talk about that. However, you have to tell me what your relationship with Fairy Yu is first. Zichen frowned. He didn't know how to answer. We're friends of Fairy Yu. We've known each other for a long time. We've been through thick and thin together. The monk reacted quickly. However, just as Zichen heaved a sigh of relief, the monk pointed at Zichen and said, He's called Zichen. He has a special relationship with Fairy Yu. The two of them stayed in the same room last night. Zichen was so angry that his nose almost went crooked. This the *MN monk. He was even willing to betray his friends for some vital stones. How could he be so ungrateful? He didn't look like a monk at all. Oh, is that so? The old man looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head like a rattledrum. He quickly said, Old man, don't listen to his nonsense. We're just friends. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time. Furthermore, I didn't have a place to stay yesterday. So, please don't worry. We only talked about the past and didn't do anything else. Zichen quickly explained. He wasn't a blabbermouth like the monk. Furthermore, he couldn't simply admit to such things. Although he hadn't talked to Fairy Yu about the Shangguan family in detail, he could tell from Fairy Yu's expression that she didn't have a good life in the Shangguan family. If he didn't answer well, he would be finished if the old man smacked him to death. This was the old man's territory. All the rules were set by him. Furthermore, Zichen didn't believe that the old man he couldn't see through was an ordinary person. Oh, from what you're saying, you're just friends? The old man asked with a smile. Yes, just friends. Zichen nodded. Then since you're just friends, the exchange rate for each type of keystone will be reduced by 5. The old man smiled faintly and closed his eyes once more. No, elder, you've misunderstood. How could they possibly be ordinary friends? Back in the barbarian lands, Zichen already liked Yu Xianzi, and Yu Xianzi was also interested in Zichen. The two of them were in love with each other. The monk hurriedly explained. Then they can't be ordinary friends. How could they be ordinary friends? Old man, think about it. Would Fairy Yu ask an ordinary friend to stay in the same room in the middle of the night? Furthermore, they're a single man and woman. Zichen was dumbfounded. Was this really just a monk? Why was he even more of a ruffian than a local ruffian? What nonsense! Since that's the case, why won't he admit it? Old man, think about it carefully. How could you have the nerve to ask such a thing? The monk smiled ambiguously. Haha, that's right. It's my fault for being muddle-headed. I shouldn't have asked so carefully. Young people are always so thin-skinned. Since that's the case, if you want to exchange for keystones, You can exchange them according to this price. The old man laughed heartily. He then pointed at the price of exchanging high-grade vitality stones for low-grade vitality stones and said, Chapter 442. His nonsense had actually been exchanged for close to 3 times the profit. This was simply a huge profit. The monk's heart was filled with joy. He took out some essence stones and was about to exchange them. However, Zichen hesitated and looked at the old man warily. Zichen felt that it was unreal to receive 3 times the profit from an unfathomable old man for no reason. "Little guy, you're worried about the auction, aren't you?" The old man smiled, as if he had seen through Zichen's thoughts. He said, "The primordial stones used in the auction are all of high quality. Then let's exchange." "Old man, let's exchange." Monk was pleasantly surprised. "We'll exchange everything for high-grade vitality stones." Zichen was still frowning. He didn't appear as enthusiastic as Monk. After a moment of silence, he finally cupped his fists and said, "Senior, is there something you want me to do?" "Little guy, you're thinking too much." The old man looked at Zichen and said, "I'm only making things easy for you because of your relationship with Yuxienzi. As for me, I'm already so old. Why would I need a little guy like you?" "All right." Zichen nodded in the end as if he had made a decision. "Then I'll have to trouble you." After that, the two exchanged their vitality stones. Looking at the pile of vitality stones in front of him, the old man was stunned even though he was prepared. There were too many vitality stones. There were hundreds of millions of them. In terms of high-grade vitality stones, it was tens of thousands. The old man was slightly stunned. "Senior, is there a problem with these vitality stones?" Zichen asked. "No problem, no problem." The old man was startled. All of their vitality stones, including the vitality stone fragments, had been exchanged. Now, they only had tens of thousands of high-grade vitality stones. This was a huge sum of money. Even Danyuan Old Monster would be tempted. The monk was very happy and even a little excited. Zichen, on the other hand, was surprised that the old man had so many upper-grade primordial stones. "Hey, you're here too." After the exchange, Yuxienzi walked up and was surprised to see the two. At the same time, Yuxienzi smiled sweetly at the old man. "Elder, we will take our leave." The two cupped their fists together and nodded at Yuxienzi before heading downstairs. "Second Grandpa, are they here to exchange for primeval stones?" The old man nodded. "That's right, I gave them 10,000 low-grade primal stones, the price of 1 high-grade primal stone." Yuxienzi opened her mouth slightly and made an exaggerated expression. Ah! Even though Yuxienzi wasn't well-versed in the ways of the world, she knew that even in Chaos City, no one was willing to pay such a high price. This meant that her second grandpa was going to lose out on this deal, and lose a lot of money at that. "What do you think of Zichen?" the old man suddenly asked. Zichen. A smile appeared on Yuxienzi's face as she thought of Zichen. "He's very nice. We're friends, and we've known each other for a long time. I keep feeling that this little guy is very mysterious, and I can't see through him. Can you tell me more about him?" The old man had seen Zichen twice. The first time, the little guy wanted to buy a pill weapon, which gave him a fright. The second time was just now. Such a good thing had fallen into his lap, but he actually hesitated over it, and the primal stones he took out shocked him. He knew that Zichen came from a barbarian land that lacked resources. However, he was only in the early stage of the flight realm, and he could take out wealth that even a core old monster might not have. Careful, cautious, and daring. The old man was very curious about Zichen. "That's fine." Yuxienzi nodded. Then she began to talk about the legend of Zichen. She talked about such things for several hours. Yuxienzi spoke with great interest, and a smile appeared on her face the entire time. The old man nodded continuously, and his eyes flickered with astonishment. If he had to evaluate Zichen's experience, it would be a miracle. The fact that he was still alive was a miracle in itself. He has the strength to kill someone in the flight realm at the 9th stage of true essence. It seems that I know where his wealth comes from. The old man smiled. It seems that he has quite a few good things on him. Second Grandpa, what are you talking about? Yu Xianzi asked. I heard Monk say that you're interested in Zichen, and he's interested in you. You two can be considered to be mutually agreeable, the old man said with a smile. How could that be? Yu Xianzi blushed. She whispered. I've only met him a few times. How could I possibly like him? Moreover, he's so outstanding, and has several close female friends. Yu Xianzi and Zichen had indeed only met twice. However, in the Moonlight Pavilion, she heard stories about Zichen every day. Moreover, when Zichen was being hunted down by various major factions, the Moonlight Pavilion wanted to recruit him. As a result, many female disciples spread rumors that their master was going to betroth them to Zichen, and they often made fun of her. Yu Xianzi had also been paying attention to Zichen's affairs. Although she had only met him twice, she couldn't remember how many times she had seen him in her heart. He's outstanding, but he's only one person. You're the little fairy of our Shangguan family. You're peerless, and you're more than enough to be a good match for Zichen, the old man said with a smile. Really? Yu Xianzi looked at the old man and asked. Am I really a fairy? Of course, you're our little fairy. Suddenly Yu Xianzi's expression dimmed. But my true identity is that of an ugly duckling. No one in the family acknowledges me. Don't worry, they'll acknowledge you very soon. When the time comes, you'll be the real fairy of the Shangguan family. We'll have Zichen personally go to the Shangguan family to propose marriage. Moreover, we'll set up layers of obstacles for him so that he'll know how to cherish what he has. The old man patted Yu Xianzi's head and smiled kindly. Hee hee. Yu Xianzi smiled happily as if she was imagining that scene. She was very satisfied. However, she quickly sobered up. He's very smart and very strong. However, he's very slow when it comes to relationships. None of his 3 close female friends are weak. It'll be too difficult for him to take the initiative to propose marriage. It won't be difficult. Second Grandpa promises that it won't be difficult at all. When the time comes, Second Grandpa will personally set a test for him. Yu Xianzi leaned into the old man's embrace. The old man gently patted her back with a kind smile on his face. Let's go, let's go. Compared to the heartwarming scene upstairs, Tyrant was clearly in a rush. He was still excited about exchanging for keystones. He pulled Zichen away. I'm not leaving, said Zichen indifferently. Are you crazy? Do you still want to exchange for that lousy pill weapon? If you want to exchange for it, you have to be alive to use it. There are so many core eccentrics here. They'll tear you apart, said Tyrant. Even so, I can't leave, said Zichen. If you're not leaving, then I'm leaving. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Then scram, you ungrateful monk. I really wonder if you're a monk. Has your benevolent heart been eaten by a dog? Sneered Zichen. Humph, there's no point in saying more. I'm leaving. But before Tyrant could leave, a startled cry rang out. I've found the virtuous wanderer's tracks. He's outside the city. What? The virtuous wanderer has appeared? Yes, he's outside the city. The barbarian Bull Village and the Sunset Mountain have already gone after him. Discussions rang out one after another. Then, more people walked out of the market, wanting to see who the virtuous wanderer was. Where are you going? Asked Tyrant when he saw Zichen turn and leave. Back to the inn to sleep. Why don't you go see the virtuous wanderer? He's appeared. Idiot, don't you know if he's appeared or not? Looking at Zichen's disappearing figure, Tyrant's expression kept changing. In the end, he said, Damn it! You wanted to die, but you dragged me down with you. Fine, I won't leave either. After you die, I'll return the treasure to its rightful owner, and I'll collect your corpse. With that, he went straight to the inn. Zichen did not leave the city because his whereabouts had always been under the surveillance of those who wanted to see him. He went straight to the inn, and Tyrant quickly caught up. Being chased all the way, he still has such a temperament. He really is extraordinary. On the top floor of the 10,000 treasure pavilion, the old man's benevolent smile grew even wider. The cultivators chasing the virtuous wanderer quickly returned with nothing to show for it. 2 days later, more cultivators found the virtuous wanderer. Many of them chased after him, but after 4 hours, they returned without any results. After that, the same thing happened every 2 or 3 days. The virtuous wanderer appeared again and again, but they couldn't find him. Over the past few days, more and more cultivators came to the market. It almost felt like it was overcrowded. All the powers in the central region had gathered here, waiting for the auction to begin. Many of them were mortal enemies, but in the market, they were all restrained. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the deterrence brought by the superpowers was. As the auction approached, the people in the 10,000 treasure pavilion were nervously preparing for it. The 10th day quickly arrived, and the auction began. On this day, all the nascent core old monsters gathered. Their bodies emitted powerful auras as they entered the auction with invitation letters. It was also at this time that news of the virtuous wanderer's appearance came again. This time, it seemed to be very real. As a result, the leaders of the barbarian bull stronghold and the setting sun mountain all left the auction house, leading people to chase after the virtuous wanderer. At the same time, the people from the Black Dragon Pool and Wu Lu Feng also joined in the pursuit of the virtuous loose cultivator. The reason was none other than the fact that the auction this time was a competition between the old monsters of the core Yuan realm. They, who were in the air, could not interfere at all. Ziqin and Tyron also came to the auction, ready to give it a try. What was worth mentioning was that during these 10 days, Ziqin had been living with Yu Xianzi. Every day, he would ask for the 5,000 origin stones from the previous room, which made Jing Feng vomit blood in anger. Ziqin and Yu Xianzi's relationship seemed to have become even closer because they were living together. Just as Boss Butterball had said, the luxurious room was very large and had many rooms. Apart from the intimate conversation that night, the two didn't talk much afterward. With Ziqin and the monks' identities, they could only stay in the hall. Following the start of the auction, one item after another was displayed. They were all rare goods that the original core eccentrics didn't care about. Some of them were in the air, bidding for them. When all the items were auctioned off, the last pill weapon appeared. Next, we'll begin the auction for the pill weapons. However, before the auctioneer could finish his words, a powerful energy burst out from the auction hall. In the next moment, the energy burst out and the auction hall exploded. P.S. On the last day of this month, there's still a gap from the 300,000 word update. I definitely won't be able to make it back. I'll continue next month. As for the number of updates next month, I can only say that I'll try my best. I won't guarantee it anymore. Otherwise, if I can't keep my promise, I'll lose my credibility. Chapter 443. Boom! Terrifying energy swept out, and the auction hall exploded. In an instant, dozens of nascent core old monsters attacked, and the destructive energy rippled out in all directions. Everyone in the air bore the brunt of the destructive energy, and was swept away by it. Screams, shouts, and cries for help rang out unceasingly. The sudden change turned the place into a living hell, and tragedies occurred one after another. No one was able to react to this sudden change. In the entire auction hall, more than 80% of the experts died in an instant. Screams rang out unceasingly. Many cultivators were killed by the energy, and their bodies were crushed to pieces. Only spirit rings were thrown out of the energy from time to time. The auction hall exploded, and the entire market shook as if it was about to collapse. What happened? It's the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. It suddenly exploded. Isn't there an auction going on? Why did it suddenly explode? The cultivators in the market were in an uproar. They all looked toward the auction hall, which had become the center of the energy storm. Everything was being destroyed. Moreover, the storm was spreading, and even the place close to the Myriad Treasure Pavilion was affected by the destructive energy. The auction hall exploded, and the energies swept out crazily. Figures soared into the sky from the energy storm. There were dozens of them, and they all emitted nascent core auras. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these nascent core old monsters were all from the 4 major powers of the central region. Screams were still echoing, and the eyes of these nascent core old monsters were filled with killing intent. It's the 4 major powers of the central region. They are attacking the auction hall. Could it be that they want to join forces to attack this market? Heavens, they are openly challenging the superpowers of the chaotic lands. Everyone's expression changed, and they felt it was inconceivable. How dare you attack the market? Are you not putting the Shangguan clan in your eyes? A cold voice sounded, and a figure flew out from the energy storm. It was a middle-aged man with nascent core aura surging around him. He was the guardian of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, more figures appeared. These were also nascent core old monsters, the guardians of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Their situation was not good. If their clothes were not torn, then there was blood at the corner of their mouths. They were more or less injured. Just now, each of them had suffered the sudden attack of several core origin old monsters. It was already a miracle that they hadn't died. You dared to cause trouble here? What gall! Activate the Grand Formation and seal off the outpost. Today, not a single one of you will be able to escape, said the middle-aged man. His voice was cold as it echoed throughout the outpost. Your Shangguan clan has occupied the market for so many years and reaped so much profit from it. Today, it's time for this place to change owners. At the side of the 4 transcendent powers, cold voices rang out as the 4 transcendent powers walked out. These were 4 imposing figures. Since they dared to attack the market, they were naturally not afraid. Everyone in the market, listen up. If you see anyone from the 4 major powers, kill them without mercy. Humph, they dared to offend the Shangguan clan. After today, the 4 major powers of the central region will be erased from the bedlam. A crazy killing intent surged around the middle-aged man. Beside him, the other original core old monsters were also filled with killing intent. Haha, what a good kill without mercy! Laughter could be heard from the side of the 4 great forces. Then, an even crazier killing intent surged. If you kill without mercy, then we'll kill everyone in the market. Kill, leave no one alive, said the 4 transcendent powers, their voices spreading far and wide. As soon as they finished speaking, battle cries instantly rang out. The experts of the 4 major powers swarmed in from outside the outpost. They had come prepared. Yukong, who was guarding the gate of the market, had already been killed. Their killing intent spread out as they rushed into the market and killed all the cultivators in front of them. Battle cries rang out from all directions. Blade lights and sword shadows flashed. Swift and fierce attacks appeared repeatedly. Blood instantly dyed the market square red. This market square that had not seen a battle for hundreds or even thousands of years had ushered in a reign of terror today. Buzz. The void trembled as the grand formation of the market was finally activated. A light shield like an inverted bowl covered the entire market, shining brilliantly. Now that the market was closed, no one could enter or leave. Only when one side was completely dead would the grand formation be reactivated. Some of the forces with assets in the market that were dependent on the Shangguan clan also sent out protectors to kill the people of the 4 great forces. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant, and from the beginning, it had reached its climax. The battle was very fierce. Damned things, coming to the market to behave atrociously. Today, you won't be able to leave. You 4 great forces, have you eaten the guts of a leopard? From now on, I'll remove your names. In the chaotic battle, curses were constantly heard. At the same time, blood splattered, and broken limbs were constantly flying. The entire market had turned into an even bigger hell on earth. As the fierce battle broke out, large numbers of Yukong died. After that, their spirit rings became the target of the various forces. Boom! A small trading area was blasted open by dozens of people in the air. Immediately after, a beautiful energy attack rushed in. In the chaos, Yukong were killed one after another. Dozens of Yukong entered in a line. With a wave of their hands, the items on the trading table were taken away. In this huge market, this was just a small microcosm. In other places, similar scenes were also playing out. The four great forces were well prepared. They had been plotting for months in advance. As soon as they entered the market, they launched wave after wave of effective attacks. They pushed from one end of the market to the other. Everywhere they passed, cultivators died, and buildings collapsed. Boom! As the earth shook, the door of the inn where Zichen was staying was blasted open by many beautiful attacks. Dozens of Yukong from the four great forces rushed in. Their eyes had already turned red from the killing, and they had also entered a frenzied state of snatching. As for this inn, its daily income was unimaginable, and it became their next target. Pun! But as soon as they rushed in, a terrifying energy came out of the inn. The next moment, dozens of Yukong who had entered vertically flew out horizontally. Their eyes were filled with horror. Their bodies twitched on the ground, and then there was no sound. Dozens of people were all dead. How dare you come to the Jing family's inn to behave atrociously? You're courting death. A cold voice resounded from the inn. Immediately after, the aura of a primal core realm cultivator spread out. The four great forces had thousands of Yukong cultivators. As soon as dozens of people died here, the other Yukong cultivators sensed that something was wrong and launched another wave of attacks. Streaks of sword light and blade light were like hidden weapons, emitting sharp whistling sounds as they flew toward the inn. The next moment, the inn exploded. A powerful aura appeared. The origin core realm old monster appeared. The void trembled, and the sky changed color. The origin core realm old monster threw a palm forward. It was like a palm print that covered the sky. It swept over dozens of people again. Bang! Bang! In the explosion, dozens of people were destroyed by the palm print. Their vitality disappeared. It's the origin core realm old monster. Retreat! Retreat! Find the Lord. The expressions of the Yukong cultivators changed. They couldn't fight against an origin core realm cultivator. Don't even think about leaving! The origin core realm old monster roared. Monstrous spiritual power surged and enveloped the remaining dozens of Yukong cultivators. He was about to kill them. But then, an origin core realm old monster of the four great forces rushed over and saved these people. The Yukong cultivators still had lingering fear. Without waiting for the origin core realm old monster to speak, they all retreated and continued to attack the next place. On the ground, a group of Yukong cultivators was sweeping through like a bulldozer. Wherever they passed, all the buildings were flattened. The wealth and Yukong cultivators were all killed. Wherever they passed, they were almost unimpeded. But just as they were about to push into the central area, they suffered a destructive attack. These were the late-stage Yukong cultivators recruited by the Shangguan clan. They were the protectors of the market. They gathered together and formed a large scale to launch an effective counterattack. In an instant, the casualties of the four great forces increased. In the sky, a fierce battle broke out. Many origin core realm old monsters began another chaotic battle. But compared to the Yukong cultivators, the vitality of the origin core realm old monsters was stronger. Even in the chaotic battle, they wouldn't die immediately. The number of origin core realm old monsters of the Shangguan clan was also very large. Together with the protectors of the other forces, the number of people added up was no less than the four great forces. The scale of the fierce battle between dozens of origin core realm old monsters was so large that it caused the space in the sky to constantly shatter and shatter. The aura of destruction spread, causing more buildings to collapse. Even the light shield was violently impacted, rippling constantly. The light shield kept twisting, as if it couldn't bear it any longer. Boom! In the fierce battle, the light shield above the market couldn't hold on any longer. With a loud bang, it exploded and turned into energy and disappeared. Run! Get out of here! Even more cultivators let out shouts as they rushed out of the outpost as soon as the shield of light was broken. The endless slaughter had scared them out of their wits. At this moment, individual combat power was almost useless. With a large number of attacks coming, Unless it was a origin core realm old monster, everyone else would inevitably die. So more people chose to flee. The moment the light shield broke, two groups of figures rushed out of the destructive energy in the central area and rushed out at high speed. One of the groups was led by Butterball. He led several origin core protectors to protect Xingfeng as they ran out of the market. The other group was led by Yu Xianzi. She was led by the old man on the top floor and a few people who came with her. They flew in another direction. The four great overlords of the four great forces watched this scene coldly. No one stopped them and let them leave. It was as if their goal was only the market. The light shield is broken. Hurry up and leave. At the same time, a voice came out of the destructive energy. Then two more figures appeared. Both of them emitted golden light and rushed out of the market. I told you to hurry up and leave. You didn't listen and insisted on participating in this stupid auction. Look at what happened now. A long-winded voice came out of the group. When the origin core realm old monsters in the sky saw these two figures, even though they were powerful, they were still stunned. These two people were actually flying. One was in the early stage, and the other was in the middle stage. They actually survived the destructive energy. Chapter 444. The horrifying palm print covered the sky and covered the sun. It appeared in the sky and slammed toward the two people who were running away. Cracks appeared in the space, and the killing intent filled the world. The two people's faces changed. Damn it! To think that they would target us! Hurry up and stop them! The palm imprint above their heads made Tyrant so scared that his soul almost left his body. He could not help but shout out. Noisy! Zichen glared at the monk, then pointed between his eyebrows. A silver light appeared and turned into a lightning dragon. It was hundreds of meters long and filled the sky. The lightning dragon swung its tail, shattering the space. Silver light flashed, and endless lightning flashed. It went against the sky and rushed toward the palm print. Boom! The lightning dragon and the palm print collided, creating a loud explosion. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts had exploded at the same time. It was deafening. In the end, the lightning dragon and the palm print dissipated, blocking the attack. The two figures turned into two beams of light and rushed into the distance. In the sky, the original core realm old monster was stunned again. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A mere early-stage Zephyr had blocked the attack of the original core realm old monster. Below, many Zephyrs saw this scene and were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? How could Zephyr block the attack of the original core realm old monster? But this kind of stupefaction only lasted for a moment before it was interrupted by a shout. That's the virtuous cultivator. He changed his appearance. It must be him. Yes, it's him. Rumor has it that he blocked the attack of the original core realm old monster in the outer region with the same method. It's him. That damn virtuous cultivator. The Zephyrs of the barbarian Bull Village and the Sunset Mountain were gnashing their teeth. They wanted to tear the virtuous cultivator apart. But Wu Lu Feng and the Black Dragon Pool's Zephyrs kept changing their expressions after seeing this scene. They were still in disbelief. How could it be him? They saw the appearance of the golden figure in a glance. That's a barbarian. How could it be the virtuous cultivator? Yes, I saw it clearly. It's a barbarian. I've been watching him all day. I can't be wrong. He's a barbarian. I thought he died in the auction hall. I didn't expect him to still be alive. The people from the two major powers had opposing views. They were definitely rich barbarians. The tyrant barbarian is the virtuous cultivator. Damn it, he changed his appearance. He actually took the primordial stones he swindled from us and came here to act like a tycoon. That damned rich barbarian. So the virtuous loose cultivator we were looking for is him. He had been wandering around under our noses all this time. Soon, Zichen's identity was revealed. He was both the virtuous loose cultivator and the tyrant barbarian. In an instant, boundless killing intent surged. Many people took to the air and chased after Zichen. And in the sky, After hearing the cries of alarm from below, 2 Primal Corps elders left the battlefield and chased after Zichen. "Oh no, they've caught up!" the monk shouted. "Shut up! Let's go!" Zichen shouted. 2 golden lights flashed continuously. The entire market square was comparable to a small city. At this moment, it was being flattened bit by bit. The light barrier was broken, and many people took to the air to rush towards the outside world. After escaping from the market square, before they could breathe a sigh of relief and sigh at how good it was to be alive, they were all completely dumbfounded. They saw that many people had already gathered around the market square. All of them were filled with killing intent, surrounding the market square. Leading them were the 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool. Wu Liufeng's Black Tiger Peak Master, Sunset Mountain's Luosin, and Barbarian Bull Village's Pu Ming. They had brought their true elites and had been guarding outside. Their goal was to not let anyone go. Even a fly or a mosquito couldn't fly past them alive. They really wanted to make sure that no one was left alive. Kill! 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 As the leaders of the 4 major powers spoke, cold killing intent filled the air. Then, dazzling attacks continuously rose up. Those who had just rushed out began to fall. At this moment, the number of people sent out by the major powers was several times more than what they had announced to the outside world. Kill! Let's kill our way out too! In the market square, there were many rogue cultivators. At this moment, those who had escaped were already densely packed. After seeing the people around them die one by one, they began to form simple alliances amidst the chaos. Soon, some effective counterattacks appeared. The people of the 4 major powers suffered casualties. However, compared to the number of rogue cultivators who had died, these casualties were simply negligible. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions sounded outside the market, and a terrifying energy swept through the area. Xingfeng and Yu Xianzi's protectors had already killed their way out. Among the 4 major powers, a large number of people in the air began to die. A large gap appeared in the encirclement. But soon, this gap was blocked by black-clothed people who soared into the sky. The aura they emitted was the aura of the Origin Core Realm. They were all Origin Core Realm old monsters. There were many of them. All of them were masked and dressed in black. Without saying a word, they charged towards the 4 major powers. The masked people who suddenly appeared were very strong. They blocked the 4 major powers in an instant. However, before the 4 major powers could cheer, one by one, they began to scream. Because these masked people attacked indiscriminately. Their ruthless attacks were only for the sake of destroying their enemies. Their frenzied attacks engulfed many of the 4 major powers and killed them instantly. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Leave the battlefield to them! The few leaders kept shouting. Thus, the rest of the people in the air retreated, leaving enough space for them to fight. I already felt that something was wrong. You also felt it, but you didn't leave. Now you're being chased. Zichen and Tyrant were running, but Tyrant kept nagging. Shut up! Zichen was furious and shouted. Isn't it all because of you, you greedy monk? If you didn't want to take advantage of us, why would we stay here? If you can sense it, how could other people not be able to sense it? That old man was so kind to exchange yuan stones for you at a loss. Could it be that you were just bragging? If you had left then, I'm afraid you would have been slapped to death instantly. Zichen said angrily. Humph, then we could have left quietly. Besides, was I the only one who was greedy? You exchanged more vitality stones than me. Tyrant was still stubborn, but his aura had weakened a lot. Zichen and Tyrant had already felt that something was wrong from the attitude of the 2 major powers, but they had never expected that these people would be so bold as to attack the market. After the 2 of them appeared, the battle had already begun. Seeing the densely packed people in the air, even the 2 of them who had great battle strength were completely dumbfounded. These 4 major powers are so generous. Are they trying to kill everyone in the market? The 2 of them were shocked. But at this time, the battle cries behind them had already sounded. Stop them! He's the virtuous loose cultivator, also a local tyrant. The local tyrant is the same person as the virtuous loose cultivator. Don't let him escape. Their voices had already arrived. Several people shouted together. Their voices were like thunder, spreading throughout the entire market. What? Upon hearing this, the leaders all widened their eyes and looked towards the sky, just in time to see the monk and Zichen rushing towards them at top speed. Damn it, kill! The leaders shouted angrily. Almost every one of them had a grudge against Zichen. The 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool had been repeatedly scolded by Zichen in the market. Their hearts were already filled with anger, and they wanted to eat each other alive. Needless to say, the Black Tiger Peak Master had been scolded by Zichen. He was almost angered to death. Naturally, there was a huge grudge between the two sides. As for Luosun of the Sunset Mountain and Pu Meng of the Barbarian Bull Stronghold, Zichen had turned into the virtuous loose cultivator and robbed them of their wealth. The grudge between them was even greater than the Black Tiger Peak Masters. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large number of attacks rushed towards Zichen. Then numerous figures flew towards Zichen. Virtuous loose cultivator, give me your life! Tyrant loose cultivator, today is the day you die! Many of them soared into the air and charged towards Zichen with overflowing killing intent. They had the advantage in numbers, so they weren't afraid of Zichen at all. And those who hadn't seen Zichen's strength naturally couldn't imagine how strong Zichen was. They also couldn't understand how the title of Invincible in the Sky came about. Looking at the incoming attacks, Zichen glanced at the monk and calmly said, "Monk, whether you live or die, it's up to the heavens. Amitabha, this poor monk's life is very long. Benefactor, please be careful." The monk's expression turned serious. He had once again become a qualified monk. Then, the two of them turned into golden light and rushed towards the gorgeous attacks. Zichen was like a beam of light as he weaved between the attacks, dodging them one after another. Occasionally, there would be some energy attacks that would hit him, but they were all relatively weak and could not even break through his defense. Swish! 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 Dodging left and right, Zichen passed through a large number of attacks. Although his clothes were torn in many places, there wasn't a single injury on his body. He could be considered unharmed. Such a scene stunned everyone. They had personally experienced Zichen's extreme speed. Just as Zichen turned into golden light and rushed forward, they once again felt Zichen's unparalleled strength. They felt why he was called invincible in the sky. Pfft! Wherever the golden light passed, blood splattered. A head flew high. The opponent's shocked expression had already frozen. His spiritual sense had been destroyed. Pun! Blood rained down. Golden light flashed, and a brilliant fist light illuminated the world. A sky expert was blown apart by Zichen. At the same time, Zichen displayed his extreme speed. In an instant, he dodged dozens of attacks. Holding a golden sword in his hand, he rushed in front of dozens of sky experts. The golden sword was refined by Su Long with diamond. It was very sharp. The dozens of people didn't even feel pain before their bodies were cut in half. In the blink of an eye, he killed more than a dozen people. Such combat strength was almost comparable to the core realm old monster. It was shocking. Kill him! The Black Tiger Peak Master shouted from behind. The sledgehammer in his hand was trembling. He seemed to be looking for the right time to use it to kill the enemy in one blow. At this moment, in Zichen's arms, the demon ape moved. It poked out its small head and waved its small paw at the Black Tiger Peak Master. The next moment, the Black Tiger Peak Master felt like he was shackled. His body couldn't move. Swish! Just as he was in a state of shock and confusion, a beam of golden light had already rushed in front of him. Chapter 445. Zichen appeared with a sinister smile on his face. The long sword in his hand slashed forward. The golden sword turned into a beam of golden light and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, Zichen had already rushed in another direction. Looking at the Black Tiger Peak Master again, the two giant hammers in his hands had already been split into two parts. The cut was neat and clean. The hammerheads fell from the sky to the ground, while the handles were still in his hands. The spiritual weapons that he had painstakingly forged were instantly cut apart. At the same time, his protective light shield was also silently shattered, and his body was also cut apart. His eyes were filled with shock. His life was fading away. The dignified leader of Wu Lufeng was killed by Zichen in a single exchange. As the strongest leader, Black Tiger was definitely not that weak. It was just that the demonic ape's methods were too strange. It imprisoned him for a short period of time, making him unable to move. As a result, he was killed by Zichen in a single strike. Zichen held the long sword in his hand. The sword light kept flashing. As the golden light swept across, another dozen people were killed. Ah, the Black Tiger Peak Master is dead. The Nouveau Riche barbarian killed the Black Tiger Peak Master in a single exchange. Avenge the Black Tiger Peak Master. At this moment, the others finally reacted. They all shouted and turned to even more gorgeous attacks. They fell from the sky and enveloped Zichen. With the long sword in his hand, golden light circulated around it. It was abnormally sharp. Zichen was invincible. Everywhere he passed, people fell from the sky. Under his feet, the 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared, and his speed was displayed to the extreme. He was like a real ray of light, flashing left and right. However, every time his figure flashed, one or a group of people would fly into the air and die a violent death. Zichen's expression had been filled with murderous intent before. Now, he was neither happy nor sad. It was as if he had entered an ethereal state. His methods were still as ruthless as before. Everywhere he passed, there would be people falling from the sky. However, he had turned this ruthlessness into an existence comparable to art. It was originally a bloody method, but it had a kind of artistic beauty. The strong contrast made people want to vomit blood. A misty light was emitted from his body, and his expression was neither sad nor happy. As the sword light flickered, one by one, they were cut down in midair and fell from the sky. Holy *T! To think that he can enter such a deep state of comprehension in the middle of a battle. This poor monk has gone blind. Just what is he trying to comprehend? In the distance, the monk who saw this opened his eyes wide and was completely dumbfounded. In the past 2 years, Zichen had successfully created a doppelganger with extraordinary battle strength, which had already made him envious and jealous. Now that he was facing a life-and-death battle, he once again fell into a deep state of comprehension. This made the monk speechless. A moment of distraction caused 2 cuts to appear on the monk's robes. He was almost injured. Hence, he didn't want to be distracted again to prevent himself from dying. Zichen's every move was disorderly, and had no order at all. He swung his sword left and right as if he was just fooling around. However, there were always people who died in midair. They couldn't defend against Zichen's casual slashes. The monk noticed the abnormality once again. His pupils suddenly shrank as he exclaimed, "No, he's not comprehending a battle skill. It's his footwork. His extreme speed footwork has improved again. Could it be that he's about to break through again?" Golden light flashed beneath Zichen's feet as he displayed a strange footwork. He had already exited from the golden light state and returned to his human form. However, every step he took seemed to shrink the ground into an inch. His speed was even faster than the light from before. With every step he took, he would arrive in front of one or several people in midair. After that, he would casually swing his sword. Although there was no battle skill to speak of, the sharpness of the golden sword was still able to cut down those people in midair. Damn it! Just what is going on? In the distance, the other leaders of the midair felt a chill in their hearts. Their opponent's figure was like a ghost, completely unfathomable. Furthermore, he had rushed into the encirclement of the midair by himself. Wherever he passed, corpses would fall from the sky. Form the formation and kill! The 4 leaders of the Black Dragon pools shouted. In the next moment, silhouettes soared into the sky. There were dozens of them in the midair, forming a huge formation from all directions. As the brilliance flashed, rays of light soared into the sky, forming a huge net in the air. The energy aura was circulating. "This is the Black Dragon Pool's Skynet Trap Formation. Everyone, retreat quickly!" The other leaders exclaimed and signaled for the Midair to retreat. The Skynet Trap Formation was very famous in this region. It was said that no one could break out of it when some Midair warriors joined forces. It could even trap a master. This was just a trap formation. Other than that, there was also a ground net killing formation. It was said that the Midair warriors could kill core realm old monsters if they joined forces. All of the Midair warriors retreated. The battle in the sky was left to the people of the Black Dragon Pool. On the other side, the other Midair warriors who were free rushed toward the monk. Compared to the bloodthirsty Zichen, the monk looked more like a monk. He was much more benevolent than Zichen. Golden light flashed around him, and he had a faint smile on his face. He looked like a Buddha. Every time he attacked, there would be golden light flashing. Although the Midair warriors were beaten to the point where they could no longer fight, they were not killed. Wherever the monk passed, Buddhist battle techniques would appear. One by one, the Laotians fell from the sky. However, unlike Zichen, these Laotians were still alive. As more Midair warriors arrived, the monk finally showed his power. The 6 runes mantra appeared. This was the highest mantra of Buddhism. It was said that when the 6 runes mantra was used, one would be invincible. There was nothing that could not be destroyed. A strange force was transmitted out, shaking the hearts of the people. In the next moment, screams were heard. Within a radius of dozens of meters, all the Midair warriors fell from the sky. Around the monk, there was a vacuum of dozens of meters. The Midair warriors who fell had blood dripping from the corner of their mouths. They had lost their combat power and could not continue fighting. "Stop him!" When Luo Xin and Pu Meng saw this, their faces changed. At the same time, they rushed to the sky, leading more Midair warriors to stop the monk. The Tian Luo trap formation fell from the sky, directly enveloping Zichen. At the same time, the formation flashed, and the trap formation was shrinking. Zichen's expression was still emotionless. He slashed the long sword in his hand upward, and a golden light flashed. Following this slash, the brilliance on the light net dimmed, and there were signs of it shattering. "Not good, his attack is too strong. Everyone, use all your strength to activate the formation." The Midair warriors who were controlling the trap formation were shocked. Then, their bodies glowed, and they used all their strength to activate the trap formation. The long sword in Zichen's hand flashed continuously, and a series of sharp attacks appeared. But this time, the effect was not good. Not only did it not break the formation, but it also increased the speed of the formation's contraction. Golden light flashed under his feet, and Zichen arrived beside one of the Midair warriors. He swung his sword, and the golden light flashed, but it was blocked by a ray of brilliance. At the same time, a huge force rushed towards Zichen. Zichen's figure flashed again, easily dodging the attack. At the same time, he arrived in front of the second Midair warrior. Sword light flashed again, but just like before, the Tian Luo trap formation was fully activated, displaying unparalleled defensive power. For a moment, Zichen's figure was blocked. "Haha, tyrant barbarian, no matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape today." The 4 cave masters of the Black Dragon Pool laughed maniacally. They did not participate in the Tian Luo trap formation. Instead, they were commanding the Earth Net killing formation, preparing to kill Zichen. "Zichen is actually trapped." In the distance, the monk saw this scene, and his expression kept changing. He was hesitating whether to help or not. At this moment, he was not relaxed either. Facing the attacks of the Midair warriors, and the 2 leaders who were sneaking up on him from time to time, the strongest defensive light shield had been broken through several times. The ethereal feeling around Zichen was still there. He flashed in the trap formation that was shrinking continuously, and the sword light in his hand moved without any pattern. However, he could no longer destroy the enemies. "You're really greedy. You're already trapped to this extent, and your life is almost gone, but you're still trying to comprehend it. The monk in the distance was furious. He wanted to come over and help, but there were more Madeira warriors on his side than on his side. I don't care. If you die, the treasure will be mine. In the end, the monk gritted his teeth and decided to let Zichen fend for himself. The battle outside the market had already reached its climax. More and more rogue cultivators launched effective counterattacks, and the rate of death gradually decreased. On the other side, Butterball displayed his powerful strength. He was actually fighting 1 against 2, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. At the same time, the guards following him were also extremely powerful, blocking the attacks of the black-clothed men. Xingfeng was protected in the middle, and he was temporarily safe. He could not interfere in the battle of the Origin Core realm. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Zichen. His opponent's strength had shocked him, but at the same time, his eyes were filled with hatred. When he saw that Zichen was trapped, he rejoiced in his misfortune. He wanted nothing more than for Zichen to die. On the other side, Yu Xianzi's group was being attacked by even more black-clothed men. They were all powerful Origin Core realm cultivators. The old man's aura far surpassed that of an ordinary Origin Core realm cultivator, but the person he was fighting also had the same battle strength as him. The two of them fought fiercely, but they were evenly matched. However, the old man who was protecting Yu Xianzi seemed to be a bit stronger. The two sides fought fiercely, but neither of them spoke. The Shangguan family's people also didn't pointlessly criticize the other side for daring to attack the Shangguan family. They were simply courting death. It wasn't hard to see that the target of these black-clothed men was Yu Xianzi. If it weren't for the old man's protection, Yu Xianzi would already be dead. The battle outside the market was very intense, but the battle inside the market was even more bitter. The battle between the 4 overlords and the dozens of Origin Core realm cultivators was even more bitter. A rain of blood was constantly falling. One Origin Core realm cultivator after another began to suffer heavy injuries. It seemed they weren't far from death. As for the entire market, it was about to be flattened by the other Imperial Void cultivators. Whether they lived or died in the future, they would definitely shake the entire chaotic region. Ah! Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rang out, spreading over a radius of dozens of miles. This was a scream that was emitted through the vibration of magic power. Many people in the air who heard it coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, clutching their heads as they tumbled down from the sky. A Origin Core realm cultivator let out a miserable cry before his death. A Origin Core realm cultivator had fallen. This cry also successfully woke up Zichen from his comprehension. Although he felt a bit regretful, he had no choice but to stop. The trapping formation had been completely sealed, and the Earth net killing formation was about to be activated. Chapter 446. Haha, prepare to die. The earthly net killing formation was formed by the 4 cave lords of the Black Dragon Pool and dozens of Yukon as support. All of the attacks were strengthened by the formation, increasing their power by several times. It was like a real net that covered the sky. Clanging sounds rang out continuously. At the same time, the spirit weapons flickered and emitted an aura that was second only to Dan weapons. They rushed towards Zichen to kill him. This was a terrifying formation that was said to be able to kill Dan Yuan old monsters. The bone-piercing killing intent made people tremble. Heaven's net trap, earthly net killing formation. It is indeed unique. However, it is still not enough to kill me. Under the soaring killing intent, Zichen's expression did not change. He was still calm. Thunder and lightning 5 evanescence. Don't disappoint me. Zichen had just made a breakthrough in his extreme speed movement technique and comprehended the 5th evanescence. This was something that Zichen had learned in the Thunder Clan's inheritance in the Saint Burial Ground. Later on, he was forcefully interrupted by Old Shang. However, all this time, Zichen had not comprehended it. It was only today that he comprehended the 5th evanescence. Golden light flickered continuously. Zichen, who had comprehended the 5th evanescence, used the extreme speed movement technique. He was no longer the golden light from before, but a real human figure. He took a step forward. His posture was elegant, as if he was walking normally. However, it gave people the feeling that he was shrinking the ground into an inch. It was as if time and space were in chaos. His figure changed along with his steps. In just a few simple steps, Zichen had already rushed out of the entrapment array and arrived outside of the grand array. This caused many Yukon cultivators to widen their eyes in shock. They did not see how he got out of the formation. Pfft! Zichen's expression turned cold again. The sword in his hand flashed, and several Yukon guards fell. The formation was completely ineffective. At the same time, golden light flashed around Zichen's body. He began to walk in the air. With every step, the sword in his hand would flash. A golden light would appear. At the same time, there would be a light sound of cutting flesh. After several steps, a rain of blood began to fall from the sky. The Yukon guards who had controlled the formation had all been killed. The Heaven's Net trap formation dissipated. At the same time, the bodies that had been cut apart by the golden sword fell to the ground. They just happened to meet the earthly net killing formation. They were instantly turned into nothingness by the numerous attacks. How is this possible? The 4 cave masters controlling the earthly net trap formation were shocked. In less than a breath's he had not only inexplicably charged, he had also killed all the Yukon guards but also the Yukon guards. However, the shock on their faces disappeared as Zichen's body was enveloped by the earth net killing formation. Zichen's body was sliced by thousands of sharp blades and instantly turned into nothingness. They all let out sighs of relief. Being trapped by the earth net killing formation, even a primal core expert would die. Finally! But before they could even finish their words, they felt a sudden pain in their lower bodies. Then, all of the magic power in their bodies started to dissipate like air. As they lowered their heads, they saw that the lower half of their bodies had already separated from their bodies and was falling towards the ground. Dead! The last 2 words were finally blurted out before their consciousness dissipated. Their bodies also began to fall. You're not dead! 3 of the 4 cave masters had died in the blink of an eye. Only one was left. He turned around in horror and looked at Zichen, who had appeared behind him. His eyes were full of horror. Zichen did not speak. He just smiled. The golden light in his hand flashed again. This time, a sword chi like a waterfall streaked across. A dozen Yukon guards died with this cave master. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Even the Heaven's Net trap formation could not destroy the enemy. The 4 strongest cave masters were killed instead. At the same time, Zichen, who had charged out of the formation, began another massacre. His speed was already very fast, and now that he had comprehended the 5th evade, he was even faster. What had been a battle of many Yukon had become a one-sided slaughter. Blood rained down. In the blink of an eye, the Yukon who had controlled the earth net trap formation had been cleanly cut down by Zichen. Furthermore, such an easy slaughter made it so that none of the Yukon dared to approach Zichen. They were all filled with terror. It was like they had seen a demon. They couldn't wait to avoid him. Such a slaughter made them completely terrified. No Yukon dared to approach him again. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant to be invincible in the Yukon. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the 2 Yukon guards in the sky attacked. The 2 of them had seen Zichen trapped and thought that they wouldn't have to do anything. But now that the Yukon guards were scared out of their wits and began to retreat, they had no choice but to attack. The void shattered, and 2 huge hands appeared. With a terrifying aura, they grabbed at Zichen. Zichen raised his head and glanced at the old man. Golden light flashed under his feet, and the 5th evade appeared, instantly dodging the 2 attacks. At the same time, the golden light under his feet flashed again, and he rushed in the direction of the monk. Not good, the barbarian is coming. Everyone, run! Yukon, who was fighting with the monk, saw this scene and screamed in fear. At this time, he couldn't care less about the monk and ran away. Attack with all your strength. He's fast, but his defense is not strong. We can kill him with one blow. Don't run. Pu Meng and Luo San shouted, motioning everyone to stop. But Zi Chen's one-sided massacre had already frightened everyone. No one dared to stop, and they were afraid that if they were too slow, they would become the target of his slaughter. Not only did their words not have the slightest effect, they even had the opposite effect, causing everyone to run even faster. What should we do? The two looked at each other and saw the answer in each other's eyes. Run! Without a moment's hesitation, the two turned around and left at an extremely fast speed. However, what was even faster than them was a golden sword sheath that flashed before their eyes. Puff! Puff! The sword sheath dissipated, and two soft sounds were heard. The two leaders fell to the ground with a shocked look in their eyes. At this time, the golden light flashed again. Zi Chen had taken the two's spiritual rings. He said to the monk, "Let's go." After that, he turned into a golden light and began to run. The monk followed closely behind. The leaders of the four forces were easily killed just like that. The fear in the hearts of the crowd grew even stronger. Before the two of them could rush over, the crowd dispersed with a loud bang and made way for them, allowing the two of them to successfully rush out of the encirclement. The two old monsters caught up in time and attacked fiercely. For a time, the sky was constantly shattered, and a sky-covering palm print appeared. Zi Chen kicked the monk away and used his rapid footwork to dodge. At the same time, he shouted, "You go first. None of you can leave." In the sky, the old monster said coldly. Then, a terrible weapon appeared. A pill weapon. One of the two old monsters had a pill weapon. At this moment, he was controlling the pill weapon to attack Zi Chen. Wherever the pill weapon passed, the void shattered like a mirror. "Damn it!" Zi Chen cursed angrily. His extremely fast footwork was no longer enough for him to escape the attacks of two core old monsters and a pill weapon at the same time. He pointed at his glabella, and the silver lightning appeared again. It went against the sky and blocked the pill weapon for Zi Chen. Rumble! In the sky, there were continuous explosions, like thousands of thunderbolts. The sound spread far and wide. During this time, there were miserable screams that shook the sea of consciousness from time to time. Another old monster had fallen. This was a bitter battle. Even the original Dan old monster's life was in danger. After dodging several attacks, Zi Chen began to flee. This place was too dangerous. He could not stay for long. At this moment, the sharpness of the world's extreme speed was revealed. The two old monsters could only watch as their opponent ran away. The distance between them grew larger and larger. What kind of speed is this? The two were completely dumbfounded. When they looked back at the monk, he had disappeared without a trace. His speed was many times faster than a rabbit's. The two were depressed, but there was nothing they could do. They could only return to the market and fight again. Damn it, even this can make him run away. In the distance, Jing Feng, whose life was not in danger yet, could not help but curse when he saw Zi Chen successfully escape. On Yu Xianzi's side, the situation was not good. The old monsters guarding her had many wounds on their bodies and were heavily injured. They were gradually losing. Only the old man from before still had enough strength. However, he had to protect Yu Xianzi and could not use his full strength. There were twice as many black-clothed people around them. At this moment, they were surrounded. They could not escape even if they wanted to. Second Grandpa, I'm sorry. I've implicated you. They don't want me to live. Yu Xianzi was in despair. Her eyes were blurred by tears. Silly girl, why are you saying this? You are the fairy of our Shangguan family. You will always be. The old man's voice was still kind, but as soon as he finished speaking, he coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. Second Grandpa. Yu Xianzi was shocked. The old man smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. I'm just a little old, and my body is not good. I might not be able to wait until you get married. There was a hint of sorrow and despair in the old man's eyes. No, Second Grandpa. Yu Xianzi cried out in alarm. Tears kept falling. Ah, the demon is back. Run! The rich barbarian is back. But soon, louder and more frightened cries covered Yu Xianzi's cry. Zichen's figure appeared in the sky again. Under the flashes of lightning, he seemed to have shrunk the ground into an inch as he flew toward them. The group of people was fleeing through the air, but those who were too slow were all killed by Zichen's sword. Zichen did not kill blindly. Instead, he went straight for Yu Xianzi. I've come to save you. Zichen shouted from far away. You're courting death. A black-clothed man snorted coldly. He struck out a palm at Zichen. The terrifying palm print shattered the void. You'll know whether I'm courting death or not when you see me. Golden light flashed under Zichen's feet. He dodged the attack in an instant and rushed toward Yu Xianzi. At the same time, he pointed at his forehead. 2 lightning dragons appeared. They became hundreds of meters long and rushed toward the prime core old monster. Boom! The 2 lightning dragons did not collide with the prime core old monster. Instead, they collided in the air and exploded. In an instant, a large area of the void was shattered. Large cracks began to spread. Chapter 447. There were many Origin Core Realm cultivators in the surroundings. Zichen wanted to save Yu Xianzi with just 2 lightning dragons, but that was clearly unrealistic. He couldn't even connect with Yu Xianzi. When the lightning dragon's energy dissipated, he was blasted away by a beam of energy. Blood trickled out of the corner of his mouth. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Zichen was already injured in just one exchange, and this was under the premise that he had an extremely fast movement technique and a powerful physique. If it were anyone else, they would have been blasted to death countless times over. Within the encirclement, Yu Xianzi was very moved when she saw Zichen arrive. She shouted at Zichen. No, Zichen, hurry up and leave! Zichen's eyes were resolute. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and moved with extreme speed again. He moved around the edges of the attacks, wanting to save Yu Xianzi. Pfft! But soon, he was swept away by another energy attack and was blasted away. This time, he didn't bleed but coughed up blood. He couldn't charge in at all. If he continued like this, he would simply be sending himself to death. You should leave. This is useless. Yu Xianzi cried out in grief. Tears flowed down her cheeks. She didn't want Zichen to die like this. Zichen didn't say anything and charged forward again. This was the price to pay for taking advantage of the situation. The old man had clearly predicted this and had given him such a huge benefit because of this. Of course, he didn't want Zichen to die. Instead, he wanted him to save Yu Xianzi. Zichen, if this continues, you'll die. Zichen was blasted away for the 3rd time. His clothes were dyed red with blood. Yu Xianzi was already sobbing silently. There was a hint of admiration in the old man's resolute eyes. It seemed that his decision back then wasn't wrong. This poor monk has come as well. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. The evil good monk turned into a beam of golden light and appeared in the distance. You damned monk, didn't you run away? Zichen scolded with a smile as he wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. This poor monk suddenly remembered that he still had a favor to repay, so he came to help. The monk said and stood side by side with Zichen. Then, the 2 of them charged forward. Golden light flickered as they both displayed their strongest techniques. Boom! The 2 of them joined hands and unleashed a terrifying energy. They no longer held back and directly shattered an Origin Core old monster's attack. Their figures advanced several meters. Swoosh! With a flash of silver light, a lightning dragon shot up into the sky, shattering the void as it rushed towards another attack. Following a heaven-shaking explosion, another attack was shattered. Like this, the 2 of them withstood one attack after another and continued to advance. Old eccentric Dainyuan's palm seals were all shattered by the 2 of them. In the distance, all the Zephyrs were dumbfounded. There were actually Zephyrs in this world who could withstand the attack of Danyuan old monster. Moreover, the 2 of them were not at the peak of Zephyr realm, but merely at the early and middle stages of Zephyr realm. The 2 of them were extremely powerful as they continuously advanced. They attracted everyone's gazes, making everyone's jaws drop to the ground. They were just too ferocious. But as they advanced, the two of them were no match for the enemy. After all, they were too weak, and the number of core elders was just too many. The two of them were sent flying, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. They were both heavily injured. Just as the two of them were about to attack again, the old man's voice sounded in their ears. "Don't waste your energy. There are too many core elders here. You won't be able to break in." At this moment, the many core elders were only here for the Shangguan family. They didn't care about the two of them. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't just be injured. "We have to break in even if we can't." Their eyes were filled with determination. "No need. It's useless. Zichen, right? You're very good. I hope you can take care of Yuer in the future and protect her," the old man said. "If I'm alive, I will." Zichen nodded solemnly. This was a promise. "All right. I'll find a way to send Yuer out. I hope you can always protect her. If there comes a day when you feel you can't protect her anymore, send her to the Shangguan family in Chaos City. Now quickly retreat. Wait for Yuer to rush out, then take her away." Hearing the old man's words, Zichen had a bad feeling. Why did these words sound like his last words? "Senior, what are you doing?" Zichen asked. "Go. Stay far away." In the middle of the encirclement, the old man lowered his head and glanced at the sobbing Yuer. He smiled kindly and said, "Second Grandpa won't be able to see our little fairy get married, so he won't be able to give your future husband a test. If you can return to the clan, tell those old fellows that they must give our fairy's future husband the most difficult test." "Grandpa Boer," Yuer cried. "Go. Zichen is waiting for you. Remember, when the time comes, you must make things difficult for Second Grandpa on his behalf." As his last words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from the old man. His entire body shone brightly. This aura made people tremble and their expressions change. The moment this aura appeared, the world completely lost its color. The wind rolled, and the clouds moved. The wind howled. It was as if the end of the world had arrived early. All the attacks that landed on the old man's body disappeared without a trace, like clay oxen entering the sea. Moreover, the old man's aura was still rising. Not good. This old man has gone crazy. He's going to self-detonate his core essence. The expressions of the surrounding original core old monsters changed. Their eyes were filled with shock. Self-detonation of core essence required the eruption of all the energy that one had cultivated in their entire life. This was extremely terrifying. It was also a method that only original core experts could use to self-destruct. "Run! Quickly run!" The group of original core black-robed men could no longer remain calm. They began to madly flee. The self-detonation of core essence was very powerful. No one could block it. "Go. Zichen is waiting for you." The old man's body was shining. His terrifying aura caused the world to lose its color. He glanced at Yuxianzi one last time and smiled benevolently. A very sharp spear appeared in his hand. The spear emitted a misty light. The instant it appeared, it expanded. Then, the old man placed Yuxianzi on top of it. With a thought, the misty light of the pill weapon carried Yuxianzi and flew in the direction of Zichen. The original core old monsters were all fleeing with all their might. No one would notice such a scene. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. Survival was the most important thing. "Grandpa Boer!" Yuxianzi cried out. Her eyes were blurred by tears. She clearly knew what was about to happen. "Go. Live well." The last trace of a benevolent smile on the old man's face froze. His entire body exploded. With his body as the center, a wave of frenzied energy began to sweep out in all directions. A destructive aura instantly spread out for several miles, and it was still spreading. Many primal core old eccentrics that were trying to escape were swallowed up by this explosive energy. Soul-shaking screams filled the air. Old freak core Yuan's body was turned into nothingness by the energy of this explosion. Even his core Yuan disappeared. The self-detonation of an original core old monster was extremely terrifying. Wherever the destructive energy passed, everything was destroyed. Everything within a 10-mile radius was turned into a black hole. Other than the original core old monster, many others also died. Zichen and Tyrant stared blankly at the destructive energy. Their hearts were bitter. An old senior had died just like that. Beside them was Yu Xianzi, who had almost fainted. She was still clutching her long spear. This was the only thing the old man had left for her. "Let's go!" Before they could express their grief, they saw a figure rushing out of the destructive energy. It was the original core old monster who had fought with the old man. He was very strong. They didn't expect him to still be alive. Then 2 more figures appeared. They were also original core old monsters. As soon as they appeared, they coughed up blood. They were heavily injured. However, judging from the powerful aura around them, they still had a powerful battle strength. Therefore, Zichen didn't say anything. He pulled Yu Xianzi and ran. Swoosh! At this moment, a sense of danger came. The cold air made people tremble from their souls. The void in front of them broke open silently. A black-robed figure flashed out. The black-robed figure's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He held a long sword that shone with cold light. The moment he appeared, he thrust it towards Yu Xianzi's heart. This scene happened so quickly that no one could react. They could only watch as the sword light pierced towards Yu Xianzi's heart. "Demonic ape!" Zichen roared. Then, he pulled Yu Xianzi to the side with all his might. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. When danger appeared, the demonic ape reacted quickly. Before Zichen could finish his words, it waved its small claws at the black-robed figure. A black shackle instantly appeared on the black-robed figure's body. However, the shackle, which had always been successful, only flashed a few times at this moment. Then it shattered. A trace of surprise could be seen in the black-robed figure's eyes. However, the black-robed figure didn't slow down. He continued to thrust his sword towards Yu Xianzi's vital point. Pfft! The sword light pierced through Yu Xianzi's body. It came out from the back of her chest. The sword light flickered, but there wasn't a single drop of blood. After being struck by the sword, Yu Xianzi's expression instantly froze. At this moment, Zichen's golden fist landed on the black-robed figure's body. With a dull explosion, the black-robed figure coughed up blood and was sent flying. While flying, Tyrant pointed his finger at the black-robed figure. A golden finger imprint landed on the black-robed figure's body, instantly creating a bloody hole. Pfft! The black-robed figure pulled out his sword. Blood spurted out from Yu Xianzi's wound. After being severely injured in just 2 strikes, the surprise in his eyes grew even stronger. He glanced at Zichen and Tyrant one more time. Then, his figure disappeared into the void. "No!" Yu Xianzi was pierced by the sword. Blood flowed out continuously. Zichen roared. He couldn't care less about chasing after his enemy. He held Yu Xianzi in his arms and blocked the 2 wounds with his hands. He didn't let the blood flow out. However, the blood continued to flow through the gaps between his fingers. He couldn't stop it no matter how hard he tried. "It's useless. They don't want me to live." Yu Xianzi's face was deathly pale. Her voice was weak. "No, you can't die. I want you to live. It doesn't matter who wants you to die." Zichen roared. His trembling hands surged with energy as he tried to block the wounds. Zichen's hands didn't tremble when he killed people. His expression didn't change either. However, at this moment, his hands were trembling. He was panicking. Chapter 448. "No!" Feeling the body in his arms gradually turning cold, Zichen screamed. His voice was mournful, and his face was filled with panic. Yu Xianzi's eyes were closed, and there was a sad smile on her face. She was like a fairy who had fallen into a deep sleep, quiet and beautiful. The old man had just left him with his last words, telling him to take good care of Yue, and now she was about to die. Zichen couldn't accept this reality. After spending so much time together, they had become friends, and Zichen didn't want anything to happen to his friend. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, as if his life was flowing away. This feeling of not being able to grasp and control made him feel fear. At this moment, Zichen truly felt inconsolable, and he felt how weak he was. "Stop howling. She's not dead yet. She just fainted. Quickly find a safe place to heal." The monk spoke, using the Buddhist lion's roar technique. It was like a wake-up call, and Zichen was instantly awakened. Yuxianzi was indeed not dead. Her neck was still trembling slightly, and he could feel her weak breathing. Although she wasn't dead, her injuries were too severe, and she wasn't far from death. If she didn't heal soon, she would definitely die. "Let's go." Zichen instantly woke up. He hugged Yue and turned to leave. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and then it shattered. A sky-covering palm print with a destructive aura slammed towards them. It was one of the original core realm old monsters. After a simple healing, one of them attacked Zichen. At the same time, the other original core realm old monsters also moved, and another round of attacks began. Boom! Zichen carried Yuxianzi and left. Lightning flashed, and golden spiritual sense flashed in his sea of consciousness. A purple-gold gourd appeared between Zichen's eyebrows. It was flowing with purple-gold light, shining with endless brilliance. It was dazzling, and one could tell at a glance that it was no ordinary item. Then, the lid of the gourd opened in the air, and a psychedelic light spat out. Then, a silver light was spat out. The silver light appeared, shining brightly, and instantly turned into a thunder dragon. It shook its head and tail, shattering the space as it flew up. Above the sky, an explosion sounded. Destructive energy swept through everything, and the void that had just healed began to shatter again. The thunder dragon palm print dissipated. Of course! Looking at the purple gold gourd in the sky, the faces of all the original core old monsters changed. A gourd that could seal such powerful lightning was naturally not an ordinary item. A strange look flashed across their eyes, followed by greed. After that, they all unleashed their strongest attacks, wanting to snatch the gourd away while destroying the enemy. This was a chase by the original core eccentrics. Each of them was incomparably powerful and unleashed attacks that could shatter space. They were determined to kill Yuxianzi. At the same time, Zichen and the monk became their targets. Between heaven and earth, silver light flickered. It was abnormally dazzling. Numerous lightning dragons soared into the sky, shattering space. With terrifying power, they exploded repeatedly in the sky. In the distance, some of the major forces in the air were already dumbfounded. Furthermore, the battle in the market was also nearing its end after the old man's self-destruction. At that moment, the people from the Shangguan family chose to flee. As long as they managed to escape, the four great powers would cease to exist in the future. And if that primal core eccentric wanted to escape, no one would be able to stop him. Clean up the battlefield and retreat quickly. The entire market had been flattened. After that, it was time to clean up the battlefield. This time, many original core eccentrics had died in battle. Most importantly, they had created a miracle and created a legend. They had actually managed to conquer a market. I hope they keep their word. In the sky, the overlords of the four great powers appeared. Although they had gained a lot this time, they had also offended the Shangguan family. Gains and losses could not be considered for the time being. The explosions in the sky were still resounding, shaking the 9 heavens. Looking at the direction where Zichen had fled, an overlord asked, "Should we go and help? Our goal is only to conquer a market. We won't participate in the battle between the major forces," said another overlord. The battle in the market had come to an end, but the battle on the other side was not. Zichen and the others were facing a great pursuit. They could lose their lives at any time. Zichen had already been injured before. His speed under the heavens was affected, and under the energy attacks, he had encountered danger several times. His injuries had worsened. The monk was not much better. His strongest defensive light shield had been broken countless times. Amitabha! The monk's body flickered with golden light as he displayed his strongest strength. The six-syllable mantra appeared repeatedly, and Buddhist battle techniques were unleashed. Buzz! At the same time, he also controlled the elixir weapon left behind by the old man. Monstrous killing intent surged, and the spear emitted a dazzling brilliance as it pierced towards the sky. The spear's power was very strong, far surpassing that of an ordinary elixir weapon. As it rose into the sky, ripples of energy spread out. The void was directly shattered, and the attacks of the original core eccentrics were continuously shattered. However, the opponent also had an elixir weapon that was stronger than them. Moreover, as the injuries from the explosion were stabilized, they could unleash even more terrifying attacks. This was destined to be a life-and-death battle. "Hurry up and leave!" Zichen shouted. Yu Xianzi's life aura was getting weaker and weaker. She could not hold on for much longer. Even if they were not killed, Yu Xianzi would die from excessive blood loss and her injuries worsened. The void silently broke open, and the sneak attack from before reappeared. The opponent's eyes were still cold, and the sharp sword in his hand pierced towards Yu Xianzi again. "Scram!" Zichen shouted. His spiritual sense had been spreading out in all directions, and he instantly discovered the abnormality. Golden light flashed around his body, making him look like a golden-armored god of war. His perfect body was displayed, and extreme energy was also crazily surging in his abdomen. At the same time, he threw out a domineering punch. Boom! This was a punch that Zichen used all of his strength. It carried the endless anger in his heart, and the dazzling fist light seemed to be burning with flames. This punch was very powerful. It was definitely Zichen's most powerful punch. It directly shattered the Shadow's spirit weapon, and at the same time, the punch landed on the opponent's body. Usually, this punch would be able to destroy the Imperial Sky, but today, it did not even kill the opponent. The Shadow coughed up blood and flew backwards. There was a hint of shock in his eyes, but he was still alive. The opponent's realm was only at the mid-stage of the Imperial Sky realm. After that, the opponent's figure flashed and completely disappeared into the void. Because of the Shadow's entanglement, the group was once again in danger. Many energies fell from the sky, and elixir weapons almost drowned them. Boom! The purple-gold gourd that danced in the air opened again. This time, the illusory light circulated, and all the lightning inside appeared, transforming into lightning dragons that rushed into the sky, instantly filling it. Amidst the explosions, Zichen and company finally rushed out, but they coughed up blood from the corner of their mouths. Their injuries worsened once again. As for Zichen, his perfect body suffered unimaginable damage in order to protect Yu Xianzi. In the sky, the pursuit continued. Their lives were in danger. At that moment, they saw a dense forest below. "There's a dense forest below. Let's go." There were many ancient trees in the dense forest that blotted out the sky and the sun. It was a very good hiding place. Zichen and the monk instantly swooped down. After a few flashes, they completely disappeared. In the sky, the primordial core old monster that was chasing them did not enter the dense forest. Instead, he attacked from the sky. A destructive palm print appeared and landed on the dense forest. Then, it exploded. The ancient trees exploded, and wood chips flew everywhere. The mountain rocks were reduced to dust, and a vacuum appeared in the dense forest. Through the vacuum, the two of them could be seen fleeing at top speed. Therefore, the few primordial core old monsters began to flatten the forest. The huge forest became a vacuum. The beasts panicked and fled in panic. The ground trembled and rumbled constantly, blocking the two of them. In the end, Zichen and the monk had no choice but to soar into the sky again and flee into the distance. The primordial core old monster sneered and kept chasing. The other party's injuries seemed to be very serious, but his speed was not slow at all. His body emitted light. Clearly, he had burned his essence energy and was truly going all out. After running for 1,000,000 miles, the two of them were finally caught up. A terrifying palm print fell from the sky and blasted them into nothingness. There was not even a drop of blood. No, this is an avatar. The primordial core old monster instantly realized that something was wrong. His expression changed and he was furious. He had been fooled. After that, they retreated one after another. Zichen and the monk ran in the opposite direction. After running another 1,000,000 miles, they found a hidden area. Now, he was going to treat Yuxianzi's injuries. However, before that, he had to deal with her injuries. Zichen looked at the monk. After the monk chanted a Buddhist mantra, he turned and left. Men and women should not touch each other. Monk, you are a monk. You can treat her injuries, Zichen called out. Amit Ba, monks are also human. The monk glared at Zichen. His figure flickered a few times and disappeared. Damn it, monks are not men! Zichen cursed. However, Yuxianzi's life was in danger. If he delayed any longer, her life would be in danger. There was not much time left for him to think. After hesitating for a while, Zichen made up his mind. After he threw the demonic ape far away, Zichen apologized to Yuxianzi. Then, he carefully tore open Yuxianzi's clothes. Yuxianzi's brows furrowed slightly, as if it had affected her wounds. Seeing her jade-like skin and smelling her alluring body fragrance at close range, Zichen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His hands trembled as he tore open the other pieces of clothing. After that, a pair of seductive jade peaks appeared. They were white, tender, and full of elasticity. They were flawless. After a quick glance, Zichen's gaze instantly shifted away. He saw the hideous wound that was incompatible with her smooth skin. It was a bloody hole. There was already black blood on the surface, and it was about to coagulate. He had to treat it first. Zichen gritted his teeth. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and carefully cleaned the wound. When he came into contact with Yuxianzi's smooth skin, his hand couldn't help but tremble, and it affected the wound. This caused Yuxianzi to feel something. Her brows furrowed together, and she slowly opened her eyes. Yes, this. Zichen was tongue-tied. He trembled as he tried to explain. However, he suddenly realized that he was stuttering and couldn't say a word. Fortunately, Yuxianzi had just woken up when she fainted again. This allowed Zichen to heave a sigh of relief. He took out some spirit herbs and crushed them with trembling hands. He then sprinkled the medicinal juice on the cleaned wound. During this process, he accidentally dripped some of the spiritual juice elsewhere, causing him to feel awkward. It took him quite a lot of spirit herbs to clean it up. After that, he took out some special healing pills and carefully treated the wound on the front and back. Then, he wrapped the wound with a white cloth. By the time he was done, Zichen's forehead was drenched in sweat. It was as if he had just been through a great battle. He took out a piece of his own clothing and helped Yuxianzi put it on. Only then did Zichen heave a sigh of relief. Yuxianzi's injuries had stabilized. Her breathing gradually became even. She was like a sleeping beauty, quiet and peaceful. Her life was saved. Are you very fast? You're done so quickly. The monk's mocking laughter came from behind him. Chapter 449. Along the way, Zichen had been protecting Yuxianzi and withstood many attacks. His injuries were severe, but he had been holding on. When he saw that Yuxianzi's life was not in danger, he let out a sigh of relief. His vision turned black and he collapsed. I can't hold on for much longer. Monk quickly went forward and supported Zichen. Monk's injuries were not light either. Blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth. The devil ape jumped over from afar and stared at Zichen nervously with its small eyes. After a while, its nervous expression relaxed and it looked at the monk. It pointed at Zichen with its small paw and gestured at the monk. You want me to heal first while you take care of him? Monk asked in surprise. The devil ape squeaked and nodded. All right then. Monk knew that the devil ape was extraordinary. He had tried to get it from Zichen but to no avail. Monk's injuries were not light. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. After a while, Monk's body emitted a golden light. He looked solemn and dignified, like a Buddha. As for the unconscious Zichen, he was taken care of by the devil ape. When Zichen woke up, he realized that he was no longer in the forest. Instead, he was in a slightly dark cave. "You're awake!" Monk's voice rang out. The devil ape also jumped over. It was not displeased that Zichen was looking at a beauty alone that day. Zichen sat up abruptly and looked around. He asked warily, "Why are we here? How long have I been unconscious?" 2 days. I thought you would be unconscious for a week. I didn't expect your recovery to be so amazing," Monk said indifferently. "As for this mine, the devil ape and I brought you here." "We?" Zichen was stunned. "Yu Xianzi is still unconscious. Her body and mind are both injured. It's impossible for her to wake up so quickly." Zichen slowly adapted to the environment in the cave. Then, he saw Yu Xianzi lying on the other side. At this moment, Yu Xianzi was like a sleeping beauty. Her body was emitting a hazy moonlight. He could vaguely see a peerless face. "How could this be?" Zichen asked in confusion. The hazy light around Yu Xianzi's body was clearly a type of self-generated energy that was protecting her. "We've all underestimated her. Even if you don't do anything, her injuries will heal on their own when they reach a certain level. This is a very unique ability. As long as she falls into a deep sleep, no matter how serious her injuries are, she will be able to heal on her own." After he finished speaking, Tyrant looked at Zichen mockingly. "She definitely knows about this kind of supernatural power. However, I wonder what she will think when she wakes up and sees the wounds that have been treated." Hearing this, Zichen's face instantly turned red. His mind involuntarily flashed with the image of that perfect body, as well as the bouncy jade peaks that were on the verge of popping out. His hands trembled from time to time, causing him to drip the medicinal liquid in the wrong places. Every time he rubbed them, he could feel a kind of smoothness that made his heart beat faster. "You are indeed scheming against me." The monk's smile was filled with ridicule. Zichen felt his face heating up. For once, he didn't refute the monk. The demonic ape had left earlier to be on guard. At this moment, it ran back and squeaked, gesturing with its little claws and pointing outside from time to time. "Not good. They're chasing us again. Can you run?" The monk's expression changed. "Don't worry. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Zichen's injuries hadn't completely healed. However, they were about 60 to 70% better. Simple running was no problem for him." "Then let's hurry up and leave this place. I'll lure them away." After saying this, the monk flew toward the outside. At the same time, golden light surged around his body. Then, several monks appeared. They were all clones that looked exactly like the main body. As a successor of Buddhism, the monk had a deep understanding of the Arhat clones. He could create several clones, but their battle prowess wasn't very strong. As soon as he left the mine, Zichen heard the sound of energy fluctuations in the distance. Then, he carried Yu Xianzi and the demonic ape and started running. They ran for 2 days and 2 nights. During this time, they could hear the sound of energy fluctuations from time to time. It was the monk who was entangling the pursuers. Zichen, who was only focused on running, had exhausted too much of his energy during these 2 days. His injuries that hadn't fully healed had worsened again. His face was pale as a ghost. Half a day later, Tyrant caught up with him. There was a deep wound on his shoulder. When he saw Zichen, who was on the verge of collapsing, his expression changed as well. He said, "They won't chase us for now. You should heal your wounds first." Zichen didn't say anything. He immediately sat down cross-legged. His body emitted golden light as he circulated his cultivation method to heal his injuries. His injuries were very serious. He had to hurry up and heal them. Otherwise, he would have hidden injuries in the future, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Every stalk of spiritual medicine was sparkling and translucent. Every single one of the healing pills was light and fragrant. After Zichen swallowed them, his refinement speed increased. With the help of Lei Yuan, Zichen's injuries rapidly healed. In just half a day, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. The recovery of his injuries was much faster than when he was unconscious. I have 90% of my battle prowess now. The remaining 10% will be recovered in a day or two. Zichen stood up. Golden light flickered around his body. The monk's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't help but admire Zichen's recovery speed. You're injured. You were injured by flying. Seeing the wound on the monk's shoulder, Zichen frowned. If an Origin Core realm expert had hit him, the monk would have died in one blow. The monk nodded. It's still that black shadow. He's been appearing frequently these days. It's him. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. It was that black shadow that had almost killed Yu Xianzi. He and the monk had joined forces, but they hadn't been able to kill him. Moreover, the opponent was only at the middle stage of the flight realm. This was the first difficult opponent Zichen had encountered in so many years, other than the monk. The opponent's battle prowess wasn't any weaker than his own. Have his injuries healed? Zichen asked. The monk shook his head. No, I'm still injured. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to return. Zichen was very clear about Tyrant's strength. Tyrant had received the inheritance of Buddhism and had the strongest defense, yet he still dared to say such words. Zichen's expression changed slightly as he said, How is that possible? His battle prowess is stronger than yours. Not necessarily. It's just that his concealment and sneak attacks are unmatched. I was chased by old monster Danyuan. I was careless and was almost killed. Humph, I wonder which power nurtured such an existence. When this matter is over, I'll definitely meet him in the future. A day passed and the sky darkened again. There wasn't much time left. It was time for the two to run. This time, Zichen had recovered 90% of his battle prowess. Carrying Yu Xianzi, his speed increased. They had no choice but to run. Apart from a middle-stage flight realm expert, the rest were old monster Danyuan. If they were caught, they would definitely die. The three people and the small ape continued to flee like this, but they kept going back and forth in this area, and didn't go far. While they were hiding, their tracks were discovered several times. They only managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Their injuries, which had already healed, worsened once again. It was a miracle that a city square had been captured. When the news spread, it shook the entire Bedlam lands. After 10,000 years of development, the cities in the Bedlam lands had been occupied by several super overlords. Apart from that, there were many smaller powers attached to them. For thousands of years, there hadn't been a battle over a city square. This time, the four powers had created a miracle. The capture of the Shangguan family's city square had caused a huge uproar. The entire Bedlam lands was talking about it. When the news spread to Chaos City, the Shangguan family was furious. They were a super overlord, and no one dared to provoke them. This time, a city square had been captured by four small powers. It could be said that they had been slapped in the face. The Shangguan family had lost their city square and their face. Such a great humiliation, they naturally wanted an explanation. However, before they could send out experts to eliminate the four powers, news spread that an old monster of the Shangguan family had been alarmed and had come out of seclusion. Everyone was in an uproar. It was just a city square. This wasn't a big deal, but an old monster had actually come out. However, some people knew that the old monster had come out of seclusion in anger not because of the city square, but because of the news brought back by the Jing family. The expert guarding the city square, Shangguan Mo, had self-detonated, and the little princess that the Shangguan family had just found, Shangguan Yuer, was being chased by a group of black-robed men. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Shangguan Mo was a direct descendant of the Shangguan family, and also a senior figure. He had outstanding talent and a high status in the Shangguan family. He should have been in the Shangguan family, but he had suffered a serious injury that caused his realm to regress. He couldn't stand the criticism of others, so in a fit of anger, he left Chaos City and went to guard the city square. However, his status in the Shangguan family had never weakened, and he had a very high reputation. As for the little princess that the Shangguan family had just found, it was said that she was the daughter of the head of the Shangguan family. It had always been rumored that she was dead, but she had suddenly appeared 2 years ago, causing a great commotion. Although the little princess's identity hadn't been made public, many powers knew about it. These two people had very special identities. Now that one had self-detonated and the other had gone missing, it wasn't surprising that such a big matter had alarmed the old monster. Find her. Send out all the experts to find her. If you can't find her, you can bring your heads to me. The old monster was furious, and threatened to go find her himself. However, he was persuaded by the current head of the Shangguan family to give up. Kill all the murderers who forced them over. Don't leave a single one alive. Also kill those 4 ants. The old monster was persuaded. Although he didn't go find her himself, he stayed in the Shangguan family and personally commanded this matter. Many people guessed that the old monster was the little princess. As long as Shangguan Yu was still alive, she would be the real little princess when she came back. In the central region, the 4 famous powers who had conquered a city square and created a miracle were actually a bunch of ants that the Shangguan family didn't fear. On that day, the Shangguan family's experts set out. They were all primary core experts, and there were many of them. They all headed to the central region. At the same time, many people had already arrived at the central region through the teleportation portal. As the 4 powers who had created the miracle, they would face a devastating blow. Less than 5 people in the chaotic lands could bear the fury of the Shangguan family. After fleeing for half a month and narrowly escaping death several times, Yu Xianzi finally woke up. P.S. Thank you too. Actually, it doesn't matter. For your punctual tips over the past few months. I've especially added more chapters today. There will be 4 chapters today. Although there's only 1 chapter at the moment, even if I play through the night, I'll still make 4 chapters. As for this month's update plan, it was 200,000. Last month, he had updated 270,000, so he still owed 30,000. In other words, he would be able to pay back the 230,000 for this month's update. This was based on last month's situation. This was a conservative estimate. He should be able to pay back more. Chapter 450. The hazy moonlight slowly receded. Yu Xianzi, who had been unconscious for half a month, finally woke up. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. The first thing that came into view was a figure covered in blood. Other than a pair of haggard and bloodshot black eyes, the other party's face and body were stained with blood. The blood had dried up and turned black and red, making it difficult for people to see his original appearance. However, Yu Xianzi still recognized him at a glance. She cried out, "Zi-chun!" The figure covered in blood was Zi-chun. During the half a month of escape, they had been caught up by the core realm old monsters several times. During that time, there was also a mysterious monster assassin. It was a miracle that they had been able to last for half a month and wait for Yu Xianzi to wake up. Beside him, Tyrant was not much better off than Zi-chun. During this half a month, he was mainly responsible for luring away the other core realm old monsters. Even with a pill weapon, his injuries were still very serious. However, compared to Zi-chun, Tyrant's monk robes were much cleaner. They had been pursued all this time. Fortunately, the two of them were not ordinary people. Their recovery speed was much faster than that of monsters of the same level. Otherwise, they would not have been able to hold on. "How did you guys get so badly injured?" Yu Xianzi stood up and asked in surprise. However, she soon felt that something was wrong and frowned slightly. As she lowered her head, she saw the clothes she was wearing. It was so wide that it was obviously a man's. Moreover, there was a faint pain in her chest area. Through the wide collar of the robe, she could see an irregular gauze bandage in the middle. After that, everything that had happened before she lost consciousness appeared in Yu Xianzi's mind. She remembered what had happened. Second Grandpa had self-detonated his core realm, and used a pill weapon to send her out. He had sacrificed himself to save her. However, after that, he had been stabbed in the chest by the black-robed man. He had thought that he was going to die. Unexpectedly, he was still alive. You guys saved me. Yu Xianzi's face was filled with sorrow. She remembered what had happened to her and the death of her second grandpa. You were the one who saved yourself, Zichen said, revealing his snow-white teeth. Can you still walk? We can't stay here for long. We have to leave. Yu Xianzi nodded. However, as soon as she stood up, her body began to wobble. Zichen hurriedly supported her. Ignoring Yu Xianzi's stunned expression, Zichen picked her up and flew into the distance. You've just woken up, so you're still a little weak. Let me carry you. Tyrant followed closely behind. The devil ape, who was in charge of keeping watch in the distance, also jumped onto Zichen's shoulder. Zichen flitted through the forest and was being chased all the way. He no longer dared to soar into the air. Yu Xianzi, who was lying in Zichen's arms, was still very weak as she had just woken up. She quickly fell asleep. When the sky gradually brightened, Zichen, who had been running for an entire day and night, finally stopped. He set Yu Xianzi down and began to meditate. Soon after, the devil ape found a safe place to rest and signaled Zichen to head over. This time, we've directly fled several tens of thousands of miles away from that region. They shouldn't be able to catch up to us so quickly. In a hidden cave, Zichen gently set Yu Xianzi down. He looked at Tyrant and said, Now you should focus on recovering from your injuries. The two of them had been taking turns like this the entire time. That was why they had lasted so long. After finding a safe place, the devil ape left. It was going to keep watch to see if there were any abnormalities. When Yu Xianzi woke up for the second time, Zichen and Tyrant had already fully recovered from their injuries. The two of them also found some time to clean themselves up and change into new clothes. They appeared to be in high spirits. As for the weak Yu Xianzi, after several hours of meditating, her spirit returned to its peak. Her strength was also gradually recovering. The three of them had completely recovered from their injuries. This was a good sign. What exactly is going on? Why did they want to kill you? Looking at Yu Xianzi, Zichen felt a little unnatural. He directly asked the question in his heart. Furthermore, he consciously neglected to mention the matter of when he was bandaging her injuries. Tyrant also looked at Yu Xianzi. He clearly also wanted to know who had been chasing them all this time. They're from the Heavenly Kill Alliance, said Yu Xianzi, hatred in her eyes. The Heavenly Kill Alliance? Both Zichen and Tyrant were startled. They had long since heard of the Heavenly Kill Alliance. Back in the barbarian land, the Heavenly Kill Alliance had sent people to kill Sulong. It was said that quite a few experts had come, and they had used the Heavenly Kill Pavilion's people to capture them and threaten Sulong. It was said that this was an ancient assassins' alliance. It was extremely powerful, and its influence spanned practically the entire Martial Heaven continent. However, the two of them were curious about the fact that this was the chaotic land. Everything was controlled by the overlords of Chaos City. Furthermore, this place was extremely chaotic. Everything was focused on fighting for resources. Assassins were practically useless here. The Heavenly Kill Alliance knew that this was a special place. They didn't have a branch here, so why did they want to kill Yu Xianzi? Why do they want to kill you? Asked Tyrant. Because my father died at their hands. Furthermore, second grandpa was heavily injured because of them, causing his cultivation base to regress. Yu Xianzi hatefully said. Most importantly, they found me to be an eyesore in the Shangguan family. That's why they sent assassins to kill me. Who is he? The current head of the Shangguan family, my uncle, Shangguan Feiling. Yu Xianzi's words shook the two of them. The head of the Shangguan family was Yua's uncle, but he wanted to kill her. He's your uncle, but he still wants to kill you. The two of them hadn't asked about Yu Xianzi's status in the Shangguan family, so they didn't know much about the Shangguan family. Yes, it has to be him. My father was the previous head of the Shangguan family. One time, he went out and was killed by the Heavenly Kill Alliance's assassins. Some people in the family suspect that he hired those assassins. Yu Xianzi then explained the matter between her uncle and her father. The two of them didn't have any enmity. They just had a conflict of interest. This was a conflict of interest between large powers. Furthermore, this was the position of head of the Shangguan family. For such a position, blood brothers would do anything to fight for it. Obviously, Yu's father was a level higher and had successfully obtained the position of patriarch, becoming the leader of one of the Bedlam land's overlords. However, Yu's uncle was extremely unwilling to accept this, so he resorted to despicable means to harm his own brother, and smoothly became patriarch. Yu hadn't grown up in the Shangguan family. Instead, she had grown up in a desolate land. It was her master who had coincidentally encountered such a situation and saved her when she was still in her infancy. Yu didn't know about these things because her master hadn't told her. She had only told her to take out the command medallion when her life was in danger. However, when the command medallion was taken out, it caused a huge commotion. Shangguan Yu's identity was also revealed, so she was brought back to the family. However, after returning to the family, Shangguan Yu didn't have a good life. She was always treated coldly by some people. Furthermore, her uncle refused to acknowledge her as a member of the Shangguan family. Instead, he repeatedly said that he wanted to marry her off. As a result, over the past 2 years, many young elites had come to the Shangguan family to request for such a marriage. This time, Shangguan Yu had come out because she was unhappy. She had only come to relieve her boredom. The only place she could go was this market. Therefore, after arriving here, Shangguan Mo told her everything. During this time, the Shangguan family had always claimed that the previous head of the Shangguan family had died at the hands of the Heavenly Kills Union. Only a few people knew the truth. Even what Shangguan Mo had said was only his own conjecture. There was no real evidence. This time, she had only come to relieve her boredom. She hadn't expected that she would learn about these things and that such a thing would happen. The market was gone, her second grandfather was dead, and her own uncle was the enemy who had killed her father. After saying all this, Yu Xianzi was already sobbing uncontrollably. Tyrant glared at Zichen and motioned for Zichen to go forward. The latter could only go and comfort her. Therefore, Yu Xianzi leaned on Zichen's shoulder and began to cry. It was as if she wanted to cry out all her grievances and unwillingness. She cried for a very long time. She cried until the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. She cried until half of Zichen's robe was soaked. She continued to cry. She only stopped crying when the demonic ape appeared. Run! The appearance of the demonic ape could only mean one thing. The pursuers had arrived. Therefore, before the demonic ape could speak, the group had already begun to flee. However, during this escape, even though Yu Xianzi had regained consciousness, the three of them were not having an easy time. The black-robed men seemed to have gone mad and were desperately chasing after them. At the same time, they used all kinds of powerful battle techniques. Apart from the self-detonation of their gene and essence, they used almost everything else. The lives of the three of them were in imminent danger. They could die at any time. Fortunately, they had recovered from their injuries along the way. The days of escape were unimaginable. However, the three of them gritted their teeth and persevered. They knew that the crazier the pursuers were, the more anxious they were. The only thing that could make them so anxious was that the Shangguan family had arrived. Although the head of the family did not recognize this little princess and did not like her, there were others who recognized her. Among them, Shangguan Mo's son, who was also his other uncle, would definitely come to rescue them. Damn it! What a slippery kid! He disappeared again. In the sky, looking at the figure that disappeared under his nose again, an inner core old monster could not help but curse. The dense forest below was almost flattened. Several figures had been killed, but unfortunately, all of them were clones. Did Invikil fail as well? An inner core expert beside him asked. No. Invikil has been injured frequently during this period. Where did these two people come from? They are just flying, but they can make Invikil fail time and time again. The inner core expert frowned. He found it unbelievable that there were people of the same level who could suppress Invikil. However, along the way, these two people had already given him a lot of unbelievable surprises. After thinking about it, he understood. Should we continue chasing? 2 people have already died in the hands of Shangguan Feixiong. Moreover, this time, the Shangguan family is determined to kill us. They have already surrounded us. If we don't retreat now, it will be too late. Hold on for a few more days. We must kill the target. In the sky, the inner core old monsters of the Heavenly Kill Union gathered and chased after Ziqin and the others again. It was just that Ziqin and the monk both had clones. Moreover, it was very difficult to differentiate between the 2 of them. The 2 of them were really too slippery. They left their footprints everywhere. There were also clues everywhere. However, what they found were all clones. Chapter 451. The Shangguan family's people had arrived. They had rushed over from Chaos City, their killing intent overflowing as they rushed over to the 4 factions. Dozens of cultivators flew into the sky with great momentum and killing intent. They appeared at the location of the 4 major forces, but they found nothing. The place was already empty, and all kinds of resources had already been cleared. In the chaotic land, no one dared to provoke the Shangguan family. The 4 factions chose to avoid them. Destroy! Following the leader's cold words, streams of energy appeared, and the encampment of the 4 factions was instantly turned into a flat land. Whether it was the Barbarian Ox Village, Setting Sun Mountain, Black Dragon Pool, or Wu Lu Feng, they were all leveled. After that, it was time to search and kill. Clearly, if you offended the Shangguan family, just running wasn't enough. You had to pay the price with your life. The 4 factions had close to 10,000 cultivators. Even if they were emptied, it was impossible for them to all disappear. There had to be traces left behind. Anyone who was discovered was slaughtered. From flying cultivators to primal core realm cultivators, as long as they were discovered, they were all killed. In just a few days, the Shangguan family's people had killed thousands of people. Among them, there were over 10 primal core realm cultivators. It could be said that they were decisive in killing. They directly killed the cultivators of this region, causing them to panic. The powerful Shangguan family displayed their supreme power. Even primal core realm cultivators were unable to escape alive. During these days, the unwilling roars of primal core realm cultivators could often be heard before they died. Those who offend the Shangguan family will be killed without mercy. An icy voice echoed through the central region. Just the deaths of thousands of people weren't enough to quell the Shangguan family's fury. So after their search was fruitless, the Shangguan family began a bloodbath in this region. During this time, the leader of the Barbarian Ox village, Barbarian Ox, was discovered. Then he engaged in a fierce battle with the Shangguan family's experts. Barbarian Ox was a powerful Barbarian Ox. When he transformed into his true form, he was as large as a mountain. He was incomparably powerful. His 2 horns were incomparably sharp. They could shatter rocks and crush mountains. It could be said that there was nothing he couldn't destroy. But facing so many nascent core old monsters of the Shangguan clan, even if it was so powerful, it still had to nurse a grievance. In the end, Barbarian Bull self-detonated. But as it self-detonated, it repeatedly cursed. After the appearance of Barbarian Bull, the traces of the Setting Sun Mountain's Danyuan old monster were also exposed. Thus, another fierce battle ensued. Even though there were nearly 10 primordial core old monsters, they still couldn't gain any advantage in front of the Shangguan family's experts. Only 3 people from the Shangguan clan had died, but they had already killed nearly 10 inner core experts. Every day, one could see the battle between inner core experts. The experts of the Shangguan clan fought so hard that even the heavens and earth trembled. The might of a supreme overlord was completely displayed. Apart from this, there was also a group of experts searching for the little princess. During this period of time, they discovered 4 black-robed origin core realm experts. An intense battle ensued, and 2 were killed, while the other 2 were heavily injured and escaped. They are still lingering in this area, which means that the little princess is still alive. Shrink the encirclement, don't let any of them go. A middle-aged man in light armor spoke, his eyes cold and filled with boundless killing intent. He was Shangguan Mo's son, Shangguan Feixiong. It was rumored that he had the battle prowess of a flying bear, but also the brain of a violent bear. He only knew how to fight fiercely. Behind his back, it was said that his muscles had grown into his brain, and that he had directly ignored the other party when fighting for the position of family head. But only those who had truly dealt with this Feixiong knew that his muscles hadn't grown into his brain. At the very least, the primordial core experts following him didn't think so. If he was truly fierce and courageous, then the ones who had died before would have been 4 primordial core experts, not 2. A day later, following the footsteps of the 2 black-robed men, they found a clue. They saw a dense forest that had been flattened. Continue the chase? Following the 2 primordial core experts from a distance, Shangguan Feixiong unhurriedly chased after them. If he followed them, he would definitely be able to find the little princess. Following that, they found more traces of battle, and they were all new battlefields. There were even yuan qi surging. They should not be far from here. Send out the signal and have the others surround this place. Looking around the battlefield, Shangguan Feixiong said, I want to catch them all in one go. Sir, how can you be so sure that they are nearby? Even if there are energy waves, they could be millions of miles away. If we surround them now, wouldn't we be alerting them? One of the primordial core experts asked. Use your brain properly. Shangguan Feixiong smiled and said, These traces of battle are very obvious. It's a roundabout route, and it's lingering in this area. Clearly, the experts protecting the little princess are sending us a signal. The experts are sending us a signal. To be able to protect the little princess for so long, they are naturally experts. Moreover, they are extremely powerful experts. When we see them, we will definitely have to ask them for advice. As for the signal, it means that they want us to surround them. When the time comes, we will attack from the inside and kill everyone. Shangguan Feixiong said excitedly. Sir is wise. Zichen, I have a bad feeling. It seems like we are about to be surrounded. While escaping, Tyrant said with a worried face. Don't worry, they can't surround us. Zichen seemed very confident. In these 2 days, the 3 of them were not caught by the black-robed men. They did not have any injuries on their bodies, so they could be considered safe. I also feel that we are about to be surrounded. No matter where we run, we will always see them. Yu Xianzi said, feeling somewhat uneasy. The Shangguan family is already here. We just need to hold on for a few days. After pondering for a while, Zichen said, Tyrant, continue to use your doppelganger to lure them away. We will meet up later. They are all smart now. Doppelganger is not very useful. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Zichen smiled to show his encouragement. However, Tyrant rolled his eyes. You guys be careful. Leaving these words, Tyrant left, still choosing to lure the experts away. Are we really not going to be surrounded? Yu Xianzi asked worriedly after Tyrant left. She was not very confident. Don't worry, I guarantee that they won't catch us. Once Tyrant lures them away and the encirclement loosens, we will take the opportunity to break out. Zichen said confidently. Yu Xianzi nodded. She trusted Zichen unconditionally. Right, where is the demonic ape? It went to scout the path. I have to see where we can break out of here. An hour later, the feeling of being surrounded grew stronger and stronger. No matter how much Yu Xianzi trusted Zichen, she couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Zichen, why do I have a bad feeling? Are we already surrounded? Impossible. According to my route, we should be out of the encirclement. They can't possibly surround us. Zichen was extremely confident. Is that so? Are you that confident? A mocking voice sounded. Of course. Zichen smiled proudly. Then, his expression changed drastically. He pulled Yu Xianzi and shouted, This is bad. Let's go. As soon as he said that, Zichen displayed his extreme speed and flew to the side. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Boom! A palm print fell from the sky and hit the spot where Zichen was standing, creating a huge crater. At the same time, a black-robed figure appeared and looked ahead mockingly. Zichen, who was running away, quickly turned back and ran in another direction. Behind him, another explosion sounded. Another black-robed figure appeared. Kid, weren't you very confident? Why are you running now? A mocking voice sounded. Then, a third black-robed figure appeared. Zichen pulled Yu Xianzi with him as he fled at top speed. However, they were completely surrounded before they could get very far. In the end, he decided not to run anymore. Instead, he pulled Yu Xianzi with him and took a few more steps forward. Kid, keep running. Let's continue. The black-robed figures appeared one after another. There were a total of 6 of them. There's nowhere to run. What's the point of running? Zichen looked helpless. Right at this moment, a golden light appeared in the distance. Tyrant had finally gotten rid of his opponents with his clone and was flying toward them. I got rid of them. Hurry up! Tyrant shouted from afar. But before he could finish speaking, he saw the black-robed figures in the air. His voice came to an abrupt halt. You stupid monk, did you really think you got rid of me? A cold laugh sounded behind Tyrant. The 7th black-robed figure appeared. How can this be? Tyrant was dumbfounded when he saw the black-robed figure behind him. You're just a mere clone. Do you think you can fool us? Idiot, we're just messing with you. A mocking voice sounded. The 8th black-robed figure appeared and looked coldly at Tyrant. Tyrant could only walk towards Zichen. The 2 of them protected Yu Xianzi in the middle. What do you want? Tyrant asked, looking around vigilantly. You're just 2 pieces of trash. You've wasted so much of our time. Naturally, we're going to kill you, sneered one of them. What? Do you really think you've got us? You might have us surrounded right now, but maybe you'll be the one surrounded in the next second, said Zichen. Kid, are you trying to scare us? Snorted one of the black-robed figures, killing intent exploding out of his eyes. He's not trying to scare you. He's telling the truth. You'll be the one surrounded in the next second. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. That's Uncle's voice. Yu Xianzi, who had been nervous before, became excited when she heard that voice. As for Zichen, he let out a sigh of relief. Shangguan Feixiong had brought a group of experts over. They were surrounded by core experts from all directions. Shangguan Feixiong was the leader. But when he saw the 3 of them, even Shangguan Feixiong was dumbfounded. He had thought that the ones protecting the little princess would be at least 2 core experts, and the strong ones at that. But now he saw 2 youths. One was at the mid-stage, while the other was at the early stage. They were also dressed very differently. One was a monk, while the other was a Taoist. The others exchanged glances. Shangguan Feixiong had praised them more than once. He had even said that he would definitely ask them for pointers when he saw them. He had even said that this was a signal from them. They had to work together to kill them. Chapter 452. More and more core realm old monsters were gathering around them. Shangguan Feixiong, who should have been confident enough to take them down easily, now had a gloomy expression on his face. His guess was reasonable. Only a true expert would be able to protect the little princess for so long. Only then would they be able to keep her alive. However, there were only 2 of them in front of him. One was a monk, while the other was an early Taoist. How could they be experts with such strength? Right now, the 2 of them were having trouble protecting themselves, not to mention working together. How could this be? Shangguan Feixiong could not figure it out. While he was doubting the strength of the 2, he was also wondering how the little princess had managed to survive for so long. Shangguan Feixiong, you are quite fast. A cold laugh was heard from the black-robed man's side. Our Shangguan family does not have any grudges with your heavenly kill union. Let go of the little princess, and I can let you go. Otherwise I will kill you all. Shangguan Feixiong said indifferently. Shangguan Feixiong, you indeed have muscles in your head. We killed your brother and forced your father to commit suicide. Now you are telling me that you have no grudges with us? Do you think we are stupid? The black-robed man looked at Shangguan Feixiong with a mocking smile and said, I can see that you are clenching your teeth so hard that they are about to shatter. Let her go. If you let her go, do you think we can still live? The 8 of them were surrounded by core realm old monsters, but they were not afraid at all. 7 of them had cold expressions, and only 1 of them spoke. You are looking for death. Shangguan Feixiong was furious. Besides Zichen, Yu Xianzi's eyes were red. Shangguan Feixiong's brother was her father, and Shangguan Feixiong's father was her second grandfather. That's more like it. You have muscles in your head. Being angry is your true nature. The black-robed man mocked. You are just learning to be patient. Why don't you take a look? Do you look like that kind of person? Veins bulged on Shangguan Feixiong's forehead. His expression was unusually cold. The surrounding core realm old monsters were also glaring at him, their killing intent surging. What's wrong? All of you are so worked up. Are you going to kill me? Hee, don't get too worked up. Otherwise, I will be even more worked up than you. What if my hand trembles and I kill your little princess? If you hurt the little princess, I'll make you wish you were dead. I'll make you regret being born into this world. Shangguan Feixiong said. Shangguan Feixiong, you should threaten someone else. Threats are useless against us. The black-clothed man sneered with disdain. Now all of you scram. I find you all very annoying. There were dozens of original core eccentrics around them. If they attacked, they would be able to kill all of them in an instant. But now, they were being reprimanded by a black-robed man. Dissatisfaction appeared on their faces. What? Didn't you hear? Could it be that you want me to kill someone? The black-clothed man glared and his voice became very cold. If you don't retreat now, you will soon be able to obtain something from the little princess. I don't know what you want, an arm, an eye, an ear, a nose, or even a head. Yu Xianzi's face paled instantly. She grabbed Zichen's hand tightly. Zichen patted her gently, telling her not to worry. Back off a little, Shangguan Feixiong said coldly. Everyone was unwilling, but they had to back off. They naturally could not let the little princess get hurt. In an instant, everyone retreated a few miles. However, they were all gnashing their teeth, wanting to eat this black-clothed man alive. Ha! The black-clothed man laughed evilly. He turned to Yu Xianzi and said, Little fairy, little princess, come with us. Why should I? Zichen blocked Yu Xianzi's path and asked coldly, Brat, you're only in the air. Do you have the right to speak here? The black-clothed man's eyes flashed coldly. He said arrogantly, Didn't you see? Even that guy with muscles in his head did not dare to say anything. You still dare to talk nonsense. Do you want to die early so that you can reincarnate? Zichen smiled and said, Of course I don't want to die early. But now that you're so arrogant, what if you're suddenly caught by them? Humph, with the little princess in my hands, no one can catch me. You should worry about yourself first. Then what if the little princess is not in your hands? Zichen asked again. Haha, what a stupid question. Of course the little princess is not in my hands. She's right in front of you. Do you think you can fly now? The black-clothed man laughed loudly. Zichen frowned and asked, You're an assassin. You should be cold and emotionless. Why do you talk so much? Brat, you dare to question me? The black-clothed man stared. Zichen shook his head and said seriously, No, I'm just curious. Look at them, they don't even talk. It seems like you're very different from them. In the distance, under the gaze of the group of inner core experts, the two were asking and answering questions. They were also curious as to why this assassin was so talkative. Since I'm curious, I'll tell you and let you know before you die. I'm talkative because I'm happy today. As for why I'm happy, haha. The black-clothed man turned to Shangguan Feixiong and said, Because I can train this guy with muscles in his head like a dog. Haha. In the distance, the cold light in Shangguan Feixiong's eyes grew. The others were also filled with killing intent. Zichen asked, Do you have enmity with him? Of course there is enmity. Moreover, it is a great enmity. 20 years ago, he killed my elder brother and almost killed me. The events of that day are still vivid in my mind. I have always been thinking about revenge. Haha, today, I finally have the opportunity to do so. The black-clothed man laughed crazily. I forced his father to his death, and now I can train him like a dog. Isn't this great? Isn't this worth talking about? Then, the black-clothed man pointed at Shangguan Feixiong and said, "Come, flying dog, bark twice for me." The other inner core experts couldn't bear to watch any longer. They wanted to tear this black-clothed man apart. Shangguan Feixiong's eyes grew even colder. "Flying dog, don't look at me like that. Bark twice for me, or I'll give you 2 arms," threatened the black-clothed man. "So that's how it is. I understand." Just as they were about to reach the end of their patience, Zichen spoke once more with a faint smile on his face. "Brat, what do you mean?" The black-clothed man glanced at him. Zichen shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just hope you can still be this happy later. As long as the little princess is in my hands, I'll be happy no matter what. Plus, flying dog has to bark twice," said the black-clothed man proudly. "Is that so? Then I hope you can persevere until the end. Goodbye, we'll meet again." Zichen's smile suddenly turned cold, and he shouted, "Demonic ape!" As his voice faded, the ground exploded, and an object flew out. It was the demonic ape. In its little paw, there was a Taiji diagram with 2 types of extreme energy circulating around it. The demonic ape squeaked and threw the diagram to Zichen. It then jumped on Zichen's shoulder. Buzz. In the next moment, rays of light flashed around Zichen. Circles rose up and spread out like ripples, forming a strange pattern. Zichen and the other 2 were inside the light, coldly looking at the black-clothed man. This is... Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was going on. "Stop him! Quick, stop him!" Although the black-clothed man didn't understand what was going on, he felt that something was wrong and shouted to urge them. Unfortunately, their reaction was too slow, or it would be more accurate to say that it happened too quickly. As soon as the black-clothed man's voice faded, the light that rose from the ground completely enveloped the 3 of them. Then, the 3 of them disappeared. After that, a lot of energy fell and completely shattered the ground. This is a teleportation array. The black-clothed man opened his eyes wide in disbelief. What's going on? The other assassins who didn't speak were all dumbfounded. Why would a teleportation array suddenly appear here? Moreover, they were supposed to be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Their only trump card was gone just like that. It's gone. It's gone just like that. As they were dumbfounded, a deep sense of despair rose from the bottom of their hearts. The sudden change of events caused even the Shangguan family's group to be dumbfounded. Clearly, this was a scene that had exceeded their expectations. Only Shangguan Feixiong, who received Zichen's message, remained calm. "Hey, we meet again. I wonder if you're still happy." Just as everyone was dumbfounded, Zichen's voice sounded again. However, he was already a few miles away, waving at the black-clothed man with a mocking expression. Beside him were Yu Xianzi and Tyrant. The 3 of them had escaped. You. Looking at Zichen, the black-clothed man was so angry that he couldn't say a word. His whole body trembled. After a long while, he finally shouted, "I'm going to kill you!" However, before he could do anything, the Shangguan family's experts, who had been suppressing their anger, charged at the black-clothed man. Each of them was like a pack of wolves and tigers, howling as their auras of the origin core realm surged. The black-clothed man was stunned for a moment before he turned around and ran. However, it was this wrong decision that caused him to miss the only chance to self-detonate. Dazzling light soared into the sky as destructive energy swept out. The destruction of the void was repeated over and over again. The advantage in numbers caused the battle to end quickly. With everyone working together, the black-clothed man didn't even have the chance to self-detonate before he was captured by Shangguan Feixiong. Zichen and Tyrant were dumbfounded. They now had a better understanding of the Shangguan family's foundation. In the barbarian lands, there were very few origin core eccentrics. But here, they were ganging up on people. Furthermore, their ganging up technique was very high. They were organized and disciplined, clearly proficient in ganging up on people. The battle quickly ended. Apart from the black-clothed man, the other 8 assassins were all killed. Under the joint attack of so many experts, they couldn't even self-detonate their origin core. As for the black-clothed man, he was dragged toward Shangguan Feixiong like a dead dog. Kneel! His cultivation had been sealed, and he was slapped to the ground like a mortal. He was in an extremely sorry state. His body was covered in blood, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. Shangguan Feixiong walked forward slowly with a mocking expression on his face. It was indeed karma. In just a short moment, the two's identities had changed drastically. Shangguan Feixiong, what are you doing? The black-clothed man was somewhat frightened. He said, If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. I just want a quick death. No rush. Shangguan Feixiong smiled faintly and said, Come, call me twice first. Flying dog, how dare you insult me? The black-clothed man glared. Slap. With a crisp sound, a slap landed on the black-clothed man's face. A Origin Core expert yelled, F*CK, how can you talk to the Lord like that? Your attitude is not right. Do it again. Flying dog, you want to torture your Lord? You must be dreaming. The black-clothed man coughed out blood and spat out his teeth. Cold light flickered in his eyes. He would rather die than submit. I don't want to see him. Take him away and let him die slowly. Shangguan Feixiong restrained the cold light in his eyes and said indifferently, Yes, my lord. Everyone carried the black-clothed man away. Soon, shrill screams were heard in the forest. Then, Shangguan Feixiong walked toward Yuer and the others. P.S. This chapter was edited at 2:20 p.m. last night. When I uploaded it, I realized that there was no internet connection. I woke up at 7 a.m. in the morning and made a number of phone calls to ask what was going on. At 9 a.m., I asked the person who fixed the broadband to come over. After that, I tried to find the reason and finally found that I owed money. Chapter 453. Miserable shrieks continued to rise and fall. The man in black was being tormented quite badly. He was as arrogant as he was before, but now, he was in a sorry state. Shangguan Feixiong walked over and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. As the leader of the Primal Core experts, he did not put on any airs. Instead, he was very approachable. His continuous gratitude made Zichen and the monk feel a little embarrassed. We are friends. We will not leave you in the lurch, Zichen said in the end. Yu Xianzi blamed herself. Everything that happened was because of her. Shangguan Feixiong comforted her. The screams continued for an hour. The black-clothed man went from being a tough guy to cursing and begging for mercy. His voice went from shrill and sharp to hoarse before finally disappearing. After that, the group returned. One of them held a primal core in his bloodied hand. The man in black was tortured to death. Yu Xianzi, who was in a better mood, told Shangguan Feixiong about her escape. The other Primal Core experts were also listening. When they heard that Zichen and Tyrant were the only ones protecting them along the way, their eyes were filled with shock. They asked themselves, even if they were in Yu Xianzi's shoes, they could not guarantee that they could protect the little princess. However, the two of them managed to survive for a month under the pursuit of so many Primal Core experts. It was a miracle. The Primal Core experts looked at the two of them in a completely different way. They were shocked and full of admiration. Heroes indeed come from the young. Shangguan Feixiong sighed. Whether it was the protection from before or the teleportation formation, he was amazed. Zichen did not dare to say that he was flattered. Sister Yuer. A surprised voice came from afar. Following the voice, a young and pretty girl appeared. Her face was filled with excitement. Sister Bingxi. Yuer turned her head and looked at the approaching figure. She was surprised. Sister Yuer, you are really fine. That's great. Seems like father did not lie to me. The young girl came forward. She had a slim figure and good looks. She pounced on Yuer. Behind her were a few primal core experts. Sir? A few people walked up and bowed to Shangguan Feixiong. Shangguan Bingxi also sweetly called him father. Shangguan Bingxi was Shangguan Feixiong's daughter. Seeing that his daughter was fine, the latter nodded and asked the core experts. How is it? The Barbarian Bull Stronghold, Sunset Mountain, Wulu Foam, and Black Dragon Pool have all been leveled. The core primes of Sunset Mountain have all been killed, and the leader of the Barbarian Bull Stronghold is dead. Other than that, more than a dozen other core primes have died. We have conducted a thorough search of this area, but we have yet to find any clues about the leader of Black Dragon Pool and Wulu Foam. One of the core primes reported. When Ziqin and the monk heard this, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. One of the four great powers, the overlords of the central region, had actually been razed to the ground. Furthermore, many primal core old monsters had been killed. In addition, the Shangguan family had actually conducted a thorough search of the central region. This was simply too extravagant. Shangguan Feixiong nodded and said with a deep voice, Send a signal to Feihu and the others. Tell them that we have found the little princess. Tell them not to worry and to focus on searching for the other survivors. Yes. After that, Shangguan Feixiong regained his usual friendliness. Binger, did you have a good time these days? Shangguan Binger, who was chatting with Shangguan Yuer, immediately showed a dissatisfied expression. Not good at all. It was so boring. I thought there would be a big battle, but it was just a one-sided slaughter. There was no resistance at all. It was so boring. Shangguan Feixiong still wanted to ask something, but his daughter had already ignored him and was chatting happily with Yuer. Ziqin, right? I heard that you came from a barbarian land. I wonder where your master is? In order to ease the awkwardness, Shangguan Feixiong could only chat with Ziqin. Sister, how did you survive this month? Where are the experts that protected you? Shangguan Binger asked curiously. They are. Let me introduce them to you. Yuer smiled. What? Two of them? Shangguan Binger opened her mouth and showed a shocked expression. Sister, you must be joking. One is a monk, and the other is a Taoist. Ziqin was wearing a Taoist robe, so he was mistaken for a Taoist. As for the monk, he was wearing a monk robe, so he was naturally a monk. Shangguan Binger had already noticed the two's unusual dressing. Aren't they your guards? Yuer shook her head. They are my friends. We have known each other for a long time. That is the evil good monk, and that is Ziqin. What? He is Ziqin? Shangguan Binger exclaimed. Yeah, what about it? Shangguan Binger sized up Ziqin from afar and said, Sister, he is the Ziqin you were talking about. He is nothing special, not cool at all. What is so good about him? Shangguan Yuer was speechless, not knowing how to reply. The other party did not purposely suppress his words. Ziqin was also startled when he heard it. The monk smiled faintly. When I first heard about him, I thought that he was a cold-blooded person who killed a person every 10 steps. I didn't expect him to be just an ordinary person. He's just slightly more handsome. Sister, you don't have good taste. Shangguan Yuer's face turned red. Right, didn't you say he was dead? How did he come back to life? Binger asked curiously. She did not suppress her voice, and many people heard it. Yuer could not find words to describe this lively and carefree sister of hers. One moment he was ordinary, the next he was mediocre, and the next he was dead. Ziqin felt awkward when he heard it. Luckily, Shangguan Feixiong coughed and said, Binger, don't be rude to this young hero. He saved your sister, so why aren't you thanking him? He saved my sister, so why should I thank him? Shangguan Binger looked at her father in confusion. Furthermore, my sister likes him, so it is natural for him to save her. Shangguan Binger's logic made people speechless, but it seemed to make sense. He was obviously a thick-skinned person, and his words made people speechless. The latter looked at Ziqin seriously and said, Ziqin, do you think I'm right? He called Ziqin as soon as he opened his mouth. Am I familiar with you? Zichen was so embarrassed that he was speechless. What a cute little guy. However, the other party's thoughts quickly changed when he saw the demonic ape. His eyes lit up, and he rushed towards Zichen. The demonic ape sensed that something was wrong. Its figure flashed and disappeared, and in the next moment, it was in Yu Xianzi's arms. The demonic ape's speed, which was close to teleportation, shocked the group of nascent core old monsters. They looked at the demonic ape in a daze, and could not help but look at this fist-sized little guy. Why is it gone? Shangguan Binge looked around and saw the little guy in Yu Xianzi's arms. So it's here. She ignored everyone's shocked expressions and did not investigate the demonic ape's speed. She ran toward the demonic ape again. The demonic ape flashed again, and its speed was comparable to teleportation. Even the group of nascent core old monsters could not compare. They had seen the little guy before, and it was only the size of a fist, so they did not pay much attention to it. However, the speed it displayed now was really frightening. This repeated several times, but Shangguan Binge still could not catch up. She said angrily, Zichen, is this your pet? Give me a price and sell it to me. Sorry, it's not a pet. It's my friend. Zichen smiled faintly and refused. You! Shangguan Binge was angry, but she could not do anything to her sister's sweetheart. She could only rush toward the little guy. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, revealing a fierce look. Little thing, if you don't come here obediently, I'll make you pay when I catch you. The little guy was frightened and waved its claws at her. The next moment, Shangguan Binge was surrounded by a black light, and her body was imprisoned. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. Shangguan Feixiong looked at the demonic ape, and his pupils shrank. The black light imprisoned Shangguan Bingshi. Shangguan Bingshi's face was filled with surprise. His eyes shone as if he had discovered something rare. He didn't notice that the surrounding primary core old monsters were actually so careless. The farce finally ended with Zichen's compromise. Shangguan Binge held the demonic ape in her arms and kept squeezing it, causing the little guy's fist-sized body to change shape. The latter let out a devilish smile. Are you scared? Are you scared? Shangguan Binge showed her canine teeth and said fiercely. If you are, then teach me that move just now. She did not wait for the demonic ape to answer and continued squeezing it, making it squeak. During this time, Shangguan Feixiong chatted with the two and invited them to go back to the Shangguan family with him. Not only did they protect Yuer, but they were also extraordinary. They were worthy of Shangguan Feixiong's invitation. Moreover, they had a strange and extraordinary little ape. Zichen and the monk hesitated and did not answer immediately. It was good to enter the Shangguan family, but there were many rules. Even brothers in the family killed each other, let alone outsiders like them. Of course, the two did not answer immediately. They were still thinking about the wild wolf bandits' yuan liquid, which could help Zichen break through again. The news about the little princess's rescue spread quickly. Some people heard the news and rushed over. As the little princess's pursuer, Xingfeng was naturally a proactive person. Oh, it's you. You're still alive. Seeing Zichen and the monk again, Xingfeng was very surprised. What do you mean? Zichen asked with a darkened face. There were so many experts chasing after you, but you're still alive. Didn't they say that barbarians are weak? I don't know what kind of luck you have to survive until now, Xingfeng said without any trace of politeness. Xingfeng, watch your tone. Zichen is my savior, Yuer said with dissatisfaction. Yuer, don't get it wrong. He's the one who harmed you. It's his fault that you were chased after. Chapter 454. As soon as Xingfeng finished speaking, everyone looked over. He felt proud of being the center of attention. What nonsense are you talking about? It was Zichen who saved me, Yuer reprimanded. I am not talking nonsense. I have proof. Xingfeng spoke loudly and drew the gazes of everyone. The four powers attacked the market because of him. He seized the origin stones of the Sunset Mountain, stole the great Luo silver crystal of the barbarian bull stronghold, and even offended the people of the Black Dragon Pool and Wulu Foam. He offended the four powers and hid in the market. That's why the market was attacked. Xingfeng spoke eloquently and proudly. This was what he had heard that day, and he remembered it word for word. Xingfeng's words, which he thought were powerful, did not receive any response from the others. Attacking a city square required a huge amount of benefits, and not just a small matter as small as a sesame seed. No one took Xingfeng's words seriously. They just looked at Zichen with surprise. This unfathomable young man actually had the guts to offend these four forces. Moreover, he even had something like the Daluo silver crystal. Zichen took a big step forward and glanced at Xingfeng coldly. This guy was just looking for trouble. Even his excuse was so lousy. You have cheated and cheated. You are so evil. How could you still be alive? Xingfeng roared. Are you looking for death? Zichen's voice was cold. Not far away, Shangguan Feixiong and the others were looking at the two. Lord, should we stop him? An Origin Core expert asked through transmission. No need. I want to see how great Zichen's potential is. Although Xingfeng has just reached the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm, he is not weak. We will stop him when Zichen is no match for him. Shangguan Feixiong replied. With a battle to watch, Shangguan Bingshi stopped ravaging the demonic ape and pulled Shangguan Yu away. He said softly, Sister, didn't you say Zichen is very strong? Let's have a battle then. Yu hesitated. Shangguan Bingshi said, Don't worry. With my father here, Zichen will not be seriously injured. The hesitant Yu said, I'm not afraid that Zichen will suffer, but I'm afraid that Zichen will injure Xingfeng. Ah. Shangguan Bingshi looked at Yu in surprise and said, Elder sister, when did you become so humorous? It's not a joke. It's a fact. Zichen is very strong. But no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat Xingfeng. Shangguan Bing raised his voice and purposely said, Sister, you must be mistaken. How could Zichen defeat Xingfeng? His unrestrained voice instantly reached the two people's ears. This made Xingfeng, who was already uncomfortable with Zichen, feel even more displeased. Zichen shifted his gaze, and coincidentally saw Shangguan Bing looking at him proudly. He was doing it on purpose, he wanted to watch the battle. You despicable, shameless, deceitful villain. Living in this world is an insult to the world. Fine, since they didn't kill you, I'll get rid of this evil for the people. Under Shangguan Bingshi's provocation, Xingfeng instantly exploded. Noisy. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Zichen coldly shouted and made the first move. A golden light flashed, and Zichen swung his palm at Xingfeng. The speed was so fast that it caused the wind to howl. You villain, you dare to sneak attack me. Xingfeng was furious and also swung his palm. Boom! There was a loud explosion, and a ripple of energy spread out. The two of them both took a few steps back. The first exchange was a draw. The early stage of the Zephyr Realm was able to fight evenly with Xingfeng, who was in the late stage of the Zephyr Realm. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. Even if they knew that this was not Xingfeng's full strength, they still recognized Zichen's strength. After a simple probing attack, the two of them began to fight fiercely. Like two rays of light, they quickly exchanged blows. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and the result was still a draw. Such a battle made Shangguan Bingshi very interested, and he kept cheering. As for the others, they were also very satisfied with Zichen's performance. To be able to fight a late-stage Zephyr Realm warrior at the early stage of the Zephyr Realm meant that his strength was comparable to a monster. The two of them are evenly matched. Although Xingfeng did not use his full strength, Zichen seems to be able to handle it with ease. Not bad, not bad. Shangguan Feixiong nodded in satisfaction. Boom! In the blink of an eye, another dozen of blows were exchanged. After a loud explosion, the two rays of light separated. Xingfeng was seen staggering back with a pale face. When he looked at Zichen again, His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. What? Is this all you got? Zichen glanced at Jingfeng and sneered. Jingfeng's face was very ugly. He had seen Zichen's powerful strength before. He had beaten a group of people to the point where they kept running away. It could be said that he was a match for 10,000 people. Before this, he was very disdainful, thinking that the Zephyr Realm warriors here were useless, and that all of them were trash. He also thought that Zichen had an advantage because of his extreme speed. But after facing Zichen for real, Jingfeng realized how terrifying his opponent was. Humph, I haven't used my true strength yet. Jingfeng snorted coldly. He did not want to lose face in front of everyone, so he braced himself and continued to fight. Show me what you got. Otherwise, you won't have a chance, Zichen said faintly. You are not strong, but you talk big. In the distance, Shanghuan Bingshi murmured. So far, the two of them were still evenly matched. She was not happy with Zichen's tone. The other Zephyr Realm warriors also felt the same. They felt that Zichen was too arrogant. Then eat my fist! Jingfeng shouted, and a powerful aura surged around him. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his whole fist was burning with raging flames. Be careful, this is the Jing family's bursting flame fist. It is very powerful. In Zichen's mind, a voice rang out. Jingfeng's fist seemed to have turned into a fireball, filled with a violent aura. Then, it suddenly smashed towards Zichen. Wherever the fist passed, it instantly caused the space to distort and tremble. This was indeed a very powerful fist. Even if it was against someone of the same level, it would have the upper hand. But against Zichen, it was obviously not enough. Tyrannical fist. Zichen clenched his fist, and a bright golden light shone. Then, he threw out a heavy punch. Boom! The two fists collided, and a loud explosion erupted. The golden light instantly drowned out the blazing waves of fire. In the next moment, a figure retreated awkwardly. When the crowd saw clearly, they were all stunned. The one who retreated was actually Jingfeng. Wow, you are really strong. Shanghuan Bingshi was extremely shocked and couldn't help but shout. At the same time, she pinched the demon ape into a flat round shape. Then, she stood up and shouted at Jingfeng. Jingfeng, you haven't lost yet. You can do it. Good luck. When the crowd heard that, they were speechless. They all thought that she was going to praise Zichen, but who knew that she was cheering for Jingfeng? Only Shanghuan Feixiong shook his head and smiled bitterly. How was this cheering for Jingfeng? She clearly wanted to watch the battle. Ah! Jingfeng shouted, and his hair danced wildly in the wind. He rushed towards Zichen again, and this time, the light on his fist became more dazzling. Bursting flame fist. This fist was completely berserk, and directly exploded in front of Zichen. Boundless waves of fire emitted terrifying heat, trying to devour Zichen. Boom! But as a large amount of golden light swept over, the waves of fire were instantly drowned out. Then, as if they had encountered a glacier, they were instantly extinguished, and Jingfeng was once again sent flying. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. Being defeated by an early flying realm brat made him feel ashamed. Especially when he saw the shocked expressions of the surrounding primal core experts, it made him feel as if there was a sharp blade on his back. Jingfeng, you can definitely win. Good luck, his Yuanli isn't as strong as yours. Shanghuan Bingshi's voice rang out again. He was the only one who was cheering for him. And so, Jingfeng clenched his teeth and once again charged towards Zichen. Then, the Jing family's powerful battle skills were beautifully displayed. It had to be said that this time, Jingfeng had actually managed to endure 4 moves. Bang! But after 4 moves, on the 5th move, Jingfeng was once again sent flying by Zichen. This time, he directly coughed up blood. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They were simply not on the same level. Good luck, Shangfeng. You haven't lost yet. Are you going to give up? Don't you like my sister anymore? Shanghuan Bingshi's voice rang out again. Shang Guanyu glared fiercely at the other party, but the latter just stuck out his tongue. Humph! Shang Guanyu said. Ah! Jing Feng went all out, charging at Zichen as if he had been injected with chicken blood. After being defeated again and again, he still dared to charge forward. His courage was commendable, but his strength was becoming weaker and weaker. Boom! This time, Zichen's attack was heavier. He was directly sent sprawling on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. The Primal Core experts were all dumbfounded. This Zichen's strength was too great. A late flying realm expert was trampled just like that. And it wasn't an ordinary late flying realm expert, but one who had grasped a powerful battle skill. Jing Feng, get up quickly, my sister is watching you. Didn't you want to help the people get rid of evil? Hurry up, if you don't get up, my sister will be with someone else. Shang Guanbing was happy, and continued to talk nonsense. But when Jing Feng heard that, he almost cried. Was he really helping him? Or did he just want to see him get beaten up? Couldn't he see that he really couldn't beat him? Furthermore, he was using Yu Xianzi's name. When Jing Feng heard that name and thought of that peerless beauty, he knew that he couldn't let Zichen get away so easily. And so, as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he tried to get up. But his injuries were too heavy, and it was very difficult for him to get up. Zichen glanced at him and turned to leave. Aya, you idiot! Hurry up and get up, or else my sister will really be with someone else. This time, before Shang Guanbing she could finish her sentence, her mouth was covered by Yuer, who sternly warned her not to speak any more nonsense. Swish! Suddenly, a cold light shot out of Jing Feng's body, bringing with it dense killing intent. It directly shot towards Zichen's back. This was a spirit weapon, and a very high-quality one at that. It directly stabbed towards Zichen's back. Everyone's expressions changed. Jing Feng's attack could already be considered a sneak attack, and at such a close distance, they couldn't help even if they wanted to. They could only let out startled cries. Bang! But Zichen seemed to have long since expected this. He instantly turned and punched out. Golden light filled the sky, and a resplendent punch landed on the spirit weapon. After a loud rumble, cracks appeared on the spirit weapon. By the time the spirit weapon returned, the cracks had already spread all over its body. In the end, it exploded into fragments. With one strike, he had destroyed an extraordinarily high-quality spirit artifact. Such battle prowess, even the hearts of these original Dan old monsters were shaken several times. After destroying the spirit weapon, Zichen's eyes were filled with dense killing intent. He pointed a finger at Jing Feng, and a golden sword she shot toward his forehead. Bang! The golden sword she was suddenly scattered, and a young figure appeared in front of Jing Feng. Chapter 455. The figure that suddenly appeared blocked Zichen's attack, destroyed the golden sword chi, and saved Jing Feng. This was a young man who looked to be in his 20s. He wore a purple armor that flashed with a brilliant light. As soon as he appeared, he stared at Zichen. His eyes flickered with a cold light, and his face was somewhat evil. "Who are you?" asked Zichen. This was an unfamiliar youth. Zichen didn't recognize him, but he could see deep hostility in his eyes, as well as a hint of killing intent. "You're really ruthless. The two of you were just exchanging pointers, but you actually used such a heavy hand," said the purple-armored young man. His voice was cold, and his handsome face was filled with evil. "How do you know we're exchanging pointers? Maybe we're having a life-and-death battle, and one of us has to die. Are you trying to break the rules? You still want to argue? I've been observing you for a long time," said the young man. "So you're saying that the one who was spying on us was you?" said Zichen. He had a feeling that someone was spying on him, but he thought it was that mysterious assassin. "You can actually sense me?" A hint of surprise appeared in the purple-armored youth's eyes. "Since you were watching from the dark, you must have seen that he wanted to harm me. What was supposed to be a battle of life and death. Now get out of my way, I want to kill him," said Zichen coldly. You dare to kill in front of me? How dare you? Said the young man furiously. Xiang Shao, kill him! Jing Feng struggled to stand up. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. If Xiang Shao hadn't appeared at that critical moment, he would have been finished. His opponent's speed was not slower than his sneak attack. Even the Dan Yuan old monster of the Jing family couldn't react in time. Xiang, why are you here? At that moment, Shangguan Feixiong and the others finally reacted and walked over. The members of the Jing clan had fear written all over their faces. A moment of carelessness had almost led to a disaster. They hurriedly shielded Jing Feng in the middle and glared at Zichen fiercely. Greetings, uncle. Shangguan Qixiang bowed respectfully and smiled faintly. I'm worried about little sister Yu's safety, so I came here specially. After speaking, the other party swept his gaze towards Zichen and said, But before that, I have to teach this fellow who doesn't know the rules a lesson. He used the excuse of sparring as an excuse to kill. If I hadn't appeared in time, my friend would have lost his life. So you're Shangguan Qixiang? Zichen raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Shangguan Qixiang was the eldest son of Shangguan Feiling, the head of the Shangguan family. Back then, Yuer had specially introduced him to Shangguan Qixiang. His aptitude was extraordinary and his battle prowess was very strong. However, he was also very evil and intimidating. Speaking of this person, Zichen could clearly feel Yuer's fear. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed so. The other party's smile was very evil, and his actions were even more evil. There were so many experts present, but he only had eyes for Shangguan Feixiong. However, he only glanced at him once, and before he could say anything, he ignored him again. Moreover, he kept saying that he was worried about Yuer's safety, but he didn't even look at Yuer. Is my name something a barbarian like you can call? Are you worthy? Shangguan Qixiang said coldly. Obviously, the other party already knew where Zichen came from. I really don't care about a blind person like you. But since you're worried about Yuer, you should at least take a look at her first. Zichen sneered. Right at that moment, Yuer and Shangguan Bingxi walked forward. Seeing Shangguan Qixiang, Yuer seemed a bit scared and didn't dare to walk forward. It was Bingxi who pulled her back, and the latter said in a low voice, Young Master Xiang. My good little sister, are you injured? When I heard that something happened to you, Big Brother was extremely worried, so I immediately rushed over. Looking at Yuer, Shangguan Qixiang smiled and said. However, his smile was even more evil. Yuer couldn't help taking 2 steps back and said in a low voice, Sorry for troubling you, young Master Xiang. I'm fine. Young Master Xiang, haha, sister really knows how to joke. How many times have I told you to call me Big Brother or Big Brother? Why can't you remember? Said Shangguan Qixiang. If you call me that, people will think that I'm abusing you. Yuer didn't dare raise her head to look at him. She once again stammered. That's more like it. Relax, I'm your big brother, not an evil person. Shangguan Feixiong frowned. The other primal core experts' expressions were also ugly. Even the lively Bingxi didn't say anything. On the side, Zichen sneered at this scene. As for Tyrant, he didn't even come over. He acted as if this had nothing to do with him, watching the show from afar. Alright, seeing that you're fine, Big Brother is relieved. Now, Big Brother needs to deal with some personal matters. We'll talk later. Shangguan Qixiang wanted to pat Yuer's head, but she dodged. Zichen is my friend. He saved me. Yuer was very nervous. Her hands were cold, but she still gathered her courage to speak. You were tricked by him. I've heard about what happened to you. He's the one who harmed you, said Shangguan Qixiang. Our family's market was attacked because of him. Then, Shangguan Qixiang looked at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng, don't you think so? That's right, young Master Xiang. I told you Xianzi before, but she didn't believe me. Zheng Feng nodded. This was a very lousy excuse. Previously, when Zheng Feng had said it, everyone had scoffed. But now that Shangguan Qixiang had said it, everyone frowned. Did you hear that, sister? You were tricked. Now move aside. Wait for me to deal with him, then we'll talk, repeated Shangguan Qixiang. No. This time, Yue was very stubborn. She stood in front of Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang's expression changed immediately. That's enough. The market is very important. It's not something you can decide with just a few words. Don't say anything else, Shangguan Feixiong said again. Uncle, you're right. I'll remember that. Shangguan Qixiang was very respectful, but the next moment, he looked at Zichen again. But I can't let this barbarian go. He almost killed my friend. I have to get an explanation. Shangguan Qixiang, you're really shameless. If you want to cause trouble for Zichen, just say so. Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse to stand up for your friend? I don't know when you became friends with Jingfeng. Shangguan Bingxi, who was holding the monster ape, said. Obviously, they didn't get along well. We're friends. Jingfeng, don't you think so? Shangguan Qixiang didn't get angry. Instead, he asked Jingfeng. That's right. I'm friends with young Master Xiang. Jingfeng nodded. He felt very proud. Your arrogant young Master Xiang still has friends? What a joke. Shangguan Bingxi snorted. Shangguan Qixiang frowned. He looked at Yue, who was standing in front of him. Finally, he looked at Zichen and said, Since someone is protecting you, I won't make things difficult for you. Cut off one of your arms and kowtow to Jingfeng. Then I'll let this matter go. You want to kowtow after cutting off an arm? You're really arrogant. Zichen smiled coldly. He wasn't afraid at all. He said, Since you stopped me from killing people before, I'll be more magnanimous. As long as you dig out your eyes and kowtow 10,000 times, I'll let it go. You're looking for death, shouted Shangguan Qixiang explosively. His eyes instantly became cold, and a dense killing intent appeared as he stared at Zichen. Bang! However, a loud explosion sounded in front of Zichen. A huge force came out, and Zichen was pushed back by more than 10 steps. Shangguan Qixiang was standing where he was standing. Yue was blocking Shangguan Qixiang. Her figure was slowly fading and disappearing. What a fast speed! Zichen's pupils shrank. He still had a cold smile on his face, but his heart was heavy. This was a difficult opponent. He had to go all out. Golden light flashed around his body. The blood in his body started to circulate faster. His perfect body was revealed. At this moment, he no longer hid his strength. You've successfully angered me. Today, I'll definitely kill you, Shangguan Qixiang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed towards Zichen. However, his speed was too fast. Everyone could only see an afterimage. As for his real body, it was very difficult to see. A blurry figure seemed to travel through the void and instantly rushed towards Zichen. Then, his 5 fingers formed a claw and grabbed at Zichen's neck, instantly crushing Zichen's body. In another direction, Zichen's real body appeared. The sneer on his face was still there. You're not worthy to compete with me in speed. Then, a golden light flashed under Zichen's feet. He rushed towards his opponent at the fastest speed in the world. The two of them began to compete in speed. They were like 2 rays of light, but also like 2 figures traveling through the void, leaving behind afterimages. Bang! Zichen shattered Shangguan Qixiang's body with a punch. At the same time, the latter appeared behind Zichen. In an instant, he grabbed Zichen's body and shattered it. All of them were afterimages. The two of them were competing in speed. During this period, there were occasional collisions and explosions of energy. Around them, the primordial core elders frowned. The speed the two of them displayed was much faster than them. As for Jingfeng, his face was ashen. If the other party had used extreme speed from the beginning, he would have been beheaded long ago. Kid, do you only know how to dodge? Humph, I'll return the same sentence to you. Do you only know how to hide? Kid, do you dare fight me head-on? If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish. The two of them fought fiercely, but only afterimages could be seen. They couldn't see their real bodies. It was as though they were conversing in the void. Boom! In the end, the two of them collided head-on, causing a terrifying energy ripple. Then, the two figures separated. However, before anyone could dissuade them, the two of them charged at each other again. This time, the two of them attacked each other head-on. Zichen's aura was completely berserk. The perfect body provided endless energy, causing his body to shine with endless golden light that dyed most of the sky. Along with each and every move, endless golden light appeared. It was like the waves of the sea, each wave higher than the previous one. Tyrannical fist! Zichen shouted and struck out with a powerful punch. His essence, energy, and spirit instantly merged as one, displaying his peak combat strength. Chapter 456. It was as if this punch was the only thing left in the world. It was extremely overbearing. At this moment, Zichen's figure also became tall and sturdy. A dazzling golden light filled the sky like a golden sun, making people unable to look directly at him. This overbearing punch was aimed at Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang did not want to be outdone. He raised his palm to meet the attack. Waves of energy surged in his palm, forming a strange force. This was the powerful battle technique of the Shangguan clan. It was called Water Ripple. It could be used to attack and defend. It was very famous in the Bedlam land. Boom! A loud explosion shook the world. The fist and the palm collided, creating a destructive energy ripple. Everywhere the ripple passed, the surrounding rocks were shattered, the trees were turned into dust, and a deep hole appeared on the ground. Clouds of dust covered the sky. Zichen and Shangguan Qixiang were both pushed back dozens of meters. Their powerful attacks dissipated. Both of them were equally matched. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zichen's strength was once again beyond their imagination. He was actually able to fight Shangguan Qixiang to a draw. After all, Shangguan Qixiang had always been able to defeat those who were at a higher level than him. He was known as the strongest among his peers. But today, he was evenly matched with Zichen, who was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. Although Zichen is not cold, he is very strong. He can actually block Shangguan Qixiang. Sister, you really have good taste. Shangguan Bing's eyes were shining. The demonic ape continued to suffer. Shangguan Yue was looking at the battlefield worriedly. She was not worried about Zichen when facing Zheng Feng. But she was worried about Shangguan Qixiang because Shangguan Qixiang was very strong. He was also very famous in the Bedlam land. He had never been defeated since his debut. Boy, I have always been able to defeat those who are at the same level as me. Even if you have some extraordinary skills, you will still die today. Shangguan Qixiang glanced at Zichen and said coldly. Humph, defeating those who are at the same level as you. Zichen sneered disdainfully and replied. I am known as the Invincible Zephyr. You are unlucky to have met me. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the aura around Zichen became violent again. Boundless golden light shone. He was like a giant of heaven and earth. When he took a step forward, heaven and earth trembled. Then, he unleashed a brilliant and powerful attack. In an instant, the heavens and earth began to tremble. Ripples appeared in the space as a powerful attack rushed towards Shangguan Qixiang. Shangguan Qixiang also went berserk. His powerful aura surged, far surpassing Zichen's strength. This was his capital and confidence to win. Abdomen's boundless elemental energy could be used at will. With the support of his elemental energy as a late-stage flight rider, his attack was not one bit weaker than Zichen's. Boom! The sky was trembling and space was constantly distorting as if it was about to be torn apart by the energy. The destructive energy ripples destroyed the surroundings beyond recognition. The two of them fought fiercely. They fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky. The two of them had different strengths, but their combat power was almost the same. Zichen used powerful battle techniques to make up for his lack of strength. All the Primal Core experts were dumbfounded. Zichen's performance was too eye-catching, so much so that Shangguan Qixiang's performance seemed ordinary. Thunderbolt finger! The void trembled and a golden finger appeared. It emitted a terrifying aura of thunder and lightning. Endless golden light surrounded it as it fell from the sky. This was the powerful battle technique of the Thunder Clan. It was extremely powerful. Under the influence of the extreme thunder and lightning, its power was even stronger. Boom! But Shangguan Qixiang's attack was also extraordinary. In a loud explosion, the finger was shattered. Extreme Yin! Extreme Yang! Shangguan Qixiang's strength was very strong. Ziqin did not dare to be careless. He used powerful battle techniques one after another. At this moment, the extreme energy was also unleashed with unparalleled destructive power. Dazzling golden light appeared continuously. Destructive attacks also rushed towards Shangguan Qixiang. The two extreme energies appeared one after another. They were bound to destroy the enemy. Ziqin's unparalleled combat power was fully displayed at this moment. At the same time, he also displayed the might of a Sky Realm warrior. The two of them were originally tied, but in the end, Ziqin actually gained the upper hand. He used all kinds of powerful battle techniques one after another. The surrounding Primal Core experts were all shocked. Even they could no longer remain calm after seeing such a beautiful attack. During this period, every battle technique that Ziqin used was powerful and terrifying. The many nascent core experts were naturally extraordinary. Every battle technique that Ziqin used could be regarded as the ultimate battle technique of their clan. While they were shocked, they were also guessing where Ziqin's powerful battle techniques had come from. Furthermore, they were wondering how he had obtained so many powerful battle techniques. In addition, Ziqin's terrifying physique also attracted the attention of many experts. His fists were comparable to the strongest spiritual weapons. As the golden light flashed, the three extraordinary spiritual weapons that Shangguan Qixiang had taken out were all shattered. The two of them fought intensely. The sun and moon lost their light. Only rays of dazzling energy replaced the sun and moon's light. This is the extreme energy. Suddenly, Shangguan Feixiong's expression changed. He finally recognized this energy. The extreme energy represented a kind of limit. It was the purest energy in the world. This kind of energy was powerful and terrifying. It could only be encountered but not sought. Any cultivator who possessed this kind of energy had a name in the martial heaven continent. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer. Cultivators of the Tianqi layer had incredible fighting abilities. They were the strongest cultivators of the same level. There was no one like them. No wonder Ziqin is so powerful. He's able to fight to a draw with the late Flying Void Qixiang at the early stage of the Flying Void Qixiang. So he possesses extreme energy. This discovery made Shangguan Feixiong extremely excited. Each heaven cultivator required a huge amount of resources to grow. In just a short moment, he had already thought of many ways to make Ziqin stay. Shangguan Feixiong was no longer calm after discovering an unparalleled heaven cultivator. However, he quickly sensed that something was wrong. Ziqin's attack contained two types of extreme energy. How is this possible? He possesses two types of extreme energy, and they're polar opposites. Furthermore, he's still alive. Following his careful observation, Shangguan Feixiong was certain that Ziqin truly possessed two polar opposites. Sigh, what a pity! After confirming this fact, Shangguan Feixiong shook his head and sighed. In the sky, the battle between the two had reached its climax. Bang! Ziqin's punch landed on Shangguan Qixiang's body. The purple armor on Shangguan Qixiang's body flickered and began to dissolve the huge force. However, Ziqin's attack was too powerful. A crack appeared on his purple armor. At the same time, Shangguan Qixiang also hit Ziqin's shoulder. A huge force surged into Ziqin's body, causing his perfect body to be severely injured. I don't believe that you can still hold on, Shangguan Qixiang shouted. His evil face was filled with madness. He activated his Yuan Qi again and rushed towards Ziqin. Die! Ziqin's eyes flashed coldly. He also activated the energy in his body and rushed towards his opponent. Boom! Another loud explosion occurred. The battle began again. However, this time, the battle between the two did not have many brilliant battle skills. There were only the most basic attacks. The two of them began to fight hand to hand. After failing to take down Zichen for a long time, they began to fight with their lives. Although Zichen did not have a battle armor to protect himself, he had a perfect body. This powerful physique was everything he relied on. Bang! 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 Zichen punched out repeatedly. The resplendent fist light illuminated the world. Every strike on the purple armor would cause a huge shock. More and more cracks appeared on the purple armor. As for Shangguan Qixiang, he vomited blood from the impact and became dispirited. Zichen was not in a good state either. When attacking his opponent, he had to withstand his opponent's attacks. His perfect body was severely injured and also coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Pfft! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zichen was knocked back dozens of meters. His Taoist robe was stained with blood and his face was pale. However, there was a smile on his face. This was because Shangguan Qixiang's purple armor had finally been broken and turned into a useless armor. Shangguan Qixiang's body was also covered in blood. His purple armor had been broken. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. Furthermore, what he could not accept was that his opponent was at the early stage of the Zephyr realm. "Uncle, let's end this battle," Yu'er said. Her eyes were already hazy. "If we continue to fight like this, both sides will be injured. It's better to stop," Shangguan Bing said happily. "All right, let's end it." Shangguan Feixiong nodded. However, the regret in his eyes was still very obvious. A few core experts came forward and forcibly ended the battle. The two's strength was not too different. If they continued to fight, they would both die. Shangguan Qixiang stopped. His eyes were cold and his cheeks were swollen. This was because Zichen had slapped him. Zichen also stopped. There were many experts from the Shangguan clan present. They naturally could not watch him kill Shangguan Qixiang. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Even young Master Xiang could not kill him. The battle had ended just like that. Xingfeng was obviously unwilling. He looked at Zichen with hatred. In this battle, Zichen had completely offended the young master of the Shangguan clan. It was not realistic for him to follow them to the Shangguan clan. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen found Shangguan Feixiong and told him about this matter. After that, they chatted about Yu'er. "Don't worry. After we go back, Yu'er will be the little princess of the Shangguan clan. She will not be bullied again," Shangguan Feixiong said. They stayed there for a few more days until the others sent news that Shangguan Feixiong and his group were about to leave. "Zichen, are you really not going back with me?" Yu'er's eyes were red. "No, that place is not suitable for me." "Then will you go find me?" Yu'er asked. "Yes." Zichen nodded. "Then I'll wait for you." A beam of light appeared in Yu'er's hand. A long spear appeared. "This is second Grandpa's elixir weapon. Uncle gave it to me. Now I'll give it to you." "How can I do that? This is an elixir weapon." Zichen refused. "After I go back, I won't come out again. It's useless for me to have an elixir weapon." Yu'er placed the spear in Zichen's hand. Then, she looked into Zichen's eyes and said, "When I go back to the clan, although I can admit my identity, there are some things that I cannot decide. I will fight for 3 years of freedom. During these 3 years, I will wait for you." Chapter 457. 3 years, that was the longest time Shangguan Yu'er could fight for her freedom. In other words, if Zichen didn't come to find her within 3 years, then their fate would end, and Shangguan Yu'er would have to follow the orders of her family and marry someone else. This was the tragedy of a woman from a big power. She could never decide her own fate. Moreover, the current head of the Shangguan family didn't treat her very well, which could be seen from the way she called Shangguan Qixiang. "You will come to find me, right?" Shangguan Yu'er stared into Zichen's eyes. She was very nervous. "Yes, I will. Within 3 years, I will definitely come to find you." Zichen nodded solemnly, this was a promise. I will wait for you. After saying this, Shangguan Yue turned around and left. This was the chaotic lands. Nascent core experts could die at any time. Many things could happen in 3 years. There were too many uncertainties. The moment she turned around, Shangguan Yue made up her mind. After that, Zichen went to say goodbye to Shangguan Feixiong. The latter looked at Zichen, wanting to say something, but in the end, he just sighed. Cultivating 2 types of extreme energy at the same time was very dangerous. But Shangguan Feixiong didn't know anything about it, so he couldn't give him any advice. He only said one sentence. Live well. During this time, Shangguan Qixiang kept looking at him with an unfriendly gaze. It had to be said that the battle with Zichen was a big blow to Shangguan Qixiang. The evil expression of extreme confidence on his face didn't appear again. He didn't lose that battle, but he couldn't be proud of the fact that he tied with a barbarian at the early stage of the flying realm. Hearing that Zichen was going to leave, the other nascent core experts looked regretful. During that battle, many of them recognized Zichen's extreme energy and knew that he was a Sky Realm expert, but it was a pity that they couldn't bring him back to the family to be trained. Shangguan Yue and Shangguan Bingshi sent them off for dozens of miles. Zichen waved goodbye to Shangguan Yue and left with the monk. Shangguan Yue couldn't help but cry. Zichen, don't die! You must come and find Sister Yue! Shangguan Bingshi shouted at Zichen. Zichen waved his hand but did not turn around. The devil ape that was sleeping in Shangguan Bingshi's arms was startled awake. It rolled its eyes, and a black light surrounded its body. It disappeared in an instant, causing Shangguan Bingshi to scream in anger. You have to come! Otherwise, you won't be able to see my sister! Zichen had already disappeared into the horizon, leaving only Shangguan Bingshi's voice echoing in the air. Young Master Xiang, I saw Yu Xianzi give Zichen a pill weapon! As soon as Zichen left, Xingfeng stepped forward and whispered to him. Humph! Shangguan Qixiang snorted, a cold light flashed in his eyes. How can a barbarian take the things of my Shangguan family? Even if he is a bullshit sky martial artist. After Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Bing had returned, they all set off. My lord, should we secretly protect Zichen? Someone might want to harm him, a primal core expert said. Shangguan Feixiong smiled faintly and said, No need. Their lives are tough. Even the assassins of the Heavenly Kill Union who are good at assassination couldn't do anything to them, let alone these people. Shangguan Feixiong led all the experts to meet up with the other primal core experts of the Shangguan family. Then, they started a carpet search and massacre. When more than 80% of the cultivators of the former 4 forces had died, they gave up the chase and brought the little princess back to Chaos City. Blood flowed like rivers in the central region. 4 hegemonic powers were wiped out just like that, without even causing a ripple. The Shangguan clan's experts caused the entire region to tremble. All of the powers and cultivators were filled with fear and trepidation. Fortunately, the Shangguan family finally left. The original location of the 4 forces became a vacuum. Many experts and forces began to gather there to fight for resources and mines. This place would become another battlefield for a long time. It would continue until the overlords appeared. Just as this area was in complete chaos, people from the Shangguan family came again. They built an even larger market at the location of the original market. After leaving the Shangguan family, Zichen and Tyrant flew toward the inner region. They were like 2 streaks of golden light. They didn't look like they were in a hurry, but more like they were running. 4 hours later, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out behind them. Powerful auras appeared from the horizon. Let's see where you can run to. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. The 2 didn't say a word. They fled at full speed. Their speed was even faster, like golden meteors. A group of primal core experts chased after them. They attacked from time to time, causing explosions. After running for hundreds of thousands of miles, the 2 were finally surrounded. There were 5 primal core experts. Each of them had an unfriendly expression, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Brat, aren't you good at running? Continue, one of them said coldly. Are you from the Jing family or the Shangguan family? Zichen asked calmly. Brat, you're about to die, and you're still so talkative. I'm just curious. Who wants to kill me? Zichen said. I'll tell you when you're dead. The group of primal core experts was ready to attack. The calm Zichen suddenly smiled coldly and said, Since you don't want to tell me, then I'll just pretend that I'm a member of the Shangguan family. Go back and tell Shangguan Qisheng that I, Zichen, will find him one day to settle today's debt. Brat, today is the day you die. You don't have a chance anymore. Go to hell. The 5 primal core experts' expressions changed. They instantly launched a terrifying attack. But before their attacks landed, they saw Zichen and Tyrant suddenly disappear into thin air. Tell Shangguan Qisheng that he must live. His life belongs to me, Zichen. Zichen's figure disappeared. Only his cold words echoed in the sky. Damn it. Why did he suddenly disappear? The primal core experts' expressions changed. They didn't know what had happened. We've been tricked. This is an energy clone. On the way from the central region to the outer region, Zichen nodded with satisfaction. He was full of praise for the Arhat clone. This was the best way to escape and trick people. Tyrant, on the other hand, chose to remain silent. After talking about the Arhat golden body, Zichen thought of the 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra. Tyrant, what do you think is wrong with my 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra? Why can't I get started? Is there a trick to it? Zichen asked curiously. Tyrant continued to remain silent. Talking about Buddhism's strongest skills with a non-Buddhist disciple was blasphemy to Buddha. Zichen obviously couldn't get an answer from Tyrant about Buddhism's battle skills. So he gave up on the battle skills and asked, It's been so long. Are you sure the liquefied Yuan Qi is still there? I'm not 100% sure, but I'm 80% sure. Speaking of the liquefied Yuan Qi, the silent Tyrant finally spoke. But it's been too long. It's been several months. Zichen frowned. If the liquefied Yuan Qi was so easy to obtain, then it wouldn't be a precious item. If there really is Yuan Qi in the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine, then there's an 80% chance that third boss hasn't obtained it yet. That's good. Let's speed up and hurry back. Several months had passed since the battle at the mine. This region had calmed down, and the people of the Dark Wind Cave didn't come looking for trouble again. But in the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine, it had been bustling with activity. Numerous true energy boundary miners worked day and night, and the sound of digging could be heard unceasingly. And on the side, Third Boss was personally guarding the mine. In the last battle, he had been seriously injured and had almost been killed. Fortunately, he had notified Wild Wolf's Stronghold and Second Boss in advance. After a fierce battle, the people of the Dark Wind Cave didn't gain any advantage. But after that battle, the mine had been severely shaken, and slowly became different. The spiritual qi in the mine had become denser. And the source of this dense spiritual qi was underground. Such a change instantly made Third Boss think of Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi was a precious item, and its value was immeasurable. If nothing unexpected happened, Third Boss would never be able to advance any further, and would stop at the early primal core stage. In the chaotic lands there were too many people like him. However, the appearance of Yuan Liquid would allow his strength to rise to the mid-stage primal core realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 level, the difference in combat power was too great. So after that battle, he personally guarded the mine, killing all the other flying guards who had discovered the abnormality. Several months had passed, but his injuries still hadn't healed. There wasn't much time left for him to recover. He guarded the mine day and night, not even blinking. The entire mine was isolated from the outside world. He forbade everyone from entering, and anyone who tried to leave the mine would be killed on the spot. The flying guards had been changed several times. Hurry up. I'll take the life of anyone who dares to dawdle, Third Boss said coldly. If it weren't for the fact that he had almost destroyed the mine and learned that brute force couldn't break through, he would have long since killed all these trash. Furthermore, quite a few of these miners had guessed what was underground. That made Third Boss feel uneasy. But he had already made up his mind. As soon as the Yuan-Chi appeared, he would ruthlessly kill all the miners. Zichun and Tyrant quickly rushed back. But before they could reach the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine, they were blocked by a group of people. "Oh, it's you, barbarian! You're still alive!" A startled cry rang out as a group of several dozen people flew over. The one leading them was young Master Hai, whom Zichun had robbed when he had first arrived in the chaotic lands. But compared to before, this group had even more people. "It really is that barbarian. He actually didn't die. It seems he faked his death to trick everyone." Another startled cry rang out. Clearly, other than young Master Hai, there were others who recognized Zichun. Back then, Zichun had tricked 3 powers near the Dark Wind Cave's mine. And in the end, he had even faked his death in front of them. "Barbarian, do you know how many people you've tricked to death? You still have the face to come back?" A group of people coldly questioned, their expressions unkind. But with Tyrant Good and Evil present, they didn't dare to immediately kill him. The battle strength Tyrant Good and Evil had displayed that day was no weaker than the virtuous loose cultivator. But in the next moment, Tyrant Good and Evil left, leaving behind that barbarian. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 458. The monk that everyone was afraid of did not slow down and directly left. Everyone was stunned. When they looked at Zichun again, they saw that he had stopped in the air and was coldly looking at them. "What's going on? The barbarian didn't run after seeing us." Everyone was puzzled, but they did not stop and directly rushed over. Dozens of people immediately surrounded Zichun from all directions. Every one of them had an unkind expression. That day, he had cheated many people and caused the Wild Wolf bandits to suffer heavy losses. Of course, this was not the main reason. They were hostile to Zichun because young Master Hai was dissatisfied with him. The crowd separated. Young Master Hai took a big step forward and coldly glanced at Zichun. He shouted, "Barbarian, do you remember me?" "Of course I remember. Weren't your things robbed by the virtuous freer?" "What, I haven't seen you for a few months. Don't tell me you've become rich again?" Zichun said indifferently. "How dare you talk to young Master Hai like that? Are you courting death?" A cultivator beside him shouted. When the robbery was mentioned again, young Master Hai's expression was somewhat distorted. He said loudly, "Barbarian, you were lucky that day. But today, let's see who can save you." Zichun was extremely disdainful. He said, "Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Attacking me, are you not afraid that the monk will come back and settle the score with you?" Young Master Hai heard this and his expression changed. At this moment, a figure flew over from afar and shouted from afar, "Young Master Hai, that monk is already far away." "Ha!" Everyone laughed. The monk was already far away. They no longer had any scruples and completely let go. "The monk is already gone. Let's see who can protect you today. If I don't torture you to death, I'll be ashamed to be called young Master Hai." Young Master Hai laughed coldly. "You've let down too many people. After today, you'll also let down your parents." Zichun's eyes were cold. "Attack, beat him half to death. Let's see if he can continue to be noisy. Then, leave him half alive and I'll torture him again." Young Master Hai's cold words fell. Boom! In the blink of an eye, everyone made their move. Numerous dazzling attacks were launched at Zichun. There were at least 10 people attacking at the same time, creating a huge momentum. Zichun smiled coldly. He turned into a stream of light and weaved through the attacks. His posture was natural and unrestrained. Looking at his expression, it was as if he was taking a stroll in his own backyard. None of the attacks landed on him. "What?" Hai Shao's expression changed. He was dumbfounded. The scene in front of him was beyond his imagination. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, so he shouted loudly, "Attack with all your strength! Quickly kill them!" In an instant, an even more terrifying energy appeared. Attacks and spirit weapons soared into the sky, bringing with them sharp whistling sounds as they tore through the air and rushed towards Zichen. Dozens of people attacked at the same time. Crazy killing intent surged. Even if a late-stage Zephyr expert was hit, he would still die. Swoosh. Numerous attacks were launched, but Zichen was still as relaxed as ever. As he stepped forward, it was as if he was taking a stroll. Occasionally, he would make a simple move, as if he was plucking flowers or leaves, but there was extraordinary energy surging within. Peng! With a loud tremor, an energy wave was shattered in an instant. Immediately after, Zichen extended his hand and pointed forward. A spirit weapon that was flying forward was hit by his finger. In the next moment, cracks appeared on the surface of the spirit weapon, and it exploded. To be able to explode a spirit weapon so easily, such battle strength was shocking. Moreover, after 2 rounds of attacks, everyone was actually unable to injure him in the slightest. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Everyone, don't hold back. Use all your strength to destroy the enemy. Hai Xiao's voice sounded again. He had already sensed where the uneasiness in his heart came from. As a result, the 3rd round of attacks appeared. Gorgeous attacks filled the sky. This time, Zichen didn't choose to evade, but took the initiative to attack. With a wave of his hand, extreme energy appeared. Golden light scattered like golden waves, falling in all directions. Wherever the golden light passed, numerous energy waves silently disappeared. After a few waves of his hand, the golden waves drowned out all the energy attacks. Such a method shocked everyone. After that, under everyone's shocked gazes, Zichen waved his hand at them. Golden light filled his eyes, and his vision was filled with gold. It was as if he was looking at a golden ocean. The battle started quickly, but it also ended quickly. How could a group of early Zephyr realm cultivators be a match for Zichen? With just a few simple attacks, they were all defeated. Peng! Hai Xiao was also fiercely thrown to the ground. His face was covered in dirt, and he was in a very sorry state. This battle ended just like that. Looking around, there was not a single person in the Zephyr realm who could remain standing. They were all lying on the ground, wailing. Their eyes were filled with shock. You! Hai Xiao, who was incomparably arrogant before, was also shocked after witnessing Zichen's strength. Now, hand over all your keystones. Zichen's gaze swept around, his voice indifferent. In your dreams, barbarian, don't think of humiliating us. An unwilling voice rang out. In the chaotic lands, keystones were equivalent to life. A golden light flashed, striking the cultivator's forehead, ending his life. Zichen said indifferently, "This is not a humiliation, this is an exchange, using keystones to exchange for your life." A Zephyr realm cultivator fell to the ground dead. Zichen took the cultivator's spirit ring, but after a glance, he disdainfully curled his lips when he saw the wealth inside. Such a small amount of keystones was not enough for him. In view of Zichen's strength, they had no choice but to hand over all their wealth. Although in the bedlam, keystones were equivalent to life, there was still a fundamental difference. If they had to give up something, it would obviously be keystones. Everyone was extremely unwilling to hand over their keystones. They were all cursing and looking at Hai Xiao with unkind eyes. What barbarian! What powerless! This was simply a demon. His strength was not any weaker than their leaders. Hai Xiao also chose to use keystones to exchange for his life, and immediately wanted to hand over his spirit ring. However, Zichen waved his hand and said, "You don't need to hand it over. I will take your keystones myself." Just as Hai Xiao was wondering what was so special about him, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes. Hai Xiao finally understood what Zichen meant. He fell to the ground dead. When Tyrant returned, the only one left was Zichen, who was counting his harvest. Other than that, there was no one else around, not even a drop of blood. "How was it? Did you see the 3rd leader?" Zichen put away the keystones and asked. "No." Tyrant shook his head and said, "Just as I guessed, the entire mine is sealed, no one is allowed to enter. I also asked around, no one has come out after such a long time. Then is there no more key liquid left? Zichen asked worriedly. That's impossible. If there is no more key liquid left, the third leader will naturally appear. I can't go in, but I can let the devil ape take a look tonight. When they were being chased, the devil ape played a big role. It was small in size and fast in speed, so it was the best choice for surveillance. Okay. Zichen nodded in agreement. The two didn't return to the wild wolf stronghold, but found a dense forest as a temporary resting place. In order to investigate at night, Zichen made a lot of food to reward the devil ape. The devil ape ate until its mouth was full of oil, and its stomach was round. It was extremely happy, and its little paw repeatedly patted its chest, promising that it would definitely complete the mission. At night, with the moon hanging high in the sky, the devil ape went on its way. It was only the size of a fist, small and exquisite. Its body was surrounded by a black light, which allowed it to become one with the night. It was very difficult to detect with spiritual sense. It entered Wild Wolf Stronghold's territory without any obstructions and arrived near the mine. It passed through the spiritual senses one after another, and then swaggered into the mine under the feet of the two people in the air. The mine was deep and dark, without the slightest bit of light. Inside, there were many paths, like an underground world. The devil ape searched for a long time, using its extreme speed to pass through the various entrances. Then, it heard a clanging sound coming from the mine, and followed the sound. Even in the middle of the night, the miners were working in full swing. The third leader collected all the keystones and waste rocks in his spirit ring. He had many spirit rings, so there was no need for him to take a step out. Whether it was day or night, he personally oversaw the mine, using his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, monitoring every movement of the miners. However, he didn't notice that there was another little guy here today, and it was secretly sizing him up in a dark corner of the mine. Hurry up, hurry up! Even in the middle of the night, there were still many miners working. The clanging sound constantly rang out, accompanied by the third leader's urging. After watching for an hour and memorizing every single expression of the third master, the demonic ape finally turned around and returned. Then, it gestured at Zichen for a while. At the same time, its little nose twitched, as if it was inhaling, and then it had an intoxicated expression. You said the spirit chi in the mine is very rich, far more than usual. Zichen asked. The devil ape nodded repeatedly. It had visited more than one mine, so it could naturally sense the richness of the spirit chi. The main reason was that when Zichen had first arrived here, he had been curious about what the Keystone Mine looked like, so he had let the devil ape sneak in to take a look. This time, the devil ape had discovered the problem with the spirit chi. Following the devil ape's gestures, the two finally understood everything, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. The liquefied essence hadn't appeared yet, and judging from the third leader's expression, it would obviously take a lot of time. Having obtained a positive answer, Zichen was completely relieved. He and the monk stayed in the jungle, and every night, they would let the devil ape go to check. As the days passed, the third leader's temper became more and more irritable, and the feeling of worrying about personal gains and losses also became more and more serious. The devil ape's vivid description really amused the two, and they had already guessed that the liquefied essence was about to appear. For 2 consecutive days, the devil ape came to report that the third leader had killed a lot of people these days, and urged them to hurry up. Moreover, his temper was even more irritable, and he was always staring blankly at the ground, sometimes smiling, sometimes worried, and sometimes worried about personal gains and losses. It should be soon, we'll take action in a few days. After discussing with the monk, Zichen decided to take action immediately, and told the devil ape to keep watch day and night, and not to come out again. After some preparations, Zichen and the monk went to the Wild Wolf Stronghold's mine in the middle of the night. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.